nation.
Steph Curry from downtown again.
And to those who bleed orange and black,
Get out of here.
good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Off and running on a Wednesday, winning Wednesday. Look at those Giants getting a W last night in those City Connects. Feeling good, and look at those young arms, baby. Young arms. Kyle Harrison out there last night. Hayden Birdsong doing his thing. And, of course, the Giants beating the Royals. Good times, boys. I'm already starting to sniff a Memorial Day weekend, by the way. Is that okay? Is that legal? Start sniffing a Memorial Day weekend? I think so.
I will allow it, Murph. I mean, it is Wednesday. It is hump day.
Yeah.
So today is the day you get over the hump and start looking towards that 3-day weekend.
Good morning, Marcus.
Good morning. How we doing, my man?
Doing good. Should we wear City Connects on Tuesdays to the show? You and me? Like a KNBR City Connect.
Oh, what would the KNBR City Connect be?
Well, there's a Frank and Mike golf tournament shirt from 1991.
Damn.
That's kind of a one City Connect we could do.
I would definitely
cleaning
rock
everything
that.
out for the move that will never happen.
Yeah.
For the move that will never happen. It's our
Keep
last
pumping it
Wednesday in
back,
San
pumping it
Francisco.
back.
No, it's not. We're still sticking around for a little bit longer. But so how were those City Connects looking last night?
They look good. They look good out there. I mean, I've been a fan of them. I think I was one of the first hosts to publicly say that I actually enjoy the City Connect uniforms. I got grilled for it at our round table that we did up at the Presidio. But it seems like ever since that day, I know a couple other hosts here at the station. Shout out to Dirty Work Boys. Copes has came around on the jerseys. I think he likes them a little bit more. I've pleaded my case. I've broke them down. I don't like the purple sleeves. Willie Adames made a couple nice plays last night, but I still would prefer them to go with the all-black sleeves or maybe even orange or white. But that's just my personal preference. What about you? Have you came around on the City Connect uniforms?
From the jump, I was like, yeah, whatever. I just said to you guys right before we came on the show, I was like, just wear your uniforms, baby. And that goes for an Orange Friday. And then particularly the one that really gets this old man going is the Black Saturday. It's like, what are we doing here? We just did an Orange Friday. Why are we doing the Black? Just wear your freaking uniform. Wear what Willie Mays wore. Wear what Willie McCovey wore. All right? How hard is this? Your team, the Raiders, they don't mess around. Mm-hmm. Your team, the Yankees, they don't mess around.
Yep.
So I say Raiders, Yankees, do it like those guys do it.
Look at that. I need that audio cut and saved forever. Do it like the Raiders and the Yankees. Well, that's the thing I was just talking to Overnight Dave about, because we were talking about all the different jerseys, the City Connect uniforms, and the report that the NFL is going to have these new NFL rivalry jerseys this year, which is going to be pretty similar to like the Color Rush jerseys we saw a few years ago. And I was confused what they were going to look like for both the 49ers and for the Raiders.
I was on a Twitter thread yesterday, or not yesterday, it was sometime over the weekend, but it alarmed me, and it said, Niners looking into bringing these back, ? And it was those early OOs, like the Jeff Garcia era.
Oh, those like maroon ones?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was never a fan of those.
No.
It's a tough look.
So, and now I don't know if this Twitter algorithm was fake news. Could have been fake news. So I don't want to go out and say that this is exactly what's happening. But ever since you brought up that thing that they're doing, I've seen no evidence of what they're going to do. You've said there's going to be some jersey.
Yeah, everybody's keeping it a secret. The 49ers even teased it in their schedule release video when they did the Oregon Trail, Golden Trail spoof.
I didn't make it to the end of that.
Yeah, which is funny because they even clipped the last 15 seconds and reposted it saying, a lot of you didn't watch the full video, and it shows. So when I brought that up, I was like, ooh, Murph did not watch the full schedule release, and it shows.
Well, maybe you should know. Like, listen, all due respect, it was very creative and everything, but, everything in life needs an editor. I need an editor. We all need editors. So that thing needed to be shorter, because what does that tell you if you made a video and nobody watches the end of it? Dude? People are like, hey, man, did you like that movie? Yeah, I don't know. I didn't see the end.
Which is funny, because I also only knew about the end because the tweet that they posted about nobody watching till the end, because I didn't have 5 minutes to watch that schedule release video. Just give me the damn schedule.
People say, do you like the Murph and Marcus show? Yeah, it's okay. Well, how'd the show end? I don't know. I didn't make it that far.
Yeah, exactly.
I didn't make it that far.
A lot of people just tune in just for the guest list. Young Tony at 6:25.
Or actually, I would tune in at 9:55 just to hear what Young Tony learned today.
Yeah, exactly. Everybody needs to know what Young Tony's learned on the streets.
But getting back to these crazy jerseys here, I believe that's the second straight win with the City Connects. They had been winless in March and April.
Yeah, people were ready to turn on the City Connect.
But now, let's see, I'm looking at it here right now. Last Tuesday, May 13th, they beat the Arizona Diamondbacks 10-6. And then last night, Tuesday, May 20th, they beat the Kansas City Royals 3-2. Oh, wait, did I give a score? We should probably call that in.
Oh, call it.
Not official until you call it in and it gets in the newspaper. Kids, ask your parents what a newspaper is. You got Pat Burrell. He's our appointed caller. Calling Rob Manfred out in New York. Manfred said, I finally got off the phone with Pete Rose and Shoeless Joe Jackson's estates. What do you need? He says, put it in the books, you empty suit. San Francisco Giants 3, Kansas City Royals 2.
Beautiful baseball. Beautiful baseball.
It's a marvelous day in the BAY.
I like America.
Healthy flow.
Winning is fun.
Yeah.
Buster was a winner, bro.
We want to be a gritty, grindy bunch.
Let's go, Wilbur! Yes, sir! And you don't go.
Hey!
New
we
addition.
See?
I like
The
it.
beauty of the organic bit.
It's ever changing.
So if everybody doesn't know what that was, that last guy was from Friday night when Wilmer Flores hit not one, not two, but 3 historic home runs. And 49er rookie D-tackle C.J. West out of Indiana was part of a 49er rookie excursion to the game. And like most kids today, had his phone out when something happened and then filmed both the action and himself, like most kids today. And he was so excited when Wilmer hit his third, we decided to add it to the win package.
Let's go, Wilbur! Yes, sir! And you don't go.
Wait, what's he say at the end there?
Hey, he's the GOAT.
Oh, is that what he said?
The greatest of all time, Murph.
He did
Wilmer
go.
Flores. Can I get an amen?
Well, dude, let's get back to that young arm situation.
Yes, please.
Holy moly. First of all, Hayden Birdsong, welcome back. Dude, by the way, you're 23 years old. This could be the beginning of a beautiful friendship. Yeah, 5 innings, 1 unearned run that is his damn fault. He threw a wild pickoff throwing a wild pitch.
Yeah, after Jung Ho Lee made a great effort, had a sliding play where he almost made the catch. Like, it was almost a web jam, so it was almost a free 90 to get on first, then a free 90 with the pickoff move, and then there was another free 90.
Wild pitch.
Wild pitch.
And then a sack fly. Yeah. That's all he did. Now, they took him out at 80 pitches, and you're like, wait a minute, that seems small.
Yeah, which I didn't like as a man who bet on him having more than 4.5 strikeouts yesterday.
Oh, really?
I got the 4.
He got the 4?
He got the 4, and then I was like 80 pitches, and then
Knocking on the
I'm
door.
sitting there with my boy, and I saw him walking towards the dugout because I was sitting right behind the Giants dugout yesterday.
Ooh.
And I saw him give the handshake to Bob Melvin. I said, oh, no, that's it. We're cooked. He gave him the handshake.
Well-
He goes, what are you talking about? I was like, he gave him the handshake. That's the pitcher-manager handshake. It only happens at the end of an outing.
As Rory the Greek will tell you, that's gambling.
That's it.
That's gambling. So
That's
now, wait
it,
a minute.
kids.
What were you doing down behind the dugout?
I got a couple tickets last night. One of my buddies was in town, so I had the MLO special. She hooked it up with some nice tickets yesterday. So
Go, MLO, go.
My buddy, which you'll get a kick out of this, the biggest diehard Oklahoma City Thunder fan that I know.
And he went to the game with you when his Thunder were playing in
Yeah,
the
a little
Western
bit of a
Conference Finals?
scheduling conflict. He's not the smartest guy in the world, so he was streaming the game on his phone behind the Giants dugout while rocking an OKC Thunder hat right behind the Giants dugout.
Well, he had a happy ending last
Yeah,
night.
exactly. And I told him, I think you're the first person ever to wear an Oklahoma City Thunder hat to a Giants baseball game.
Well, I mean, it certainly would be a small number.
A very small number.
Yeah,
But staying on the basketball tip, we were a few rows behind Brandon Pajemski, who was out there in a City Connect uniform yesterday watching
was
the
wearing the
Giants
City
game.
Connect,
He
too?
was out there in the City Connect.
That's a great celebrity sighting.
Looking like Jack Harlow.
You know, sitting behind the Giants dugout, that's prime cut right there. Bro.
Oh,
That's
it's awesome,
prime-
dude.
that's
You're just like, it's cool like to watch the game, but then you go and you peek into the dugout and you can see Justin Verlander and Logan Webb chopping it up. You kind of see like who are like the buddies on the team and who hangs out in what part of the dugout.
Nice.
It's
buddy.
fun, man. It's a good angle. Shout out to my girl Maria Lopez for the
I got to get
tickets.
some of these MLO tickets.
I know, dude. They're great.
Yeah. Speaking of tickets, I hope everybody will see everybody tonight at the Dwight Clark event, which I'm doing. I'm pinch hitting for Matt Mayoko to help Laura Britt and the whole crew. The 49er, if you're a 49er fan, we'll see you down there. I think there were just a couple tickets left at the Hammer Theater in San Jose. DwightClarkAward.com, and so that'll be fun. We got Demo Lenore's going to be there. Fred Warner's going to be there. Garrison Hurst, Charles Haley, and a special guest you'll enjoy. I know who it is.
What a tease.
So that'll be great. But Giants day game today.
Yeah, Logan Webb on the bump.
12:45, and the Giants. I needed the next two. They gave me the one last night. And getting back to that young arms thing, Birdsong goes 5. Then Randy Rodriguez comes in. We never talk about him as a young arm, but he's
Dirty Randy.
Dirty Randy. All right, okay.
Yeah.
Randy. Shout out, whatchamacallit, Austin Powers. I'm feeling Randy,
You make
baby.
me feel Randy.
And then Kyle Harrison came in, and I'm telling you, that 7th inning that he threw, he blew big league hitters away. Now, Hunter Renfroe did hit a double off him on the 8th and wound up scoring on a couple ground balls. Yeah. But still, there was a lot to like from what you saw from a young Kyle Harrison and a young Hayden Birdsong. And I guess you know what we say right now? Gracias, Farhan Zaidi. 2 Farhan guys.
You just drop a gracias on Farhan?
Why not?
I like it.
A little gracias. yeah. I mean, those were his guys.
Yeah, that's absolutely right.
Yeah.
And we've talked about this before. There are guys from the Farhan era that are going to be a big part of the Buster Posey era moving forward. And it's up to the development of these guys. And we talked about how much pitching depth they do have. So whether it is Hayden Birdsong or Landon Roop or Kyle Harrison, hell, another name we could throw to that list, I think he's actually pre-Farhan, but just sticking to the topic of young arms, Camilo Duvall's still only like 26, 27 years old, right?
27, yeah. And he was pre-Farhan, but yeah.
And he was good last night.
Yeah, he was outstanding. Mm-hmm. He's turning into an absolute dude.
Yeah, and then Ryan Walker nails down the save. Another pre-Farhan
Bobby Evans guy, too. And we should probably shout out probably the biggest play of the night, Pat Bailey throwing out Bobby Witt stealing into the 8th inning. 3-2 ball game. Did I see that was the 100th percentile sprint speed against the 100th percentile pop time?
Patty pop time.
When an immovable, what they say, my dad used to hit me with this, what happens when an immovable object meets an unstoppable force? Is that it?
Oh, you get thrown out at second. That's what happens.
Well, give Adamas love for the catch and the tag on the helmet.
He had 2 nice tags, too. Another one earlier in the night, Patrick Bailey threw somebody out.
Mikael Garcia.
Yeah, and it was a short hop. Willie grabbed it, threw it down real quick. They had to challenge, review it out. Great day behind the plate from Patrick Bailey.
I would say that, Pat Bailey's been an object of scoring for a lot of Giants fans, and last night 0 for 4 with a strikeout down to 179. But I would say, and we'll have to ask Zach Manassian tomorrow, does all that get negated by plays like that last night?
Yeah, well, that's the thing. My buddy who was dumb enough to schedule a Giants game on the same night that his favorite basketball team was playing round 1 of the Western Conference Finals asked me the same question. He goes, what's up with this dude? He's batting like a buck something. Why the hell is he in the lineup? I said, because he's a Gold Glove catcher, and that's why he's in the lineup. That's why I don't sit here and stand for Patrick Bailey slander because of what he does behind the plate. Everybody wants more offensively, obviously, but he's going to be in the lineup every day because of what he does behind the plate. But it's interesting
as to what the balance point is. How good can you be at defense to put up with that bad of an offense? And I guess we're seeing it.
Wow, that's like the F around and find out chart.
Exactly.
The more you F around, the more you find out.
Exactly. The more Pat Bailey goes 0 for 4 and the more he throws out runners, where's the grid? Where's the grid?
Well, Bobby Witt found out last night.
Oh, man, Bobby Witt is that guy's electric. Yeah, that guy's electric. We gotta get that guy out of town real quick. All right, guys. Well, real fun. Giants get it 3-2, 12:45 today. Logan Webb on the mound against the Kansas City Royals. As I'm calling for it, you need to finish up. They're 5-3 on the homestand, 6-3 homestand would be fantastic. All right, I'll say good morning to Tony on the other side. Get the guest list on a happening Wednesday on The Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Opa! Good morning, everybody. We have a new contest this week.
Opa!
We are giving away 2 single-day tickets and a $100 food voucher for the San Jose Greek Festival starting on May 30th. We want you to stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win. When you hear the cue to call, the number to dial is 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, you will win. This is all brought to you by the San Jose Greek Festival. Opa! You can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
And there's a swinging strike three on a high 98-mile-an-hour fastball.
So now a fast runner and a pickoff throw goes down the first base line. Fitzgerald sprinting, hustling to go get it. Then he bobbles the ball. Ramos at first, one out. 1-0 Royals. The pitch. Ramos runs, and Adames hits a high drive. Right center field and deep. Isbell chasing, and he will not get there. It bounces and stays in play. Ramos coming around third. He's going to score. Adames to third, and he's in there. Sliding with a triple. The 0-1. He swings and hits a base hit into left field. A low liner. Past Garcia, Adames scores, Schmidt drives in the go-ahead run. It's 2-1 Giants here in the bottom of the fourth.
Oh, there it is. Dave Fleming on the call, and the definitely unusual but memorable warm-up music for Hayden Birdsong. He's going Bublé. He got Bublé'd.
That's it. The Royals last night got Bublé'd.
All right, so Hayden Birdsong, that's pretty cool that he does that. It's different, it's unusual, it's kind of fun.
Birds flying high.
Listen to you, buddy. You got a little Bublé in you.
Yeah, exactly. I've been Bublé'd before.
I've said this before, I'll say it again. When he came out trying to become the new Bing Crosby Christmas guy, I was like, dude, take a walk. But you know what? He did the damn thing. He did the damn thing. I think he's now become a part of Christmas.
Mm-hmm, he definitely has.
Does, so I'm going to give him his credit.
It's not Christmas season unless you're getting Bublé'd.
That's you. You're a single man. You can get more Bublé'd. But anyway, Willie Adames, that triple you played, just a nice piece of hitting. Go where it's pitched. Fastball in the outer half of the plate. Take it to right center field, buddy. Nicely done. I was looking at his splits. In the last 28 days, if you just want to go last month, he's improved. Hitting 245 with a 791 OPS. So, I mean, the last week he's been a little cold, but the last month, it's different than that first month.
Yeah, he's definitely hit it up. I know he's talked about this publicly, how he usually traditionally gets off to a slow start. So it's good news for the Giants if he starts heating up, and they got off to this kind of start after Willie Adames got off to a slow start.
I mean, he's still hitting 220, and his OPS is still 662, so there's still plenty of room for improvement.
Oh, absolutely. But a few weeks ago, he was barely at the Mendoza line.
He is in the last week a little cold. A 4 for his last 22, but last night he did the damn thing. Casey Schmidt, guys. I mean, last couple nights, well, first, I've always been a fan. Listen, I got my kid the Casey Schmidt 6 jersey, all right, with the small letters.
That's one of the rarest jerseys
That's how far back
in
we
Giants
go.
history. A number 6 Casey Schmidt jersey before Bob Melvin came into town and said, hey, give me that number 6 off your back.
With the small letters.
Yeah, with the small letters.
Bad small letters.
Fanatics, dude. Hopefully you didn't get the pants that matched.
Well, no.
Yeah.
No, we're not going there.
Yeah, we're not going there.
So, yeah, if you do that, you might get buble.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You never know.
So, yeah, those small letters were such a disaster. But so I've always been a fan. The great attitude, the great personality, and the homegrown bat and all that. But, he had his classic. We used to compare him to Matt Williams. Matt Williams, who became one of the great Giants and then Cleveland Indians and just great players of the 80s and 90s and even into the 00s. He struggled for almost a full year learning how to hit big league breaking balls. And you could see the same thing with Casey Schmidt. Remember, I think we had Matt Williams on. He said, yep, I see a lot of myself in him. No, he's not gotten in Matt Williams. But long way of saying his last couple of nights, his at-bats have been pretty good, and he got an RBI knock last night.
Yeah, and it was also just kind of cool to see him back at third base last night. Like on a rare off day for Matt Chapman.
Dude,
there was
first
actually
off day of the season.
Yeah, and so there was actually a play. I believe it was Bobby Witt hit a chopper down the line, and I turned to my boy. I was like, oh, Bobby Witt's got the burners. He's going to beat this out. No Matt Chapman. I was like, oh, wait. Casey Schmidt has almost as strong as an arm as Matt Chapman. I mean, we talked about him when he first debuted as a rookie and how we thought he was going to be the future of the hot corner because he was a minor league gold glover and has a cannon from across the diamond. There he was tossing out Bobby Witt from across the diamond, filling in nicely for Matt Chapman yesterday.
Yeah, and interesting for Chappie because, he had a rough day at the plate, I think, on the Sunday, and they told him to sit. It made me think about just how freaking bonkers that Cal Ripken streak is because, Chapman plays so much and we love him so much. You're like, you got to give him a day. No, out in Baltimore, they didn't give him a day for 20 years, dude. So, and that became a problem, near the end. People thought Ripken was being selfish and dragging down the team.
Yeah.
The streak alive.
Trying to get that record.
Yeah, because the production started to wane.
Yeah.
But still, what are you going to say? It's Cal freaking Ripken.
Yeah, it's Cal.
What are you going to do? Let's say good morning to young Tony. He's getting the horns. Get the horns. The horns are now becoming the Tony horns. Good morning, young Tone. How are you, brother?
Good morning.
How was your Tuesday?
It was eventful. It was a lot going on. Yeah.
Give me some.
So I finished the show, went straight home, had a bit of a last-minute dentist appointment.
Uh-oh.
So I went over to the
dental emergency?
Not a dentist. I mean, it was. They sent me a statement. There was a little bit of a mix-up. Insurance didn't cover some of the last.
Wait. Cue whatever laugh track you want. Wait a minute. You work for Cumulus. How can that be? How can that be? Thank you very much.
No, just a minor detail.
So you drove over there furious and started throwing things around?
Not really. I drove over there. Nice people. Mikey listens to the show in demo, by the way. Mikey,
hey, what's up, Mikey?
Wait a minute. Put that guy in a glass case.
Big fan of the show.
Nobody touch Mikey.
Hey, let
Mikey be Mikey.
Says we have great organic discussion.
Okay.
Nothing
Mikey.
planned.
Organic.
Mikey.
Yeah.
Come on, Mikey.
Our biggest fan. I walked into the dentist office. He's like, dude, I didn't realize we had a celebrity coming in today. I was like, all right.
By the way, he said nothing planned organic. Has he met John Joe Curley?
Oh, yeah.
You guys want to see this?
He doesn't want to see those rundowns.
He wants us to read freaking. He wants to be like a spelling bee.
It's okay, Mikey. We don't read them anyways.
Yeah. Being organic means ignoring John Joe's rundowns. Yes,
exactly.
So anyway, so you went over to kick up a fuss.
So New Era Dentistry is the place in Danville. Dr. Partwright, my dentist, also listens to the show. A lot of fans
is he
out
throwing
there.
out these plugs to get free fillings?
No, dude.
Yeah, what's up? You got an extra couple cavities you need taken care of?
So anytime we go to any establishment, they say shout them out, give them some love. They listen.
So
to
what
the
happened? You had a dispute?
Yeah, just a regular cleaning. You take some X-rays. You got to pay for them. They're expensive. This, that, the other. But anyway, just a good, eventful afternoon.
Tony does have thing. Had you forgotten that you had the appointment?
No, so it's a very big deal.
All right, just move on.
Yeah, I needed to get in there regardless. I was due for one, but then there was a dispute.
Too much detail. How was the rest of your Tuesday?
Fantastic. The Giants game was great. Nice 4-mile run before that too.
Did you have braces growing up?
I did.
You got a good smile.
Had to get.
What about you, Murphy? You have braces?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, good teeth. Me,
How about you?
Nah, I don't got
your
braces.
choppers are solid.
Yeah, I got a decent set of choppers, but no, never had braces.
A high degree of evolution that you didn't have to wear, but let me see them right now.
No, I don't want to show them off on stream.
Do you have a snaggle?
You got to pay. The bottom row is not the greatest.
4-mile jog.
Yeah.
Impressive.
Before the dentist appointment, by the way. I was like, I'm not messing around.
You take a shower before you show up?
I did as well, yeah.
Right.
What a man.
What was your pace on the 4-mile jog?
8:34.
All right, that's very, very reasonable. Right. Very reasonable.
You didn't do beta breakers this past weekend.
I should have. I had some friends tell me I should have.
You're the
I've
running
done
man.
one beta breakers. It was fun. Fun to check that box. It was fun.
I've never done it.
You should, just for one.
I just want to do it. Just to wake up and drink.
I just remember we were all in the back, but we were like the last 5,000, the guys who were bringing up the rear, and there was a guy who just kept yelling, "We must catch the Kenyans! We must catch the Kenyans!" Making me laugh because there was, there's always these Kenyan runners came in and would win every year. And the guy just was yelling that from the back. And then you'd see people peel off in Golden Gate Park and relieve themselves.
Yeah,
You're like, all right.
I understand.
A little foreshadowing of what the city would turn into. Yes.
Who would have known?
All right, what do we got today, bud?
All right, well, coming up at 7:15, what did Young Tony ask today? The 35th edition. Shout out KD.
Wow. Shout out Justin Verlander, still trying to get a win.
Shout out Brandon Crawford.
Yeah.
There we go.
The curse of
Shout
45.
out Rich Aurelia as well. Let's not forget. My
Richie
guy.
Rich.
Shout out Dexter Carter.
All right, Mike
going?
Kruko's going to join us at 7:30. The big hit's going to be at 7:50. Cooler content 8:30, and then Mike Sando covers the NFL. This is his 27th season. Marcus, I'm 26. Just so you know, he's going to join the show at 9:15. We'll talk a little 49ers football.
You know what? I'd urge people to stick around the show just to hear the landline of a Mike Sando.
Oh, it's fantastic.
Absolutely incredible connection coming your way. All right, Birdsong and Harrison. What they have to say next on the Sports Leader.
The more you around, the more you're going to find out.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Swing and a miss. Ooh, hard slider that broke sharply off the outside corner. And the count is 2-2, 91 miles an hour. Looking out past the pitcher into the bright sunshine. And there's a swinging strike three on a high 98-mile-an-hour fastball.
Oh, listen to Tony. Listen to young Tony. Turn it up. Oh, this is the radio version. I see, but turn it up right here, buddy. So if you know, you know, right? If you don't know, we'll tell you. The theme song from one of the greatest sitcoms in the history of America, Cheers, 1982 to 1993. And if you didn't know, we lost the iconic George Wendt, who played one word and one word only, Norm. Or as they said, Norm, every time he walked into the bar. And in the early seasons, Diane would then say, Norman. And this is a tough one for me, Marcus. Now, I would use this as a tease. Stick around for the cooler of content. Because we'll have a bunch of the Norm entries, the famous Norm entries, and thank God for the internet. Somebody strung together 18 and a half minutes of every entry he ever made. Wow. So, and everybody has a favorite one, you know. Norm, what are you up to, Norm? My ideal weight, if I was 11 feet tall. Norm, what's up? My nipples, it's freezing out there. Norm, how's life, Norm? Not for the squeamish. On and on and on. Norm, what are you thinking about, Norm? I'm thinking about what to do before I have my second beer. Why don't we have a first beer to kill time and mean time? This is the radio version. I prefer just the next time we'll just do the TV version, which is only 60 seconds.
Ooh.
Do you remember back in the pandemic we did our top 3 TV theme songs?
We did.
And you had a couple I'd never heard that were kind of fun.
I hit you with a Pimp My Ride.
Yeah, okay, but there was another one that was like your...
Oh, we did the Keenan and Kel.
Yeah.
All that also, that theme song.
That was it. Yeah. So Marcus repped that generation, and we all had ours, and my number one was Cheers. So this was actually, for those of a certain generation, and even Curly, who's in his early 30s, he got super into Cheers. He's an old soul, too.
Yeah, he was just telling us that he would play the theme song at his wedding reception.
At his wedding reception, he requested the theme song for Cheers.
That's insane.
Yeah. Give me the, hey, Young, so just give me the tight TV one.
Keep it tight.
It was 83 to 90. Here it is. This is how, yeah. And they had the old-timey pictures, you know what I mean? And this was a time, so simpler time, man. No cell phones. Nobody's rolling tape on you. You're just home with your mom and dad watching Cheers, and it was like, it was the place you wanted to go, right? You'd hope that's our show, right? That's the idea, right?
Anyway. You mentioned that, and I am a little jealous that I never really got to experience life of going to a bar where people don't have cell phones.
Yeah.
Like, what a concept.
Yeah.
Because you'll go to cell phones, or you'll go to bars sometimes, and people are just stuck on their cell phone the entire time. We're like, we're at a bar, people. Let's talk a little.
You are an old soul yourself.
What a concept.
Young Tony, did you have any knowledge of Cheers and or Norm and his famous entries?
From you guys. I remember the bar stories you've always told me. I think there's a couple for What Did I Learn Today, which I'm sure we'll do another one for George Wendt.
Yeah,
R.I.P.
Yeah, R.I.P. Too soon, 76.
Now, have you been to the actual bar in Boston?
You know what's funny? I've been by it, but I think it was like closed or I didn't, something. So the answer is no.
Yeah,
I know where it is.
I had the same problem. I was out drunk in Boston, walking around a little bit too late with our boss, Mike Holler, and we saw the sign. We're like, hey, let's go in. Let's grab a beer. Let's go where everybody knows our name. And then it was closed.
It's funny. I get emotional. The last episode was a really good final episode. Not every final episode is good on shows, but the last episode was really, really, really good. They hit it. They nailed it. And the final scene, the final minute and a half, Norm and Sam are the last two. And I'm actually going to get freaking emotional right now. Norm and Sam are the last two in the bar. And it's just like I watched it yesterday, and I couldn't wipe the grin off my face or the tear out of my eye. Because, I get sappy here, but my mom and dad were alive again. Watching that stuff, they were alive again. So anyway, we'll miss you, George. We'll miss you, Norm. And thank you for a decade plus of American pop culture. We'll do that in the cooler. So I'll tell you one sports story for him. First of all, here's one. He was one of the main guys in Da Bears skit on SNL.
Da Bears.
With Chris Farley. He certainly had the build for it, right? And then 1989, Giants-Cubs NL Championship Series. Game 4 Sunday night. My sister gets me tickets. I drive up from L.A. She's so great. We're sitting in good seats, upper box, good seats right behind home plate. I don't know how she got them. She won the lottery. Ticketmaster.
Might have got them from Maria Lopez.
Probably.
You never know.
And sitting in the section right next to me, like only a few seats away, was George Wendt. And he was a Cubs guy. He's from Chicago. He's a Chicago guy all the way. And I was like, freaking Norm. Oh, my God, it's more better than Will Clark. Norm. I was like, but he's a Cubs fan. Kind of a bummer. But he's also related to Jason Sudeikis. And Sudeikis does little things in Ted Lasso that pays tribute to, I think there's a picture of him in a scene or two. Because it's like his cousin. It's like his first cousin. Like they were friendly. And like it's kind of amazing to have that kind of comedy chops in your family, Sudeikis and Wendt. And there's a theory that in season 2 of Lasso, there's a character named Sam has a romance with a character named Rebecca. And those are the Cheers characters. There's a theory that Sudeikis did that as kind of a tribute to his buddy, his cousin.
Nice little film theory.
Yeah. Never proven, but a theory.
All right.
All right. Yeah, a lot of people checking in on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. 831 says, in college, we'd play beer cheers. We would select a character, and when that character talked, you had to drink a beer.
Nice.
So, and 415 points out, he did other things, too. He did a Seinfeld episode when George met George Wendt at NBC and suggests they do an episode. So that's right. George Costanza has a guy that tells George Wendt, he goes, why don't you guys do an episode somewhere other than the bar? 510 says, is Tony aware there used to be a Cheers in Sunnyvale? That would be Marcus.
Yeah, was there?
Yeah, 408 says.
I'm not aware, no.
The Cheers bar's real name is called the Bull and Finch. Bull and Finch. 714. Everybody wants to do their favorite lines all the time. 707. One of the big famous ones, Young Tone, is they said, what's going on, Norm? And he said he would walk down the bar and just turn the corner and get his beer. He would enter, hang his coat. Good evening, everybody. And everybody says, Norm. And then Diane says, Norman. And then he walks down the bar and gets his one-liner off. But they said to him one time, what's the story, Norm? He said, it's a dog-eat-dog world, Sammy, and I'm wearing milk bone underwear. That was like the...
milk bone underwear.
That was the legendary
That's a hell of a line.
So, and here's a guy, 408 says, I'm 33 in the demo. Losing Norm was a hard one to swallow yesterday, and hearing that theme song is a tough one now. So anyway.
It is cool how I know a lot of people my age, John Joe Curley's age, Copes' age, even Young Tony a little bit too, but like we all grew up with Nick at Night.
Yeah.
Where there was Cheers or Happy Days or Full House. And like, so some of these older shows we still got to watch.
That's awesome. Yeah. God bless Nick at Night for doing that for you guys. 209 clarifying, it says George Wendt is Jason Sudeikis' uncle. Okay, well, good. All good stuff. Hey, it's sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health. World-class care, closer than you think. We did tease a little Birdsong and Harrison here. So you were out there. You saw Hayden Birdsong. Dude, he's 23. Grant Brisbee wrote a really nice piece in The Athletic this morning. He's done a really nice job in Andy Baggerly's absence. Bags comes back, I think, pretty soon from his sabbatical. But his story was like, did you notice there was a 23-year-old Hayden Birdsong and a 23-year-old Kyle Harrison there? Did you notice that the future was playing out right before your eyes last night?
Murph, I've thought about this way before last night. I mean, you know how much I love paying attention to pitching prospects, going out and watching Kyle and Landon Rube and Hayden Birdsong down in San Jose before they fully developed, got through the minor league system. I've gone out and I've watched Carson Wisenhunt, and I've talked to you off air about how I play MLB The Show, and I have my franchise, and I took over as president of baseball operations for Buster Posey, and my pitching rotation is Logan Webb, Kyle Harrison, Hayden Birdsong, Landon Rube, and Carson Wisenhunt. Think about that. Like, that's your future right there. I know right now we got Robbie Ray and Justin Verlander, and Jordan Hicks just got moved to the bullpen, but if you're looking towards the future of the Giants and what Buster Posey is building, when it's surrounded by pitching and defense, it starts with that rotation. And it seems like they have 5 guys moving forward now. It's asking a lot for all these prospects to pan out, no doubt about it. But just think about that for a second. When we were a year or two away from John Brebbia opening every other game. For sure. Now there's a possibility of having 5 homegrown starters in your rotation sooner, maybe, rather than later.
And and this is what Buster knows is this park. Here's the stat that Grant Brisbee had. Said it was he does a really good job of, he can work Baseball Reference stat reference really well. He can look up these stats. This was the 1,199th regular season night game at the park. In the 465th time, the Giants limited their opponents to 2 runs or fewer. So that's literally like 25%, more than 25% of the time, and they're 418 and 47 in those games.
Wow.
So this is what they do. The Royals scored 2 last night. I mean, this is what they do. It's cold, it's spacious, and the Giants theoretically will have good pitching. Kane, Bumgarner, Lincecum, Brian Wilson, Sergio Romo, on and on and on. Javi Lopez, you name it, Jeremy Affeldt. Now, Harrison, Birdsong. Listen, Randy Rodriguez, put him in he's kind of that. Randy Rodriguez in a dream world is like part of that core 4. You know, like he'd be one of those guys. And then Doval's only 27.
Yeah.
Doval. And
Ryan Walker, I think, is 28.
28, something like that, yeah. And your guy Wisenhunt, as we say.
Yeah.
Do we have an age on him? He's a little older.
He's 24.
Okay.
I think 24. Yeah, he was a guy who went through college, a little bit of a different path, but that's why I think he's kind of knocking on the path right now. We'll talk to Zach Manassian tomorrow morning all about Carson Westhunt's development because he's gone 4 straight games now with 7 innings pitched. Like he's throwing well.
I teased what these guys had to say. Melvin, Birdsong, Harrison. We got on a little Norm digression, gratefully. So we'll do that next on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader.
Amici's, let's go. It's graduation season. It's May 21st. We're starting to graduate. That means graduation parties. That means Amici's Pizza feeding you at your graduation parties. What are we talking? High school graduation? Are we talking college graduation? Are we talking middle school graduation? Anyway, it's no excuse, or I should say it's any excuse to have Amici's cater your graduation party, right? Put out the spread, bring in a Detroit-style pizza, bring in a few New York York-style pizzas, bring in those trays of pastas. Bring in those salads in trays, too. Bring in those trays of wings. Everybody's happy, particularly the graduate, I should say. A catering menu for large groups is where you go. You order everything in economical way to feed a large group. Order everything buffet style. It's awesome. It's the way to go. Check out the catering menu at Amici's.com. It's party season. It's graduation season. And it's pizza season. So it's a perfect graduation answer. 2 words. Amici's.
I just want some pizza.
KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
2 down, nobody on. Now the pitch. Bouncer to third. Slowly hit. Charged by Schmidt, and he throws him out at first. And that's it. The Giants hang on to win a one-run game, beating the Royals 3-2.
There it is. Marcus was out there among 32,000 in their City Connects getting that win. We called it in. Giants 29-20. And by the way, I was ready for them to say, you ready for this? They could have been tied for the freaking lead in the NL West. But did you see the Dodgers scored 3 in the bottom of the 10th?
I saw that.
To barely escape of what would be lost to the Arizona. Arizona scored 2 in the top of the 10th. Dodgers answered with 3 in the bottom of the 10th. Giants won out in the West, and the Padres lost. Padres actually fell behind the Giants in the standings.
Who'd they lose to last night?
Let me tell you that right now, buddy. I'm gonna get you that for my little MLB.
Toronto Blue Jays.
Okay.
They lost 3-0 to Walters Blue Jays.
Who pitched for the Blue Jays?
Ooh, let me see.
Was it Gosman? He said now even though they have fewer losses than the Giants, their win percentage is lower than the Giants.
Chris Bassett got the win yesterday.
Okay.
Forever A.
Forever A. Somebody keep up cool in the gang. So yeah, Dodgers are 30-19. The Giants are 29-20. Giants are just a flat 1 game behind the Dodgers. The Padres have played fewer games. They're 27-19, but their win percentage is behind the Giants. So hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Let's
Hell yeah.
go,
Hell yeah.
Man. So 29-20, 1 game out in the West. Oh, by the way, if you're just kind of planning your Memorial Day weekend in terms of your Giants, 12:45 today. We mentioned that a day game. Lynch, lefty, pitching for the Royals. Watch out. We got a lefty. Yes, Young Tone?
Opener. He's an opener. He's never started this year.
As we said, he's been out of the bullpen this year. Okay, so they're going opener. All right, fine. We'll take your opener, and we'll see you with the literally the most durable starter in baseball. So the heck with you guys. For sure. Oh, there it is again.
Again, what a difference. We're talking about Logan Webb, the guy who's the most reliable pitcher in baseball, maybe, back-to-back years leading the league in innings pitch, going against an opener today. How far we've came over the last couple of years.
It's almost ironic.
Yeah, it's poetic, some would say.
So the Giants have yet another off Thursday. They have all 4 Thursdays in May off, which is good for them. And then, guys, are you ready for the trip back to the nation's capital? Going to go play my in-laws' Washington Nationals Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Then they have it's a 3-city roadie. I thought they were done with 3-city roadies, but they're not. And they go to Detroit. The Tigers are good. Unfortunately, they got a tough assignment. They go Sunday morning in D.C. Then they got to fly up for a morning game in Detroit to play a good Tigers team on Memorial Day. Shout out Memorial Day in Detroit, Michigan. That's what they're going to do. And then they got to wing it down to Miami. Then they got to wing it from Miami all the way back and take on the Padres here with no off day. So a little bit of a tough situation. With Padres coming in for 4 next homestand.
Oh, it should be popping at Oracle Park.
Yeah, it should be for sure. I need a few of those. So anyway, guys, that's the deal. Hey, I failed to mention that, and here we go, everybody. Plug your ears, because here come the young kids. We're giving away 2 single-day tickets for the San Jose Greek Festival.
Opa!
Jesus H. Starting on, can I say that? Starting on May 30th. The festival, $100 food voucher. That might be worth another OPA.
Opa!
All right, there you go. Stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour. Wait, why can't we give these out in the 6 a.m. hour so you guys stop yelling OPA?
Opa! It's a good thing. It's a good thing.
That's why.
Kirk in San Francisco yesterday heard the OPA, and he won the tickets.
Hey, Opa Kirk.
I thought, I was like, man, only a few more days of this. And Marcus goes, no, the festival's not till the 30th.
Yeah, we got a few more days. But Murph, there I was last night screaming after a couple of Hayden Birdsong strikeouts. Opa!
Well, he'd be like, remember the story that Birdsong is like translated Vogelsong? Remember that?
Oh, that's right.
So I think it's more Germanic than Greek here, buddy.
Yeah, Opa.
So anyway, here he is himself, Hayden Birdsong, after the game with that mug of his on getting through 5 innings. Now, Marcus wanted more, but I think they're doing the ramp up coming out of the bullpen.
Right
80
around
pitches.
80 pitches, yeah.
Hayden Birdsong got through 5.
It was important, obviously, for the team. It was ideal. So then Harry didn't have to come in early and throw 3 or 4 or whatever he had to throw. But it was ideal that I could have my pitch count and actually get through 5 and have a chance to get a win or whatever. But it was good.
You think Verlander walked by his locker and said, must be nice?
Yeah.
Must be nice.
All these kids getting wins, and I can't get one.
He's got 2 now.
Yeah.
He's 2-0.
But it's his first start of the season, and he's getting wins.
Yeah, 1 for 1. Mm-hmm. Verlander's like, you gotta be kidding me.
Hayden Birdsong.
Oh, we haven't even talked about this peck issue with Verlander, where they took him out after 4, and they acknowledge now that it's a peck. Shout out to the days when I used to have pecks. And so something to watch, guys. Something to watch.
No doubt. His velo was down a few miles per hour. Still pretty sick to be throwing 92 at 42 years old with an injured pec. But yeah, something to keep an eye on.
Speaking of velocity, was the highlight last night. Birdsong 98.4 high cheese on Bobby Witt.
Yes, I think the answer is yes.
Struck him out in the first inning. He said, man, here it is. You're a young star. I'm a young star. Let's go. Here's my best. What do you got?
I'll challenge you. And he won that battle.
Yeah, the little elevated cheese. Mm-hmm. When did you like to throw the high fastball, Marcus?
Usually 0-2 count, try to get it up above the zone, and if they don't swing, then it sets up a slider low and away or a curveball down in the dirt.
Beautiful.
Always changing eye level.
Beautiful. Here's Kyle Harrison, who was throwing hard last night, right?
Yes, he was.
Were you checking the gun on him?
I saw a couple 97s on the gun last night for Kyle.
Some 97s. He did give up 1 double to Hunter Renfroe, but that 7th inning when he just absolutely sliced through the Royals in the 7th, it was a very good sign of what's going to come. So now coming out of the bullpen, Kyle, how's it going?
Yeah, just a little different, a little bit of an adjustment, but, it comes down to get guys out and compete your butt off, and that's what I'm going to try to do. And, sucks to give up that one today, but oh well, the team got the win, so can't complain.
I mean, give up 1. Renfroe doubled. He's a big league hitter, and then ground ball gets him to 3rd, and then the chopper Witt hits. Duvall can't beat him to the bag, so it wasn't like he got lit up.
Yeah, no, that's the speed.
Yeah, 100%.
Bobby Witt,
Who then tries to steal second, and Pat Bailey throws him out.
Pop time, Patty.
More Kyle Harrison on working with other pitchers. Says the staff's been preparing him for all this. Yeah,
for sure. I think it was good having Birdie in that spot. It was me and him, and then obviously he got bumped up. So I learned from him kind of in the short kind of things. And but no, I'm bouncing ideas off Miller, Walker, Raj. I'm bouncing ideas off everyone. Any way I could get an advantage, I'm going to try to do it. So those guys have been great to me, and they kind of let me know what's going on and what to expect. So yeah, having fun with it.
Shout out the mound presence of a Kyle Harrison.
Yes.
He definitely has an act out there, doesn't he?
He's definitely got, not full Madison Bumgarner, but he's you can tell he has some confidence on the mound. And he seems pissed off when he doesn't throw strikes, which was one of the best things about it last night. 16 pitches, 12 strikes, competing in the zone all night long.
There's something about, he's got a style. He's got the way when he brings the glove up, it's kind of like he's engaging now in battle. And there's a precision to his footwork out there that's very choreographed. I like it.
Oh yes,
I like it.
A very repeatable motion, and he has a presence on the mound, which is what you're looking for a guy that's demanding respect when he's trying to blow it by you at 96, 97.
Funny, Birdsong's stuff is so good, but he hasn't truly developed a presence. He's kind of just out there.
It's also just a look of a Hayden Birdsong.
The mug. The mug is it's a simple mug.
Yeah.
Almost a sad, droopy mug. But, But it's not, that's incorrect. It's just more of a youthful mug.
It's a very young mug.
Yeah.
I've compared it to the scene from Little Rascals, the movie, not the TV show, but when the two kids stack up on top of each other in the trench coat and they try to go get a loan from the bank. That's what Hayden Birdsong reminds me of.
He's real tall and with a kid's face. But he's got the stuff, that's for sure.
Yeah, he does.
Meanwhile, Bob Melvin on Birdsong coming out of the bullpen and going 5.
Well, coming from the bullpen to start, it's a different mindset. He hadn't gone 5 times up. That's what we were looking at, at tops for him today. A different intensity to it, more going out there as a starter and kind of pacing yourself a little bit more than coming out of the bullpen. First time he's done it this year. Not a surprise that he handled it well.
Yeah, he did. And yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's a different approach, obviously, when you're the starting pitcher versus the relieving pitcher. I saw some quotes from Birdsong also talking about the difference of showing up to the ballpark and not knowing whether or not he was going to pitch that night versus being a starter. You're locked in. You go through your morning routine. You get your stretches. You even got time to stop by the gas station to pick up some Zins.
I was about to go to the gas station, actually, to go get some Zins.
Hey, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader and Cumulus.
It's all about those routines,
media
Murph.
station. 707 says, multiple people said this Birdsong has a Gunnar Henderson look from the Orioles.
Yeah.
He does.
He looks like every prospect from the Orioles.
That's true, too.
Yeah,
510 says, what do you give me for him and Shaggy from Scooby-Doo?
Okay.
What do you think about that?
I can see it a little bit.
And a different 510 says, is Bobby Witt Jr. trying to cop a Bryce Harper look? See that at all?
Tight pants a little bit.
Multiple people, 360-818 and 916, all separately said they think Kyle Harrison sounds a lot like Brandon Crawford. They were confused. What do you think? Why don't you play that Harrison?
For sure.
again?
I think it was good having Birdie in that spot. It was me and him, and then obviously he got bumped up. So I learned from him kind of in the short kind of things. And but no, I'm bouncing ideas off Miller, Walker, Raj. I'm bouncing ideas off everyone. Any way I could get an advantage, I'm going to try to do it. So those guys have been great to me, and they kind of let me know what's going on and what to expect. So. Yeah, having fun with it.
I hear it a little bit, but he's way more energetic.
Yeah, I'd say at the beginning, the for sure, and the end. Then he kind of morphed back into Kyle Harrison, but you can hear a little bit crawling there.
A little bit,
That's
too.
that Bay Area baseball sound.
There it is, buddy. That's a good call. And they're from very similar areas, too. Danville, Pleasanton, nearby. Shout out 680. Shout out KNBR 680.
That's it.
And Bob Melvin on Kyle Harrison, on this kid who's now back, man. He started down in AAA, probably wasn't too happy. Who knows what was going on behind the scenes with his head and his emotions, as he was told. He went from thinking he was going to start this year in the opening day rotation to, bro, you're going to Sacramento.
I mean, last year he was in the starting rotation and I believe had the second most innings pitched by any pitcher in the Giants rotation. And then he goes into the shutdown mode after dealing with the ankle injury where he hurt it during his workout. That led to shoulder problems. It led to a long offseason of him trying to get that velocity back. Then he shows up down in spring training and he's sick the first couple weeks. We hear about how he lost 10 to 15 pounds because he's constantly throwing up and can't hold anything down in his stomach, which affected him in spring training. So it definitely took a longer kind of get ready period to ramp up Kyle Harrison. But now it looks like he's back channeling that inner 96, 97, 98 that we saw from him his rookie year.
Yeah, a real strong, the way the ball's coming out of his hand, the velo, it's exploding. That's the word I'm looking for. It's exploding out of his hand. And here's Melvin on that kid, Kyle Harrison.
He was up, and then he had to sit down and wait another inning after we got Randy up. So that, to me, was most impressive. Kept the velo up. With the workload, we needed him to, pitch an inning, maybe two, is kind of what we were looking at today. So I thought he handled it really well. He ended up getting nicked up with a run, even though, it's just a little ground ball to first base. But, with Duvall on the mound. But I thought he pitched really well.
He did. Get used to it. Number 45 and number 60. So 45 Harrison, 60 Birdsong. Start seeing those jerseys around.
You're going to like these kids.
As opposed to wearing your number 6 Casey Schmidt jersey. So I guess, and Curly says he wants to ask the question of the day, so was it the right move to move Jordan Hicks to the bullpen? I think low-key, we were all thinking this in January and February. Even nice enough to have him up at the Napa Fan Fest and everything, but I think everybody was like, damn, I'm not totally sure that Jordan Hicks is that guy as a starter.
Yeah.
And then they were just like, no, he's the guy. He's the guy. We're like, okay, hopeful. And that opening start in Houston was fantastic, but since then it's been a struggle. So, yeah, I think everybody, I think if you survey Giants fans, particularly because Birdsong and Harrison are homegrown kids, and you got a chance to ride with these guys, and and Hicks is here. He's been here 2 years, but he's from out of town, and he's not a traditional starter. I think the landslide vote from fans would be yes, it was the right move.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
And it was my take even going into the season. We did our Giants roundtable up at the Presidio, and we asked the question, who has the most to prove? And my answer was Jordan Hicks, because to me, I didn't think he proved last season that he should be the number 4 starter going into the season. And we talked about the open competition down at spring training for that 5th spot in the rotation. I thought that Jordan Hicks should have fought for that 4th spot down in spring training. And if we're being brutally honest with you, Hayden Birdsong and Landon Roop both outpitched him in spring training. And that's why I thought starting the season, those guys would get the rotation spots. Obviously, when different, Birdsong went to the bullpen, but now we're seeing Birdsong get the chance in the starting rotation, and I think he's going to stick around for a little bit. So I don't mind sending Jordan Hicks back to the bullpen because we've seen him succeed in that role before. Honestly, the only issue I had would have maybe been the timing of all this. I thought maybe if you could stretch out Jordan Hicks as a starter to the trade deadline, boost up his value a little bit, then maybe you could flip him as a starting pitcher. But who knows? Maybe he has value in this bullpen or somebody else, somewhere else in a different bullpen moving down the road.
415 says Hicks has showed he's not a starter. He's better out of the pen and can definitely throw gas. Although Monday night he looked like he was a little out of sorts. Dude, 916, bro, you're killing me. He says, I can't get over how much Birdsong looks like the killer from the original Dirty Harry. Bro, are you going Scorpio on me? The Scorpio? Dude, that guy had a hell of a look. You guys original Dirty Harry guys?
Oh, yeah,
Scorpio had a hell of a look. He did. And so does Birdsong. And yeah, when I think Dirty Harry has his foot on his throat at Kezar, I believe. You can see the mug. It's kind of, there's a Birdsong vibe. You know what's super underrated in that movie is that there's a scene at Kezar and there's a scene in like what appears to be like the manager's office or the equipment guy's office, and there's a Raiders pennant up. Yeah, there's a Raiders pennant up because the Raiders did play at Kezar in the early days. Mm-hmm. But I always wonder, like, was that left over from the 61, 62 season or what? Or was like, is Clint a Raiders fan? I don't know. He's from Oakland. So
maybe he's a Raider fan.
Yeah.
Maybe it all makes sense. And I mean, this all makes sense because we have heard Kyle Harrison referred to as Dirty Harry before.
Have we?
Papa calls him Dirty Harry. Right. And even that clip, the clip we just played from Birdsong, he called him Harry.
Yeah.
Harry in the bullpen. So we got Dirty Harry and the Scorpio killer.
Well, there you go, guys. Just a little, it's the story of the morning pretty much. The Hayden Birdsong, Kyle Harrison combo. Yes, Randy Rodriguez pitched. Yes, Camilo Doval pitched. Yes, Ryan Walker pitched. And Walker, by the way, is everybody okay now, or are we still iffy? I'm going to tell you I'm still a little iffy.
I'm feeling more comfortable with Ryan Walker. I still stand by my take that I think by the end of the season, Camilo Doval will reclaim that closer role, but glad to see both of them be successful last night. Both of them got the light show, something that I do want to put out there.
Double light show,
Yeah, Camilo Doval's getting the light show in the 8th inning when he came in. Ryan Walker also changed his warm-up music. It's no longer Bombs for Bagpipes from Baghdad by Eminem. Switched it up to a different song.
Okay, so since he blew the game in Minnesota on May 11th, which sucked, remember that? They were going to win that game, and then they got swept. Mm-hmm. Since then, Wednesday, May 14th against Arizona, Saturday, May 17th against the A's, Sunday, May 18th against the A's, and Tuesday, May 20th against the Royals. 4 spotless innings with no hits allowed and no runs.
Yeah, and think about that bullpen overall. That has been one of, if not the best bullpens in baseball this season.
I think statistically the best.
Yeah, and so you look at the stats, and I know some people will get up in arms anytime we mention Tyler Rogers as the new Tyler Rogers Brandon Belt Wars and whether or not he should be pitching the 8th inning or not. But like, in my opinion, now with Jordan Hicks in the bullpen, you've got 4 legit guys who could close out games for you. Ryan Walker, Camilo Doval, Randy Rodriguez, and Jordan Hicks is now in that conversation. I would keep Tyler in that 7th, 8th inning role, but there are options in that bullpen, which makes it easier for a young pitching staff if they're not working into the 7th, 8th inning every night like our guy Logan Webb does.
I would say that those are things we discuss with our Thursday guests, and our next 2 are going to be Zach Manassian tomorrow and Buster Posey next week. Those are definitely things we can ask. But I'd be remiss in not teasing tomorrow's Thursday guest. That's right. Are you ready? Shout out the $265 million man, Brock Purdy.
Brock Purdy!
Going to make his first post-contract radio appearance on our show. Big applause. Give me the big applause right there, baby. Tomorrow at 7 a.m.-ish, depending on his workout. He's probably going to be doing freaking squats. No one's seeing those thighs.
Oh, Quadzilla.
You know what I mean? He's probably doing deadlifts and quads, but yeah. Brock Purdy doing his first. So that'll be great. Hopefully have a nice, long, leisurely chat with him.
Should be a great time breaking down the new bag for Brock Purdy.
Yeah. And I'm sure he'll be very comfortable talking about all his material wealth.
Yeah. What are you buying now, Brock? What are you going to buy us?
By the way, I just want to make sure I did vouch. Giants' best ERA bullpen in the majors, 2.63. Astros second. Twins third. And then if you want to go by whip, number 1, 1.05, Astros second, Twins third. The Padres used to have it, but they've stumbled a little bit. So Giants have the number 1 bullpen in terms of ERA and whip.
This is it.
Bro.
This is Buster Ball.
Buster's fantasy.
Pitching bullpen work, defense, and timely hitting.
Grind out a couple of runs. And RBIs last night came from Adames with the triple, which was awesome. Schmidt with the RBI single, and your boy Jung-Hoo Lee. Caught a little breaking ball up and singled in a run, so that's all they needed to do. And Pat Bailey threw out Bobby Witt. All right, fun to recap a little City Connect Tuesday, but it's time for the flag. What are we looking for? The flagpole of your week. Like Monday morning, Hums and Bums starts your week. Wednesday morning, what did young Tony ask? Begins to turn your mind towards the weekend. That's right. It happens next on The Sports Leader.
I'm the one who was on to Brock before anybody else was.
All right, we got our good friend Steve Moskowitz on the line bright and early on a Wednesday morning. Tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. Steve, you want to help people. You want to tell them, what do you do, Steve, if you can't pay your taxes?
You call us. This is a common situation. It cuts across all walks of life. It cuts across all income levels. I have some people that I don't know how they're getting along. Other people saying, my God, isn't that just spare change for you? But it hits everybody. It's like a medical doctor treating an ailment. It hits everybody. But there's a lot of good solutions. Don't give up and say, oh, you're frustrated, that's it, there's no hope. Wait for that knock on the door. Talk to us. Good solutions. We'll explain everything to you. We'll listen to you. We understand you have a life to live. We understand you have expenses. It's our job to go and translate that to the government and cut you a deal, a good deal. That's why I took that phone number so many years ago. That's what we do. We make deals for you. The only thing you have to do is call up and say, hey, Steve, I can't pay my taxes. Take care of me, buddy.
Yeah, give him a call. He'll help you out. That's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
It's time for producer Tony Farias to ask Murph and Marcus 3 questions of the day.
I saw Murph and young Tony right before the kickoff, and that was awesome.
But I'll track him down tomorrow, and I will see if he has some dirt on young Tony.
This is What Did Young Tony Ask Today?
Oh, man, he's blowing up, whether it's John Lynch, Dwayne Kuiper, or barbershops in Danville. Young Tony is the man, or dentist office, I guess, in Danville, too. So he's a celebrity. We can barely contain him anymore. And he asks us questions. We got to answer him. Without further ado, Young Tony, the mic is yours.
Young Tone. Good morning, the listening audience. I have 4 questions for you guys today.
4.
After I read the question, you're each going to have 60 seconds to respond.
The best 60 seconds of everybody's Wednesday morning.
20 minutes and a ham sandwich. Can I get an amen?
Amen.
If your time runs out, you're going to hear this bell. That's your cue to stop talking. Text line, YouTube chat. Everybody can get involved. We ready to go?
Let's do it, Coach.
Born ready, brother. Born ready.
Let's do it. Speaking of the Niners, Brock Purdy made it official yesterday, signed a 5-year, $265 million contract extension, including $181 guaranteed. In terms of AAV, he's the 7th highest paid quarterback in the NFL, and that starts next season. Not this season, next season, because he's still on his rookie deal. And oh, by the way, he's going to join this very show at 7 a.m. tomorrow. That's a huge deal. Shout out Brock Purdy. So, it's a big question here. Is he a top 10 quarterback in the 2025 season?
Oh, my God. We've done this now. This is an easy one for us because we've done this, and we've listed him, and he always comes down between 9 and 11 or 8 and 12. So, right now, coming off of last year, I'm going to be fair. No, he's not. And you're going to ask me to name 10 right in front of him. And how many? I got 60 seconds, so I got to do it right now. Let's see. Oh, man, I got to be panicking right now. Okay, real quick. Mahomes, Lamar, right? Burrow, Allen. Okay, there's 4 right away. Oh, boy, I'm flaming out right now. Bottom line is I'll get to the count, but he can ascend. I think his ceiling will probably be around 7th or 8th, unless he has talents. I don't know. He doesn't have the talent of Mahomes. He doesn't have the talent of Lamar. He doesn't have the talent of Josh Allen or Joe Burrow. But he can get into that 6 to 9 range if he improves and continues to do the things he wants and uses his legs. But right now, no, it's still a fair contract, though.
Ooh,
that's my answer.
6 to 9 range. Nice, Murph. I'm with you. I kind of always have him battling between that 8 to 12 range. And I think based off of last season, I might drop him down right outside of the top 10. And you name some of the quarterbacks who I think are elite quarterbacks. Your Patrick Mahomes, your Josh Allen, your Joe Burrows, your Lamar Jacksons. To me, that's the cream of the crop. And I don't know if Brock Purdy, even with his ceiling at age 25, is ever going to break into that top tier of quarterbacks. But I do have him maybe in the tier of the next quarterbacks up. Your Justin Herberts, your C.J. Strouds, and Jaden Daniels. I think Jaden Daniels is a guy that bumps Brock Purdy down on that list now. Still got to give respect to the OG Matthew Stafford with the L.A. Rams. Talking about a future Hall of Famer, in my opinion. So I have him above Brock. The question for me is, do I put Jalen Hurts now above Brock Purdy after winning the Super Bowl last year? I think the answer has to be yes. So that puts 9 quarterbacks ahead of Brock Purdy as it stands. Then you get into the conversation of Brock Purdy versus Jordan Love, Brock Purdy versus Dak Prescott, Brock Purdy versus Kyler Murray. Since he's coming on the show tomorrow, I'm saying he's number 10. He's a top 10 quarterback. I've changed my mind, but he's definitely in that ballpark.
Yeah, and you went to the best 65 seconds of your life. So nice. I went through my Mahomes, Lamar, Burrow, Allen. And then it's a little dicey. Daniels, Stroud, Kyler, Goff, Hurts, Herbert. I mean, the back end of that.
Baker Mayfield.
I love Baker Mayfield.
Jared Goff, yeah.
All right, on to the next, buddy.
On to the next. So the NFL's spring league meeting has generated some buzz this week. NFL insider for The Athletic, Diana Rossini, reported the league's competition and players' health and safety committees have voted to ban the tush push. Woo! That's news coming out this morning.
Gotta get a Fox News chime.
Despite the Eagles' best effort, sources say the tush push is likely on its way out. Some big news for the NFL. So what is your reaction? Should the tush push be banned?
The tush push is going to get banned.
Find those Germans.
Yeah, I need those Germans. And maybe I want the Z tush push to stick around just for the Germans to talk about it a little bit more. But I kind of saw this coming. It seems like people have been complaining about this for years now with the Philadelphia Eagles. I've never been the biggest anti-tush push addict myself because I've always thought it was confusing about how they tell you on defense, you can't use your teammates to push off and block a field goal, or you can't do that defensively. So I've never understood why you can do it offensively. So I'm fine with the ruling. I know Eagles fans are going to be pissed off about this ruling, which actually makes me like it a little bit more. See you later, Z tush push. Adios, pelota.
Yeah.
Der tush push, ja. Blue 80. Blue 80. Bereit, set, hut. So.
Sound like these guys were enjoying it.
Yeah.
It sound like they're getting a little
extra slaps.
A little erotic on there on the German TV
may
set.
have another.
Okay, so I've been adamant since day one, and it has nothing to do with the Eagles. Oh, wait. Does it have something to do with the Eagles? I don't know. I'd have to go see my Dr. Freud about that one. But I've hated it from the jump. The basic instinct to me is it's not a football play. And people say, well, yeah, it is, because I've read rules and I've read parsings of rules. I don't care what legalese you throw at me. It's like Louis Armstrong's definition of jazz. You know it when you hear it, buddy. And when I see the tush push, I'm like, what is that? That's not a football play. And I say it's a rugby play. I've had rugby people come at me and say, that never happens in rugby. I'm like, well, work with me here, buddy. It's not a football play, which to me is the job of advancing the ball down the field as a ball carrier, not as a team of 10 guys pushing you down the field. So to me, it goes against the very fundamental tenet of the game. It is at odds with the object of the game, which is to have a player cross the goal line with the football, not being pushed by a freaking tractor across the goal line. So is it because of the Eagles? I don't know, maybe, but I don't like it. Thank God the NFL is going to ban it.
Thank God. All right. That's not that hot of a take.
Okay.
Some more news coming out of the spring league meeting. The NFL owners passed a resolution that will permit players to participate in flag football during the 2028 Summer Olympics in LA. Yeah. It says a maximum of one player from each team will be allowed to participate, and each club's designated international player will be permitted to take part for his own country. So like Jordan Mailata for the Eagles from Australia, be able to take part in the Olympics for Australia. So is this a good idea, considering, players can get hurt in the offseason? And should flag football even be an Olympic sport?
Well, it's a great question. Glad you brought it up, number one. But first of all, the immediate thing we go to is, we had freaking breakdancing in the Olympics, all right? So anything's fair game. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? We've had trampoline. I don't know. I'd say in general it's been bad for the Olympics that they've gone to these just joke sports. But it is what it is now. So in terms of bringing our best to the world, I'm going to say yes. Just like for an old-fashioned, American ass whipping of other people. Shout out Pat Bailey. I like America. I would love to see, and you guys start doing the dream team, right? I'll go first. I got Mahomes at QB. I got my running backs going to be, he's my guy, Christian McCaffrey. I got my guy CMC. How about my receivers, Justin Jefferson and Tyreek Hill? How about that? So I'm going to say yes, and CMC's my guy, and it'll be fun. Now, the one thing I'll say is, what's going to happen that one year that some nation beats the U.S., dude? It'll be like, whoa, what? We lost in flag football? It'll be like a national outrage, like when we lost the 72 Olympics to the Russians in basketball. So I'm loving just the silliness of it and seeing McCaffrey out there.
Yeah, Murph, I wish I could be excited for this, but I'm really not, because I don't think it's going to be a competition if NFL players do play in the Olympics. I think it should be college kids. I would prefer Arch Manning out there representing Team USA And guess what? USA would still dominate. Now, I do like the fact that they are trying to grow the sport of football so that around the world, they're not just playing football, but they're playing American football also. So that's cool. And if you want to grow the game, I understand you want your stars out there. But Murph, I can give you a B team of players that you didn't name that could beat every other team in the world. Give me Josh Allen. Give me Jamar Chase. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. I'll take an Alvin Kamara. I'll take an Alvin Kamara. I'll take a Jameer Gibbs. I'll take a Saquon Barkley.
Jameer Gibbs.
Like the list goes on and on and on. Like, it's not going to be a competition if we send our NFL players. Hell, we could probably send a couple flag football teams. Like, Team USA has a flag football team already that plays.
But
send those kids out.
Games, haven't they?
Give them the spotlight. I don't know. I'm not paying too much attention to flag football.
Some games. Here's the thing, and I'm kind of we're sharing the answer here. Yeah, I know. Same time is this is very analogous to basketball because we used to send our college kids forever. Bill Russell and all those guys did it, and then eventually I've got news for you. The world catches up. They've caught up. And so eventually, in your guys' lifetime, I might be dead and gone. So there might be some team that rises up and beats the U.S.
Here's the thing, Murph. This is my final take since we are going with overtime. Eventually, we might be all watching flag football. With the way they keep changing the rules, how nobody can hit each other anymore, the way they protect quarterbacks, dude, in 5, 10, 15, 20 years, we might be talking flag football.
Young Tone brought up the biggest thing is the injury thing. There was a famous Pro Bowl beach flag football game back in the early 00s or late 90s where a guy named Robert Edwards out of Georgia, he's a first-round draft pick of the Patriots, blew out his knee into mangled mess, ended his career just playing a beach flag football game at the Pro Bowl. So this is like, every GM in the NFL is like locking the door. You're not leaving this building right now. So anyway, it'll be interesting to see, but the Olympics has become a little silly, but I still tune in because I like the theme song.
Exactly.
Yeah, go ahead.
Speaking of
and
themes,
I like America.
And speaking of theme songs, rest in peace, George Wendt.
Oh, man, we're going there.
Of course, the actor who played Norm in Cheers. I have a short clip for you guys. Here it is.
Anybody?
Norman?
Let's do it, Norm. Well, science is seeking a cure for thirst. I happen to be the guinea pig.
I'm playing the theme song. Hopefully you can hear it.
Oh, man.
So when you think of the greatest TV theme songs of all time, what is your favorite?
So it's your turn to go first.
Oh, is it my turn?
Yeah.
So we did this exercise before, actually, back during the pandemic days, and we did our favorite theme songs. Now, I threw out a couple of curveballs. I went with Pimp My Ride, the old MTV show. Also gave some love to TLC, who did the All That theme song on Nickelodeon. Coolio did the Keenan and Kel theme song, but I think I gotta hit up my boy Copes to share one of my favorite theme songs. It's the Survivor theme song.
Tribe has spoken. Pretty good.
That's
pretty good. I prefer that to Opa. I prefer that to Opa.
Look that up real quick, Tony.
Well, I mean, you're talking to a kid who grew up in the golden age of theme songs. I mean, this was a thing from about 1969 to about 1989. It was the best, whether it was the Rockford Files or whether it was a guy named Mike Post wrote all of the best. I mean, Paulie and I used The White Shadow as our 8 o'clock theme song for forever. So you got to go. I mean, there's a top 5. I got to whittle it down. The top 5 are going to be All in the Family, Archie and Edith, Boy, the way Glenn Miller played. We're going with that. The melancholy of a Hill Street Blues piano on a Thursday night, that one. The funkiness of a Sanford and Son, Quincy and Jones. How about I was just hearing this at the Winter League Thursday night, meaning the Jeffersons were moving on up, moving on. But you're listening to the number 1 theme song of all time. Hey, John Curley sang this at his wedding, and tears streaming down his pasty Irish face. All right, so for George Wendt, number 1. Fade it out, Young Tone. Good job. What's yours, Tony?
I was thinking of Friends. First thing that came to my mind was Friends, and I didn't really watch a ton of Friends. I just
Friends
think of
is
that
definitely iconic for sure. So, good question. Rest in peace, George Wendt. We'll play him in cooler content.
And that's it for the 35th edition of What Did Young Tony Ask Today?
Tribe has spoken. Dwayne, Mike Kruk next on the Sports Leader.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, the Murph and Marcus Show is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Tomorrow morning, 7 a.m., Brock Purdy does his first post-contract radio hit with us, so don't miss it. Here on KNBR, just like today on KNBR, 1245. Logan Webb goes against opener Lynch from the Royals as the Giants try to win the series. Rubber game after winning last night 3-2 in a classic Oracle Park night game. Low scoring, great pitching, grind out a couple runs and get the win. Mike Kruk here to talk about it on the UMA guest line. Mike, young pitching last night. Hayden Birdsong, Kyle Harrison. Geez, even Randy Rodriguez and Camilo Duvall and Ryan Walker are all in their 20s. So, Mike, young arms. Good morning.
Hey, morning, Mike.
Yeah, young arms. Birdsong, 23. Rodriguez, 25. Harrison, 23. Duvall, 27. Walker, 29. I mean, these are all products that came out of the Giants organization. I think that's as important as anything, because when you're down in the minor leagues and you're teaching culture, you start developing an attitude for these young players about putting on the orange and black. By the time they get to the big league level, they feel the responsibility. And for these guys to come into the environment that they're in with as much confidence and swagger and presence, that's the thing. All these guys are out there. And if you're in the batter's box, you're going to feel every one of them. I mean, this is the same feeling we had when you saw the wave of arms come out of the Giants minor league system with Lincecum and Bumgarner and Vogelsong and Kane. And it was just one after another. And it just gave the organization a feeling of strength. And everybody in that clubhouse picked up on it then. Now, I hope they have a semblance of the success that those guys had. But it's a possibility given what you see every night with these guys. And it all starts with the mindset and what they feel they're capable of doing. Because right now, all those guys I talked about, every one of those guys go out there and they have high expectations for themselves. And it's contagious. So, I mean, it's the backbone of this club. The pitching is the backbone of this club. And most of it is farm-raised. And it's just really fun to watch these guys go get it.
Yeah, Mike, speaking of that mindset, I loved hearing Hayden Birdsong's comments post-game about how excited he was knowing that he was scheduled to pitch that day. So talk to us about the mindset and the mentality and the difference between being a starting pitcher versus coming out of the bullpen.
Well, he's always thought of himself as a starter, and for the most part, the Giants have too. I mean, it was Buster Posey's philosophy this spring that the best guys were going to make the club. Well, there was heavy competition for the fifth spot in the rotation between Roop and Birdsong and Harrison. And Roop gets the job. Harrison goes back to the minor leagues to polish up a few things. And Birdsong goes in the bullpen. Well, that was a bit of a risk to see how he was going to handle it. So what does he do? He goes down there, and he learns the three big lessons of the bullpen. Number one, you have to be able to get ready in fewer pitches. Check. You have to be able to come out of the bullpen and make something happen. Attack. Check. And you also have to learn the responsibility of the one-inning assignment. That one inning to you is your night. That is the most important thing in your life. And in learning that carries right back to the rotation. When you go back to the rotation as he's done, now you know how to get ready quicker, be more efficient, don't use up a lot of throws in the pen, get ready for the game. And the assignment of the one inning, now in your mind as a starter, however long you're out there, 5, 6, 7, whatever innings, it's 7 one-inning assignments. That's how you approach each inning. That's so valuable. And then the attack mode, of course. I mean, last night he went 5 innings, didn't walk anybody. He put the pressure on the hitter. And the other thing, too, I think that you learn in the bullpen is how to fix yourself. That's essential if you're going to succeed. If you're out there and all of a sudden, you're errant with your command, and it happened last night with Birdsong. He went weird for a couple of hitters with his command, and boom, he got back in the strike zone. He corrected himself. So all of those things that he learned in the bullpen, he now gets to apply back in rotation. And one of the questions he got asked after the game, well, are you going to stay in the rotation? And they said, well, that's the plan. And I just think the guy became incredibly better in a short period of time going to the pen. And as he goes forth as a starter, he'll carry that with him the rest of his career.
It was just an outstanding night to feature and highlight the future of the Giants, but part of that is their catcher. And I wanted to mention, it's an interesting situation, Mike, because Pat fans have been grumbling about the interstate. He's hitting 179 after going 0 for 4 last night. The on base is 230. Bad numbers. And yet, he threw out 2 runners last night. First, Maikel Garcia, but the big one in a 1-run game in the 8th inning, the unbelievable Bobby Witt Jr., who looks like he's an absolute star. What a showdown that was. So, sort of a 2-part question, I guess, is, can you just comment on those plays that Bailey made? And then 2, just, how much lack of offense do you accept if you're Buster Posey, Zach Manassian, and Bob Melvin for that defense?
Well, first of all, you have to consider your options. How much more are you getting from Huff in regards to offense? So, it's a pretty slam dunk right now. Although both Huff and Bailey have one thing in common. They have pitching staffs that believe in their ability to catch and pitching staffs that trust them. So then it becomes a matter of, are you willing to eat offense? Or, yeah, you are. And we saw, proof of that last night with Bailey. The throwdown with Maikel Garcia was remarkable in itself. But the throwdown with Witt was so key. And one of the things that was incredible about it was that Doval was on the hill. Because think back what happened early in the year. When you had runners on, they were running at will against him. He had no chance to stop him. Now, we always talk about what unload time. What is a good unload time? An acceptable unload time is 1.25 seconds. Anything less than that is gravy. Anything more than that handicaps your catcher. Every 1/10 of a second gives that runner at first base a 3-foot advantage. So if you're out there and your unload time with Doval was around 1.45, 1.5, you're giving that runner at first base another 7.5 to 9-foot advantage. Well, you can't overcome that as a catcher. A catcher his pop time has to be it has to be 2 seconds or under. So combine the unload time of the pitcher on the mound, 1.25 seconds, with 2 seconds. That's 3.25 seconds to get it down with accuracy to a middle infielder. And if you can do that, you're going to get most base runners. Well, you have to be better than that with Witt. You have to be better than 3.25 seconds. The unload time last night from Doval's perspective, with him holding Witt on, and the whole stadium knew he was going to go, was under 1.25 seconds. Bailey's time was under 1.9. It was 1.83 seconds. It was what Fleming said after the game. And then the accuracy of the throw was fantastic. And on top of all of that, you have to have a middle infielder who's not afraid to stick his nose into contact. And Adames gets the ball and slaps a tag on him on the top of the head, and it was bang, bang. Everything was perfect, and they barely got him. That's how good Witt is, but that's how spectacular that play was. And it really was the turning point in the game. Once he got sent back to the dugout, the momentum just jumped right into the Giants' dugout. Everybody felt it. So all the 3 players involved, they were big leaguers in that play, and that's something that Doval could not do. And the fact that he can do that now, and that's something he's learned this year, that's incredible too.
Mike, speaking of the bullpen, we mentioned all the guys who threw last night, and Randy Rodriguez, Kyle Harrison, Camilo Doval, and Ryan Walker. But I want to go big picture overall in the bullpen this year. They have the best team ERA in baseball out of any bullpen across Major League Baseball. They have 10 wins this year in 1-run ball games. How important has this bullpen been to the success we've seen early on from the Giants this season?
Well, it's been everything. Well, you go back to last year. I mean, they were the anchor that really carried the rotation. And I think that if you're going to be a good bullpen, you have to be able to do 2 things. Number one, you have to be able to pick up a starter that doesn't get out of the game or gets out of the game early. If you have a starter go out in the 3rd inning because of injury or just getting lit, you have to have a stop sign come out of that bullpen. And I think that's something they're really good at doing. And not only that, but you have guys who consider their inning assignment as a close job. They think if they come in the 6th inning, like Randy Rodriguez coming in, he thinks that's his 9th inning. And you've got a bunch of guys coming out with that mentality. And it's really It's the strength of that pen. Now this year, the starting rotation is caught up to the bullpen. Now you're getting really good inning contribution from your rotation, and I think that the Giants bullpen, I think that they have thrown the fifth fewest amount of innings in all of baseball, and that's because the rotation is caught up to them. So you've got a really good thing going on right now. If you apply a good defense, which for the most part the Giants have done this year, now you're in every game, and that's exactly what's happened. And it is the backbone of this team.
Unbelievable. The stats are incredible and number one in all of baseball. It's just fantastic. Mike, another thing that happened last night was Matt Chapman sat. First time all year. And, I don't know, just your thoughts on that. And God, Casey Schmidt finally got to play third, where he's so valuable, and yet he can't crack that. What did you think of Melvin giving Chappie a day and then Schmidt getting out there?
Well, Chapman is a guy that takes the game home, and when he's not hitting, to his expectation, he wears it hard. And in Monday night's game, there was an opportunity for with two men on, and the Giants were really charging, and they had two runners in scoring position down a run. He didn't get the job done, and he really took it hard. And I think given where they are in the season and the amount of games and the amount of innings that he's played already, it was a good time to give him a rest, just to reflect, just give your brain a rest. And so I think that hopefully you'll see a difference in his game today. Just a difference in that getting in that batter's box. Don't put so much pressure on yourself. Relax and let things happen. And that's the idea. You have to rest guys every once in a while. Guys going out there playing every day. Well, yeah, it's wonderful, and it's a great comfort to the manager and the rest of the team. But every once in a while, you're going to have to give them some days off, and you'll see Adames here very soon get a similar day off because it's healthy. And guess what? I mean, the Giants right now aren't thinking about just 162 games. They're hoping and they're planning that they're going to be able to make the postseason, and in doing so, you have to have your players fresh. And days off are critical to get players fresh in the month of October.
Doesn't that make that whole Cal Ripken thing bonkers?
Well, yeah, and guess what? He never missed that was back in the day where they took infield. He never missed an infield. He was the guy that led the charge. I mean, so everything about that whole run was from some other world.
It was from another world. Hey, we were just joshing around on the show yesterday, and somehow, some way, we got on Baseball Reference nicknames. Now, I've addressed this with you before, but there's a whole new generation, young kids listening, and they go to your page and they see that nickname, Mike, the Polish Prince, and we were like, nobody's ever called Mike that ever. We don't know why it's in there. Did you want to tell the story on that?
Well, when I was in Chicago, I was having a really great spring, and they were forecasting that I was going to make the roster in 1977, and I did. I had a great spring. So Bob Verdi was a columnist with the Tribune, Chicago Trib. Yeah. And he was one of the best writers that I've ever come across.
Yeah.
Really a personable guy. And my name is Polish. So he said, and he's dubbed me the Polish Prince, which nobody ever called me that. Nobody ever called me that since, and it made the back of a baseball card. Kruk, fondly known as the Polish Prince, But, when that happened, it was pretty fun because, I didn't really know. My name is Polish. Kruk is a raven. Kruko is a family of ravens, is what it means. And I didn't know that till I got to Chicago. They have a Polish newspaper there, and a guy named Paul Strelza, who was the editor there, he told me that about my name. So the more I found out about it, it was great. Plus, did you know that there are more Polish people in Chicago than there are in Warsaw, Poland? That's a fact.
I did know that because my wife is a daughter of one of them. My mother-in-law was straight Polish Catholic. The parents from Poland, Polish Mass. You went to Mass and Catholic Mass in Polish?
I knew all that. And when we had our first child in 1979, our oldest son, Jarek, the Polish people really embraced us. And he was born in June. And from June till the end of the season, every day I got to the ballpark, there was a gift from the Polish fans. It was like, everything from pierogies to, we have knitted everything. We have knitted shoes. We have knitted, outfits and blankets, and they just adopted me and whatnot. And it's been great. And, a couple of years ago, I got inducted into the Polish Hall of Fame, and it was really a strong source of pride.
That's awesome.
Because I really understood the Polish culture, and it didn't never really happen until I got to Chicago.
Geez, after all this, I want a Polish sausage at the game today. You know?
Yeah, I'll go for it right now. I mean, I'm a kielbasa guy. Are you kidding me? Plus, if you're playing in the Midwest, if you're playing in Chicago, one thing you will learn to eat hot dogs. That is the hot dog capital of the world.
Yeah. So Kipe would be a brat guy from Milwaukee, and you'd be a Polish guy from Chicago.
There you go.
There it is.
How can you beat that?
Let's go get our dogs,
a match
man.
made in heaven.
And a day baseball game with Logan Webb on the mound. You can't beat it. So 12:45 baseball, and we will watch the Giants try to finish off this long homestand. It's been good. They could finish 6-3, and we'll see if they can scrape together some runs. And instead of those young pitchers, we have a veteran on the mound who's also in his 20s.
Yeah,
so.
was also 28, right?
Yeah. Mike, so we'll talk to you Friday about the big road trip. They'll be going on a 3-city road trip. But in the meantime, you enjoy the heck out of a day game, and we'll talk to you then.
Had a bit.
Mike Kruko, sometimes the Polish Prince, sometimes not. Bye-bye. Bob Verity was a golf writer. I used to do. What a great guy. I'm so glad that he was the guy that gave Mike the nickname nobody uses.
The Polish Prince.
Made us wear the back of a baseball card, and that was it.
That's it.
There you go,
there's
man.
the history. There's the lore.
You're the Portuguese Prince.
That's it.
Yeah, there it is, buddy. I don't know. It's going to make it away as back of a baseball card there.
Yeah, I mean, it's better than the other nicknames you gave me when I started on the show.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
You're the,
there were some bad nicknames.
You're the Cuban Count. You're the Cuban Count.
All right.
How's that? All right. Curly's the
Irish isolator.
Curly's just throw him in the back of the paddy wagon.
Yeah.
All right. Hey, you know what? We haven't talked about Brock. He signed the deal yesterday. That's our big hit. Now that Brock signed the deal and young Tony asked, is he a top 10 guy? Next on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Opa! We have a new contest this week. We're giving away 2 single-day tickets and a $100 food voucher for the San Jose Greek Festival starting on May 30th, and we want you to stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win these tickets. When you hear the cue to call, the number to dial is 415-896-KNBR, and for caller number 10, you will win. This is all brought to you by the San Jose Greek Festival. Again, Opa! You can find official rules on KNBR.com.
All right, let's talk about Marin Health. Let's talk about world-class health care right there with the world-class beauty of the North Bay. Marin Health, not just the closest medical care, but the best. With a cardiology team that delivers treatment twice as fast as the national average, a world-class maternity care center with doctors and midwives available 24/7, an accomplished orthopedic team to get you back on the trail, and a partnership with UCSF that expands our world-class capabilities. It's all right here to get you closer to being at your best. Marin Health. World-class care, closer than you think.
This is The Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
What's up, faithful? It's Brock Purdy. We just got the deal done. I'm excited for the next 6 years with you guys. Thanks for always having my back and being there for me from day one. So here's to the next 6 years, and let's go win now together. Go Niners.
Well, there it was, official with the feathered pen, John Lynch in the room. By the way, how often is Brock Purdy refreshing his Wells Fargo or Provident Credit Union, I should say? His Provident Credit Union account balance. What happens when that check hits? That first signing bonus check hits?
Waiting for that check to clear.
Man, oh man.
Might have a couple new tractors in the driveway.
And Cyndi Lauper said, money changes everything. Will Brock Purdy change? And did the Niners get it done on time? 808 KNBR is the phone number. Everything's vibing with the 49ers. We thought we would devote the big hit to Brock Purdy signing his official contract. The deal is signed. Now that it's signed, you feeling any better? Any buyer's remorse? Anybody? Any regrets?
No, that check still hasn't cleared yet.
Right, exactly. Right, we can still block it. What's the ceiling here, guys? What's the ceiling? How far can Brock Purdy take this team? Can he take them to a Super Bowl championship? I think pretty much the answer, we know that.
Yeah, the ceiling is the roof, Murph. We've seen the ceiling already in a season where he finished top 5 in MVP voting. The question is, can he get back to that form from a couple seasons ago, or can he get even better at only age 25?
Does this open the window for the Giants now, or the 49ers going forward? Because, everybody talking about windows this, windows that. Warrior window slamming shut because of the young players versus the old players. But is Brock Purdy that guy? Now, listen, to be totally honest, is he that? Like last year, he did not always play his best. Now, he didn't have the great weapons around him. And this is the age-old question. How much of a quarterback is determined by his weapons, and how much of a quarterback is a guy just doing it on his own? I saw a stat in The Athletic this morning, I think Vic Tafer's piece, that there's statistical proof that Brock makes plays out of the pocket. He tied for the most touchdowns thrown from out of the pocket last year with, of all people, Matt Stafford, who you think of as a pocket passer.
Yeah.
Right? Mm-hmm. So, seriously, how far can this guy go? Can he be that guy who you're down 4 in a minute 5 to go, or these days now, 55 seconds to go? Can he take you to a touchdown? Can he lead you on a touchdown drive? This is what we're going to need to see from this guy going forward. He's so young. Kyle seems ready to be here for the next few years. There was talk of Kyle burning out last year and people wanting to move on from Kyle and this and that. And Kyle and John, remember those stories from Kyle and John weren't getting along 5 years ago? Here they are 5 years later signing Brock Purdy. So anyway, what are you seeing as the ceiling here? Consistent NFC West contention, always in the mix, which is pretty much all you have to ask. Get into the playoffs and take your chances?
Yeah, absolutely. Because to me, it's more than just Brock Purdy, and maybe that's not the sexy hot take that John Joe Curley is looking for at 7:58 in the morning on May 21st, months ahead of the football season starting. But to me, it's about the nucleus and the core that they've signed with Brock Purdy. The contract extensions for Fred Warner, George Kittle, Nick Bosa, Demo, even Trent Williams still hanging out at the tail end of his career, and also giving out contract extensions to guys like Brandon Ayuk, who's coming back from injury, and Christian McCaffrey. So to me, that's a nucleus of still some of the top-tier players in the league surrounding Brock Purdy. And yes, we can get into the conversation of whether or not he's a system quarterback, if he benefits from the players around him. Spoiler alert, we talked to RG3 about this. We've talked to Kurt Warner about this. We've talked to multiple quarterbacks from around the league. All quarterbacks are system quarterbacks. Patrick Mahomes is successful because he's playing in the Andy Reid system. Matthew Stafford with Sean McVay. The list goes on and on and on. So, yes, of course, they benefit each other. But now Kyle Shanahan has found a guy that can flourish in his system. And what I referenced earlier, we saw Brock Purdy flourish in only his second season as a starter, finishing as a top 5 MVP finalist. That's the type of quarterback that Brock Purdy can be. And even for the questions about whether or not he can lead a fourth quarter comeback in that same 2023 season, season. We saw him lead 2 comebacks in the playoffs against the Green Bay Packers and the Detroit Lions. So to me, with Brock Purdy, with this core, with this nucleus, absolutely the Super Bowl window is still open, and I expect him to compete for the NFC West title each and every year.
I'm going to need him to improve. I am going to need him to, be that guy who makes the right decisions and actually uses his legs a little bit more. He did have a career high in rushing yards last year. There were a few games last year in which he did not take the team down the field when he needed to. Now, again, how much of that is the weapons around him? How much it was just the malaise of the team in general? Yeah. I mean, again, our win's a quarterback stat. I mean, it's defense. I mean, Joe Montana had Ronnie Lott. He had Charles Haley. You know what I mean? He had Keena Turner all making plays for him. And the Niner defense last year was terrible.
No doubt about it. And, we can bring up examples like the Rams game where Ronnie Bell drops that pass that maybe would have set up a game-winning drive for the 49ers. There's a bunch of excuses we could talk about, and we can make the argument one way. You can make the argument the other way. We can look at the fact that the 49ers last year were the worst team in the league when it came to separation yardage from their wide receivers. We could talk about how they had their worst season under Kyle Shanahan in terms of yak yards. Now, that could be making the argument that he benefits more from the system of Kyle Shanahan, but that's the thing. I do trust the system of Kyle Shanahan. I do think that he is one of the best offensive play callers in the league. So I don't think that playbook is going anywhere. I think that playbook is going to be the playbook that Brock Purdy is going to be using over the next 5 seasons. So that tells me that he will continue to be successful in this system with Kyle Shanahan.
Lots of texts coming in on this. The Golden State Lumber and Sherwin text line 408 says, now we just need Kyle to leave the fourth quarter in big games. Oh, man. Oh, boy. It said leave the field in the fourth quarter. 831 says, can we get a little Jed's plan? Jed's plan. I could sign him, and I did.
Ooh.
How about that?
We can pay him, and he will.
We had a little Jed's plan from March when they were not signing. We were like, what's going on here? What's the plan? Jed's plan. Jed's plan. That's tough. Yeah. I could sign him, but I won't. Wait. Still going just the Super Bowl. Wait. Terrible.
Wait.
People seem to like that. Jed's plan. People seem to like Jed's plan for some reason. 408 says, well, Brock has a chance to cook because you guys have a last place schedule. There it is. We found our sounder.
That's key.
I think that's it. Day 2. I think it's the Tim Ryan Foghorn too. 707 says, I can see money changing Brock. He'll show up in a purple Ferrari dressing like Andres Torres.
No way.
The tight jeans. 510 says, Demo is signed. CMC is signed. Juice is signed. Kittle is signed. Brock is signed. Warner is signed. Now get Juwan Jennings done, and it's a 5-star summer with a new Super Bowl window opening. How about that?
Yeah, I'd even mention Ricky Pearsall as someone that could maybe be part of the nucleus moving forward. 24 years old, really stepped up those last couple games of the season. If he takes a step up, that's another weapon for Brock Purdy.
408 says, Purdy's too short. He's not strong. He doesn't have a strong enough arm. I'm sick they let Sam Darnold go. He's bigger.
Are we still going
stronger
with the too short narrative?
Well, it's going to be a thing.
After Drew Brees, after Russell Wilson.
Yeah, but he's going to have to,
Yeah, I understand there's concerns, but also Brock Purdy can play outside of the pocket with that stat you just gave about throwing touchdowns outside of the pocket. But I do want to address the concern that I do have with him being short and having Jake Brendel at center when you're getting pressure up the middle. I do think that's an issue, but I don't think that Brock Purdy's too short to play quarterback in the NFL.
650 says the 49ers offensive line is not good, and Jake Brendel was in Brock Purdy's face half the time.
They slap half the time.
The gulf between how the Niners feel about their offensive line and how the fans feel about their offensive line is a gigantic gulf, shall I say. Should we rename it? The Gulf of Santa Clara.
I was going to say, it's pretty similar to how the entire nation views San Francisco versus people who actually live in San Francisco.
Yeah, this is all true, too. 831 says, Darnold, LOL. 831, another 831 says, we need a more reliable kicker so those drives end in made-it field goals.
There's some competition this summer.
The 408 guy came back with another, says, yes, I'm talking about batted down passes. But another guy, Cousin Vinny, says, I'm over the Purdy is short narrative. He's short, just short of miraculous, let's roll, boys.
Yeah, just short of winning a Super Bowl. What are we talking about?
510 says, can I get Gary Payton talking about red and gold vibes? I don't know if anybody has the Jimmy Butler feeling there.
Red and golden vibes.
707 says, Jennings was re-signed last season. Yes, but only for 2 years. I believe it's through this year, right?
Yes, great value when they signed him, but would like to lock up Juwan for a couple more years. Third and Juwan.
408 says, given all this, should the Niners come out of the tunnel with the boombox playing some too short? for Brock Purdy.
Hey.
Hey.
I like it. Blow the whistle. Blow the whistle.
Here we go. 916 says BCB. I think you guys know what that is, right?
Yeah, I understand.
Will be using his girthy legs.
Oh, God.
Leading us back to the playoffs.
Careful. This is FCC licensed radio.
Oh, man. So, here 209 says they need to protect him like gold, and I don't think they have the O-line to do it. And I don't know about that, dude. 707 says this guy's been sending this text every 15 minutes saying the last place schedule, Sando, has to be Pee Wee Herman's word of the day, Sando. I've been thinking about it all night. I don't think we're going with Pee Wee Herman.
Yeah, I don't know if Pee Wee's going to make the show.
I don't think we're going to kill him. 707 says Jennings and Kittle both had 1,000-yard seasons last season. Drops killed Purdy. You think about the Debo drop against the Rams, right?
Yes.
Right?
Think about the Ronnie Bell drops. And you think about Juwan Jennings getting kicked out of that game right before he got to 1,000 yards. Was so close to being a 1,000-yard receiver last year.
And then finally, the top 10 question, where we're at. First of all, does it matter if he's top 10 or not? But this is what Sports Talk Radio does. We rank. And we all agree, right? You're going Lamar, you're going Mahomes, you're going Allen, and you're going Burrow, right? That's your Mount quarterback right now.
That's the cream of the crop.
That's your QBs. Now, after that, I think you got to put Jalen Hurts. I've been hearing the national guys talk about this a lot. They're like, Jalen Hurts, where's the love? He just won a Super Bowl. Now, they had an amazing team start to finish. Howie Roseman did an incredible job building that roster, 1 through 53. That was not just a Jalen Hurts production. They blew out the Chiefs in the Super Bowl because they were strong everywhere.
Yeah.
Particularly on defense, too.
Yeah, but that goes towards the same argument of Brock Purdy having weapons around him. Jalen Hurts has Saquon Barkley, A.J. Brown, and Devontae Smith.
Dude.
Also throw in a Dallas Goedert, right? Like, what are we talking about? There's weapons everywhere.
Okay, so, but
and a great offensive line, one of the best in football.
Yeah. Dude, say that again.
Yeah, If you want to talk about the trenches on both sides of the ball, the Philadelphia Eagles are the model for paying your rookie quarterback $50+ million, but then reinvesting in the trenches in the draft and hitting on those draft picks.
Yeah. That's a big freaking deal. Yeah. Justin Herbert, where are we at? What's he really ever done?
Yeah.
Looks great. Looks like $1 million. He's 6'5", got a rocket arm.
He's got the look of a quarterback.
He does.
Yeah.
Looks great in the shower, as somebody once said here. What do you go? Are we going Jared Goff?
See, to me, I have Jared Goff and Brock Purdy pretty similar. Like, when you ask what the ceiling is for a Brock Purdy, I think he can be a Jared Goff, if not better. Like, I know Jared Goff is a hometown guy. I kind of have a skewed view of him not really succeeding that much with Sean McVay when we talk about quarterbacks succeeding so much. I'm interested to see how Jared Goff looks this year without Ben Johnson. He's going down to Chicago, so it could be a whole different offense or a similar offense. So I would put Brock Purdy ahead of Jared Goff.
Ahead?
Yeah, me, personally.
Ooh.
I think he has a higher ceiling than Jared Goff.
Right now, Goff, that big, tall body, that tall frame, not getting balls batted down.
Without question, Jared Goff had a better season last year. But again, I don't think we're going to see that same Jared Goff without Ben Johnson.
408 says the Eagles did win because of their offensive line. And tell me the last time a team won a ship with a bad O-line. We will be waiting a long time
it doesn't happen
for
often.
an answer. 510 says, I want him to improve on his wet ball handling.
It's all about those wet balls.
He says, although with seasons changing and rain now coming after February, it'll be okay. Oh, we're going climate change. All right, very good. Climate change affecting the Niners' ability to win a Super Bowl because Purdy doesn't have to deal with as much rain. Anecdotally in my brain, that seems to be true. I used to think when we got to November and December at Candlestick, it would rain a lot more than it does now. Plus, as you know, Marcus, I've told you it doesn't rain in Santa Clara.
Never. It doesn't get over those Santa Cruz mountains.
530 says Purdy has butterfingers when the ball is wet. A lot of people checking in on his height. Ninerhead Rick says Russ Wilson's short too. Well, Russ Wilson was pretty special.
Yeah,
in his
Russ
prime.
was short. Drew Brees is short. There's been short, successful quarterbacks before. Everybody wants a 6'5", golden boy like a Justin Herbert, a guy who looks the part. But if you can play the part, you can play in the NFL.
541 says Purdy is an inch shorter than Mahomes. Well, an inch is an inch, guys. Which, all right, there we go.
Every inch matters.
Oh, my God. 209 says, unfortunately, until they win the bowl, Purdy will always be questioned. Where do we put Tua in this list?
I'd put Brock Purdy ahead of Tua.
Yeah.
One name you haven't mentioned that I go back and forth with is Jordan Love from the Packers.
So, body of work incomplete.
I would agree.
Too young.
I think maybe he has a higher ceiling, but right now Brock Purdy would have the higher floor.
Here we go. 408 says, can we get over the height stuff, says Murph, and then points out Justin Herbert and Jared Goff have good tall frames. Hey, buddy, you weren't listening. I'm not over that. I was reading a text about the height stuff. I'm a little concerned about the height stuff, to be honest. Not staying up at night, tossing and turning, but it's a thing. It's a thing that he has to overcome with some sort of strategic pocket movement, some sort of strategic pocket awareness. So 408, that was not me who said that.
Yeah, and even last year, it felt like Kyle changed up his playbook a little bit, wanted to take more shots down the field, let Brock Purdy actually throw more balls out of the pocket. But I would like to see him go back to the play-action style, get Brock Purdy outside of the pocket, because it seemed like that's when they had the most success back in 2023.
Agree. 408 says, listen, you guys saying the Niners have global warming on their side? They also have a last-place schedule on their side. Yeah, there it is. 925 says, I'm more concerned with hand size. That's what she said.
Yeah,
925 says, Tua beat Brock just 5 months ago. All right, guys.
Give a damn about Tua.
And 831 says, tall quarterbacks can suck too. This is true.
Yeah.
This is true.
Yeah, there's been plenty of busts who
There's
have been
some tall, lanky quarterbacks who have sucked. That's very, very true.
This is factual.
Well, there you guys go. There's your big hit for today. Just kind of reviewing the Brock Purdy sound. You want to play that sound again of him signing the contract? How happy he was, my friend. Yeah, here it is.
What's up, faithful? It's Brock Purdy. We just got the deal done. I'm excited for the next 6 years with you guys. Thanks for always having my back and being there for me from day one. So here's to the next 6 years, and let's go win now together. Go Niners.
And let's end it by saying he will make his post-contract radio debut on our show tomorrow morning, 7 a.m.-ish. So we look forward to that very, very much. Cooler content will be emotional at 8:30 with a tribute to Norm Peterson, the great Norm Peterson. Who's Norm, you ask? Well, if you got to ask, you'll never know. But we'll get into that. We can extend the big hit on the other side or get into some of that young Giants pitching next on The Sports Leader.
Let's go win now together. Go Niners.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Opa! We have a new contest this week. We are giving away 2 single-day tickets and a $100 food voucher for the San Jose Greek Festival, and it starts on May 30th. We want you to stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win. And when you hear the cue to call, the number to dial is 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, you will win. This is all brought to you by the San Jose Greek Festival. Opa! You can find official rules on KNBR.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, happy Wednesday morning, everybody. Beautiful day. Day baseball today, 12:45. Logan Webb on the mound against the Royals opener. Lynch, the lefty. Marcus be holding it down out there. I'll be heading down to the Dwight Clark event. I want to remind everybody that DwightClarkAward.com, the silent auction is underway. There's a lot of great stuff, including Giants packages where you can go visit Kruk and Kuip with Dugout Club tickets. There's an autographed Steph Curry jersey. Hey, now. There's actually a bunch of tickets to the Giants-White Sox series, too, in Chicago, and some pregame field access, too. So restaurants and wine and golf and all sorts of great stuff at DwightClarkAward.com.
Does the package to the White Sox game include a pregame meet and greet with the Pope?
Yes. Let's go ahead and say yes.
Well, you said there's a new...
Yeah, there's a mosaic, like a tile mosaic. It's a mosaic of the Pope.
It's the Pope.
He's not my guy, but he's your guy.
Yeah, he's not my smoke.
So I go for the rabbi, not the Pope. But the mosaic is of Pope Leo in the section that he sat in the 2005 World Series.
That's insane.
Is that crazy?
The ties.
I know. This guy's and they gave him J.D. Vance is over there giving him a Bears jersey and everything. Speaking of the Bears, George Wendt, great Chicago sports fan. We lost him at age 76. Norm from Cheers. Stay tuned for a special cooler of content on the other side. But back to the Brock Purdy big hit 2.0 as we extend it. He has signed the deal. Young Tony, you want to tell the official Brock selfie video after signing with a feather pen here? Here it is.
Stuck a feather in his hat and called him Brock Purdy, Murph.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, right here. He was doing it in Santa Clara yesterday. Niners put out a bunch of little videos. He and John Lynch were hanging out, and Brock says, let's go.
What's up, faithful? It's Brock Purdy. We just got the deal done. I'm excited for the next 6 years with you guys. Thanks for always having my back and being there for me from day one. So here's to the next 6 years, and let's go win now together. Go Niners.
6 years? Where are you going to be in 6 years, Tony? Who knows?
Hopefully here.
Yay!
Hopefully the building is still up.
Not here. Maybe in Daly City, yeah.
Oh, 6 years, Murph.
I can't guarantee that anybody in the world will be alive Sunday, so I can't guarantee who will be on our roster on Sunday. So that goes for all of us.
A little perspective.
Yeah,
Kyle Shanahan.
I can't start thinking about 6 years down the road.
So we were just kind of going through our big hit and our Brock Purdy thoughts and everything. And you know, it's funny. We're sort of in a little bit of a high, right? We're in a little bit of a high that he signed and the Niners have their guy and he's sticking around and all that stuff. But we do have to be realistic about it. And they went 6-11 last year, and he did not have as good a statistical year as he did last year. We found some Tim Ryan stuff from the end of the year. Young Tone, do you want to let me know which one you're going to play first, just to kind of remind us that at the end of the year, everybody's like, Brock didn't have that good of a season.
Yeah, so this is in November. You guys had him on one of our last hits with T-Rock at the end of the season. He said, it seems at times that Purdy's uncomfortable in Shanahan's system.
Seems like sometimes Brock's just uncomfortable in the system and at times maybe stuck in the system. And again, I don't want to speak out of school because I don't know. I haven't watched the tape. But it doesn't seem easy. And I know there's other options on plays. The one to McCaffrey, I know if there's no pressure, get off it and go somewhere else. Easier said than done because we know Brock and what he's done for this team. But it's, I think he's going through something right now. There's a lot just in terms of the maturation of his game and how people are playing him a little bit different. And the quarterbacks that end up really being the elite quarterbacks in this league have counter punches to the counter punches.
Okay, pretty heavy quote. Now, this was in November. You said November? So listen, interestingly, if you go back, and sometimes we forget these things, I'm looking back, they had a little skid in November where he started against Seattle at home and lost. Dude, the Geno Smith night game. And he did not play well in that game. He only threw for 159 yards. He threw a pick. His rating was 85. So it was, and they lost. And then then he missed the next game at Green Bay. Brandon Allen, right? Then he went out and started in Buffalo, and maybe they shouldn't have, and he went 11 of 18 for 94 yards. So he had that little skid. Now, he did bounce back. They beat the Bears 38-13. He went 20 of 25 for 325, no picks. The next week, they lost to the Rams 12-6. He went 14 of 31 for 142 and threw a pick. I mean, that was bad, really bad. Now, he finished statistically strong. They went to Miami and lost 29-17. I don't even remember that game. But he went 26 of 40 for 313, threw 2 touchdowns and a pick. Against Detroit to end the season, he had a big game. They lost 40-34, but he went 27 of 35 for 377, 3 touchdowns, did throw 2 picks, but his rating was 116. So he did come out of it a little bit. Looks like he hit a little bit of a lull in November. And do you remember what was the injury that caused him to miss that Green Bay game? I forgot. I should probably look that up before I
shoulder
start blabbing
injury.
anyway. But anyway, the point is that's right around the point that Tim Ryan was saying that things weren't going too well. We were in Hawaii right around then.
Yeah, exactly. So it's hard to nitpick just off of 1 week or 2 in the season, but just responding overall to Tim Ryan's point, like we've also heard Tim Ryan talk about how he does have the AI processing chip, how he will go through his reads. And to me, that was one of the biggest differences taking the leap from Jimmy Garoppolo to Brock Purdy, was watching him process and go through his reads. Now, the clip we just played from Tim Ryan was talking about how other teams around the league are going to make adjustments. It's an adjustment-based league. And so you're going to see teams throw different coverages at them, try to beat them a different way. And what I mentioned in the last segment also, I felt like last year Kyle Shanahan did kind of switch up his scheme a little bit. It wasn't the same traditional man under center play action scheme that we saw for so many years where you are getting the yak yards, where you are just drawing up plays where your wide receivers are wide open over the middle. Last year, the numbers went up when it came to shotgun sets. Brock Purdy got more put on his plate. Maybe that's part of the reason why he struggled a little bit, because he had more on his plate and defenses were playing him different. But as you mentioned, he did improve throughout the season, and that's the cat and mouse game that now Kyle Shanahan and Brock Purdy got to play.
Yeah, so he missed because of a shoulder injury that he suffered against against Seattle. That's why he missed the game. And then it was the first game he had missed since high school. He's been pretty durable. Yeah. That's another thing you should probably put in his favor.
Yeah, we should also mention after beating Tom Brady, becoming the first ever rookie quarterback to take Tom Brady, he went up to Seattle on a Thursday night game with a broken rib and took down the Seattle Seahawks.
Yeah.
And you mentioned that loss last year. That's the first time he's ever lost to the Seattle Seahawks with a 5-1 record in his career.
That game, dude, listen, if you guys are regular listeners to this show, you know that game. We had landed in Hawaii. What a great occasion that was. And it was an emotional week at KNBR, but we went to Hawaii as scheduled, and Marcus and I were checking into the hotel, and as the frickin' Seahawks inexplicably marched down the field, and Geno Smith ran in from about 20 yards out and hit the night so bad. Maybe one of my least favorite Niner moments of the last 10 years. Oh, my God. 209 says that Rams game when he had terrible stats was a rain day. Is that right? Do you remember that? Do you remember that?
That sounds right, because it always seems like we complain about Brock when he plays in the rain.
Well, there it is, right? There it is. Yeah, guys, so 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. Processing on 3rd and 4 in the Super Bowl, Ayuk was open and could have won the ball game. So there you go. Somebody's saying he can't process. Here we go. Yeah, there we go. So anyway, that's what the text line had to say. And we were talking about his ability to bounce back from what I thought was a sort of a substandard year last year. There was a game against the Rams and opened in the start of the year. They lost the Rams 27-24 in that game. He went 22 of 30 for 292, 3 touchdowns. But in that game, as I recall, the Niners had a chance to drive down for the field goal. I'll give you guys the play-by-play. I'm going to get into the nitty-gritty here. And I give you guys, and he was unable to do it. He was unable to take it was 24-24. He got the ball at the 30-yard line with 1:51 to go. He scrambled for 4 yards, 2nd and 6. He hit Ayuk for 9, 1st and 10 at the 43. Then he throws an incomplete pass short left to Ayuk, an incomplete pass deep right to Ronnie Bell.
A drop by Ronnie Bell.
And then he scrambled for 2 yards, and then they had to punt. So you go back to the Ronnie Bell drop.
Yeah, I mean, that sets you up. It moves you downfield. I mean, it's easy, again, to kind of nitpick these different type of situations, but he made the throw. The guy's got to go out and make the catch. Don't want to be too big of a Brock Purdy defender here. He definitely has his flaws, but I can see the reasoning behind some of these games that they didn't close out last year.
Now, the Rams took over. They got a big punt return, actually. The Niners gave up a 38-yard punt return after that. Special teams, everybody.
Special teams.
So if you tackle that kid at the 12, it's a different game. Instead, he gets the ball at the 50, and the next play, they go deep to Parkinson and draw a defensive hold on Lenore. Or pardon me, on Devondre Campbell. Defensive pass interference. 25 yards, they get down to the 25, they kick the field and win the game. So there it is. Those are 2 plays that aren't Brock Purdy plays.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's a blown special teams coverage and a Devondre Campbell pass interference.
Yeah, and we saw a lot of blown special team coverages last year, and we saw a lot of bad play from Devondre Campbell before he walked off the field.
Devondre Campbell.
Yeah, how about that?
Who was it that sent the Devondre Campbell thing in recently? Was it off of the... Was it somebody comparing Jimmy Butler to him?
Somebody made the comp to somebody on the Warriors. Kuminga walking off the court.
Somebody made the comp of Jimmy quitting on his team and then Devondre quitting on his team.
I'm not entertaining that. I'm not entertaining that.
A lot of people, 925 says, don't forget the Moody misses that affected Brock's record, too.
Absolutely.
He had misses in the Rams game.
Yeah, but that's what it comes down to, again, when we talk win-loss records, whether or not it's a quarterback stat. I mean, even in games that Brock Purdy does win, there are still people say he's only winning because he's in the Kyle Shanahan system. Well, Dan Graziano addressed that this morning, actually, and talked about that perception that Brock Purdy cannot be successful outside of the Kyle Shanahan system, and maybe why he did not have interest from other teams on the trade market.
I do think that on some level, in spite of what he's accomplished, and I think we talked about this the other day, about how your draft status kind of sticks to you. I do think, and I think this is probably what you're getting at, that Brock Purdy's not the apple of everyone's eye, that there's a thought that he and Kyle Shanahan are a good match and he thrives in that system. That may be unfair to Brock Purdy, but that perception does exist out there.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, so it is interesting that if that was the case, then the Niners could have just played out this contract and then. But again, we talked about this. If they do, and he has a decent year, all of a sudden instead of 53 a year, you're paying 63 a year, right?
Yeah, I think if Brock Purdy was eligible for a contract extension after the 2023 season, he might be looking at a $60 million per year contract like Dak Prescott has out in Dallas. But because he did regress a little bit last year, maybe that brought down the number overall, and maybe that ends up benefiting the 49ers in the long run, because as we sit here and discuss whether or not he's a top 10 quarterback because he has the 7th highest AAV in the league, by the time this contract is done in 6 years, this is not going to be a top 10, let alone maybe even a top 15 contract in the NFL.
I mean, we're talking in the next couple years, it's going to go down. It's going to look like a bargain. So there you go. Well, that's our extended big hit. Brock signs the deal. It's official. No backing out of it now. Ink to paper. He's looking forward to the next 6 years with us. All right, Cooler of Content, a tribute to an American comedy great and some sports stuff too. And then get back to some Young Giants pitching later in the show. And then Mike Sando at 9:15 with a great landline talking about where Brock fits into the NFL landscape on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, everyone, chill. This is the cooler
He's bitten a cooler
of content.
Cornucopacious of joyful news.
We might be on to something.
Yeah, baby! Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Oh, listen to that. A little special tribute here. Come on now. Drop it. Oh, yeah. It goes hard, baby. It goes hard. The Cooler of Content sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health. World-class care, closer than you think. Royals Giants today, 12:45, 11:45 pregame. Cooler of Content is a variety of things, as you heard from the intro from Steve Young and everybody else. And frequently it's just funny stuff or thoughtful stuff or interesting stuff or controversial stuff. But man, oh man, yesterday we lost an American comic legend, and that is George Wendt, the actor from a lot of things, but mostly Norm on Cheers. And for those of us of a certain age, it was just a wallop because I don't know if there's ever a guy who, like, the moment he came on the screen, you just smiled. He had one of those faces, right? You like a friendly face, like Norm, right? Norm. And Diane says Norman. And those writers were some of the best writers in American sitcom history. So they assigned him, for you kids who don't know, he would enter every episode, he would enter the bar as the bar was kind of thriving, put his coat on a hanger, and everybody would say, Norm! Norm! You walk in right, Tony! Hey! Tony! And then Marcus says, Anthony. And we walk on. But it became iconic in American culture from 1982 to 1993, his one-liners. So what we're doing in the Cooler Content today, stringing together the best Norm one-liners. So this should be fun for everybody. If you've never heard them, you're welcome. If you have heard them, you're welcome. I got no joke. It was like an emotional thing for me and a bunch of people yesterday. It was a big time in our lives and a big fond memory. Thursday nights, by the way, because Thursday night, it was Baby Friday. You know what I mean? That was the other vibe. It was Thursday. It was must-see TV. Cosby Show, Cheers, Hill Street Blues. I mean, this was like the best of American television.
Now, this might be a dumb question, but what network did Cheers debut on?
NBC. This is all NBC must-see TV. So when you guys knew I don't know, would you be of like the Friends ER generation?
Yeah, a little bit around that time.
That was their Thursday night big package. Well, in the 80s, that's what she said. In the 80s, it was Cosby, Cheers, Family Ties, and then Hill Street Blues, and it was must-see TV.
Yeah,
right?
and obviously TV was a lot different in the 80s than it is today with all of our streaming services and the thousands and thousands of channels. So I'm sure there were thousands of families around the nation who would tune in Thursday night.
So everybody knows these. You get to hear them. Here you go, Norm. Here's maybe the most famous one. We'll start with right away. Norm's entry number one.
Afternoon, everybody.
Hey, Mr. Peterson, what's the story?
Boy meets beer. Boy drinks beer. Boy gets another beer.
Okay, that was a good one. That wasn't the one I was teasing.
I like it. It's almost like Boy Meets World.
So that was from Woody. Now, I will tell you guys, so there were two eras in Cheers. There was Coach and Diane, and then they phased them out for Woody and Rebecca. I'll be honest, Woody and Rebecca to me never measured up to Coach and Diane. Tony hit the wrong one there. He was supposed to hit the first one. So that was a good one, but this is the one I think everybody, if you had to pick one Norm line, this is the one people go with here.
Afternoon, everybody.
Hey, what's happening, Norm?
It's a dog-eat-dog world, Sammy, and I'm wearing milk-bone underwear.
Milk-bone
So you can
underwear.
hear Diane says Norman in there. That is one of the most famous ones of all time. Let's let him rip here. Cut N, Tony. Norm, come on in. Cut N.
Evening, everybody.
What's going down, Mr. Peterson?
My cheeks on this bar stool.
Okay.
You can use any of these at Ballast Point.
I'm taking notes. I'm taking notes.
This one I like a lot. Cut M, Tony. Here you go. Here.
Evening, everybody.
What will you have, Norm?
Well, I'm in a gambling mood, Sammy. I'll take a glass of whatever comes out of that tap.
Looks like beer, Norm.
Call me Mr. Lucky, eh?
That's what always made me laugh. I'll take what comes out of that tab.
Yeah.
Looks like beer. Call me Mr. Lucky.
Looks cold.
If the premise was my man came in for a beer every single time here. Another one. Cut L, Tony.
Afternoon, everybody.
Norman.
What would you say to a beer, Normie?
Daddy loves you.
Yeah, the Coach Diane ones really hit differently. Oh, man. What would you say to a beer? Daddy loves you. That's pretty good. All right, cut K, Tony. What's next?
Good afternoon, everybody.
Hey, Normie, what would you like?
I don't know, you got anything pale and cold?
Yeah, but it's Diane's day off.
All
Pretty
right.
good there.
I
A
like
little
that one.
chizzy from Carla there.
IPA humor.
His wife was named Vera. Nobody ever saw her. He made fun of her a lot. So here, cut J, Tony.
Afternoon, everybody.
Normie, could this be Vera?
That was a lot of expensive surgery, maybe.
He roasted his wife constantly. The next one, cut H, has a lot. This one might be the runner-up for everybody's favorite other than the Milk-Bone underwear. Take it away, H, Tony.
Evening, everybody.
Norman? What's shaking, Norm?
All 4 cheeks and a couple of chins, Coach.
All 4 cheeks and a couple of chins.
That's it right there.
I had to think about that one for a second.
That one go. He was a stout man, George went. So I'd say Milk-Bone underwear 1, all 4 cheeks and a couple of chins 2. Daddy Loves You's pretty good too on 3. This one's pretty good too. Cut G, Tony. Here we go.
Howdy, sports fans.
What'll it be, Norm?
Fame, fortune, fast women.
Yeah? How about a beer?
Even better.
How about a beer?
Fame, fortune, fast women. Again, he was not a matinee idol. You want to put a beer, even better. Cut F, Tony. Second beer. Here we go.
Afternoon, everybody.
What can I do for you, Norm?
Well, I am going to need something to kill time before my second beer. How about a first one?
You got it.
That's for you, buddy.
That's the one I'm going to steal, yeah. I'm always going 2 or 3 beers deep.
I'm going to need
minimum.
something to kill time before my second beer.
How about a first one? That's a classic.
More classic one here. Cut E, Tony.
Afternoon, everybody.
Norman?
What's doing, Norm?
Well, science is seeking a cure for thirst. I happen to be the guinea pig.
See, it's the Coach and Diane ones where she hits Norman. Here we go. No, this one would be a podium finisher too. Cut D, Tony. This one, people quote this one a lot here.
Afternoon, everybody.
Norman?
What's up, Norm? My nipples. It's freezing out there.
That one gets a lot of run too. Milk-Bone, the cheeks and chins, and my nipples, I'd say, are the top 3. Got a few more here for you on George Wendt, dead at the age of 76. Cut C, Tony.
Afternoon, everybody.
How's life treating you, Norm?
He caught me in bed with his wife.
Cheating on life.
How's life treating you? Yeah, Coach is the best. Few more here. Hopefully getting a smile on your face in your morning commute. Another how's life treating you, Norm. Cut B.
Afternoon, everybody.
Hey, Norm!
Hey, beer with you.
How's life treating you, Norm?
I just ran over its dog.
We don't have this one in here, but there's one where they go, how's life, Norm? He goes, not for the squeamish, as he's heading down. And this is as he's walking down the bar and then hanging his left onto the bar stool right there. Last 3 here. Vera, another knock at Vera, his wife here. Cut T.
Afternoon, everybody.
Where's Vera?
She's going to put on a little more makeup. That first coat didn't really take,
Wow.
Last 2 here. Norm, cut R, Tony.
Morning, Sammy.
Norm! What brings you in this time of day?
Same thing that always does.
A little early for a beer, isn't it?
So float a cornflake in it.
Actually, I don't think I've ever heard that
Put a
one.
cornflake
I like
in
that
it.
one. A little early for a beer. Put a cornflake. And then finally, the last episode, which a lot of people think was a really, really good last episode. I get freaking emotional. It reminds me of my sitting with my mom and dad on Thursday night. They're gone now. It brings me back to those Thursday nights, man. The last episode, the last person in the bar before Sam has the bar all by himself and locks up is Norm. Classic. So here's the final lines of Norm in the 1993 finale here.
Well, I'm off. But, Sammy, can I let you in on a little secret? Sure. I knew you'd come back. You did? You can never be unfaithful to your one true love. You always come back to her. Who is that? Think about it, Sammy.
And that's it. He walks out. He has a great line right before that. people think, is he talking about Diane? He's talking about the bar. The bar. And the last thing Sam does is adjust that picture of Geronimo for Coach. There's a really funny line right prior to that because Norm's the last guy there, and he goes, I think you need to think about something you love, Sam. He goes, everybody has something you love. And he goes, you know what I love, Sam? And Sam goes, beer, Norm. And this is like at the end of the night, and Norm looks at his watch and goes, yeah, I think I got time for one more. And hops on down there. It's really funny. There's also one that's not in there, too. One of the openings is a guy comes in here, and he goes, I haven't been back to this bar in 30 years. He goes, I used to live in Boston. I moved away. He goes, everything's different. He goes, the stairs are different. He goes, the paint's different. He goes, the lights are different. He goes, even that back wall's different. And they go, that back picture's different. And the bartender goes, which picture are you talking about? And he goes, the one behind Norm down there. That's what he says.
Been there forever.
Yeah, exactly. So anyway, it's a thing that everybody wanted to, it's where everybody knows your name. It was where America gathered. We all gathered. And Norm, I think, was probably, in many ways, the heart and soul of the show. So 76 is too young.
Yeah.
George Wendt, great Chicago sports fan. Huge Bears, Cubs. In 1989, I went and saw the Giants play the Cubs in 1980 NLCS Game 4. My sister got great seats in the upper box at Candlestick, and George Wendt was in the next section, like one row over. I was like, it's freaking Norm, man. It was like seeing Elvis Presley, But he was rooting for the Cubs. So, anyway, thanks for doing those, John Joe. Hope everybody enjoyed them. And we have one last piece of sports news here from the cool.
Yeah, I was going to say, in honor of George, I'll throw a cornflake in my beer later on today before the Giants game, but we do have some breaking news that maybe we should discuss on the other side because we got a ruling on Z Tush Push.
Okay, next on the Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader.
Oh, yeah, El Cerrito Honda. Let's go. I'm driving that 2025 Honda CR-V Hybrid from El Cerrito Honda. Loved my experience there. Loved the selection there. You will, too. Listen, Memorial Day weekend's coming up, and you know the deal. We're going to take advantage and give you savings. Of course, they're doing it all month long, too. You don't have to wait till Memorial Day. El Cerrito Honda, your destination for great savings, unbeatable selection, service you can always trust. Listen, what do you want? The fuel-efficient hybrids? Got them. New Prologue EV? Got it. Rugged 2026 Passport Trail Sport? Got it. I'm driving that 2025 Honda CR-V Hybrid. I love it. And El Cerrito Honda had the color I wanted. They have the perfect selection, this navy blue color. It's very sharp. Hey, visit us today right off of I-80 on San Pablo Avenue. 1755 San Pablo Avenue if you're looking for the exact address in El Cerrito. Start your shopping online at elcerritohonda.com. Tell them your boy Murph sent you. Say, I came here because I was listening to KNBR and Murph told me, and you will be taken care of course. El Cerrito Honda, more than just a car dealership. We're family.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Push, ja. Blue 80! Blue 80! Bereit, set, So, versteht ihr?
There it is. The Shermans talking about the tush push. Incredible sound. Set to the ultimate Eagles fan, Meek Mill, and of course the tush push, a big part of their thing. Now, we talked about this earlier this morning. Diana Rossini, the great NFL writer for The Athletic, said that she had been hearing that the tush push would be banned. It said that it's the league's competition and players' health safety committees have voted to ban the play, and Diana Rossini reported that last night, this morning, and then, young Tony, what do you got?
Yeah, so Diana Rossini just put out another tweet. The Packers' proposal to the ban of the tush push did not receive the required 75% from the NFL owners to pass. The tush push remains alive.
Damn.
Tush push.
Well, Diana Rossini had bad info yesterday, huh?
Yeah, well, it seemed like it was a close vote. Out of the 32 teams, 24 teams had to vote in favor of the ban. The final vote tally came out to 22-10.
Ooh, so it really was close.
It was close, but at the end of the day,
the tribe has spoken. We're getting closer. Do I need to lead a storming of the? Nice way to knock down that phone. But do I need to lead a storming of the Canton Steps? Because I'm against the tush push. Well, it's back, I guess. I don't know. That's interesting. Years ago, look at you, Marcus, dropping the phone over there. Yeah. Hold the phone, young man. Hold the phone. We did it in What Did Young Tony Ask today, and I said, to me, it's never been a football play, and I understand. I've read all the arguments. I get it. Save it. Well, yeah, technically it is because this and no. It's like when you see something, you know. It's the old line of they say pornography.
Oh,
you know it when you see it. That's what the Supreme Court said, I believe. And Louis Armstrong said that about jazz. They said, "What's the difference of jazz? If you got to ask, you'll never know." It's the kind of thing about I'd say about the tush push. You know it. To me, it struck me as an unnatural play. From watching football all my life, I just never thought it was appropriate for a ball carrier to be shoved down the field. He needed to matriculate the ball down the field on his own wit and guile and athletic skill. Now, people could block for him ahead of him, but the idea of shoving him from behind seemed to be sort of antithetical to opposite of what we were trying to do here. So I never liked it. I still don't like it. Now, if the 49ers master it and start using it, maybe I'll like it more. Does my hatred of the Eagles have something? Do I hate the Eagles, really? I mean, I don't like the Eagles. I don't hate the Eagles like you do the Cowboys or the Seahawks, right? But does my disdain for the Eagles have something to do with it? Yeah, probably, sure. But they're really good at it. But I still just think football's better off if you don't have it.
Now, I'm not as anti-tush push than you are. Because, to your point, what they're doing by the letter of the law is not illegal. And other teams can do it. They just don't do it as good as the Philadelphia Eagles. I mean, we saw it last year in the playoffs. Josh Allen was trying to get a couple tush pushes, couldn't get the job done. So you do got to give credit to the Philadelphia Eagles for mastering the tush push. It's kind of like my take when we were talking about the torpedo bats earlier this season, and everybody was saying the Yankees are cheating because they're using the torpedo bats. No, everybody is able to use those bats. Everybody is still allowed to use the tush push. My gripe that I've always had is the letter of the law where on offense, you can help your teammates by pushing them in the back, but defensively, you're not allowed to use your teammate to help you block a field goal or jump over the offensive line. So I've never really got the kind of criticism of it not going both ways of why you can help your teammate and push him in the back on offense, but you can't do it on defense.
Yeah, again, inconsistency there for sure. I mean, and this goes for running backs who get stoned on a 1-yard line, they shove them in. I kind of feel the same way about that, too. I mean, it seems a little less, I don't know, or maybe there should be like a limit of how many people can push you. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, and like the question for me has always been, how far can teams take this? How far before it's Trent Williams lining up at fullback and Nick Bosa in the I formation pushing Brock Purdy
in? I mean, that's kind of what they do.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Like, why not experiment with Kyle Juszczyk, who played a little quarterback back at Harvard, correct? Have him take the snap and have him do the tush push with a couple big boys behind him.
I just kind of feel like, I mean, somebody brings up running backs will be stoned on say it's a sweep and a guy runs, he gets stoned, they can shove him in. that seems a little more natural than the idea of lining up 4 guys behind the quarterback and shoving them through. So anyway, it stays. I mean, there are legal defense mechanisms for it. There's written rules that you can. It's just like the same thing about. It's like anything. Like I said, there's just certain rules in sports that like you either know in your gut that should happen or it shouldn't. And the tush push for me has always been something. The very first time I saw it, it wasn't even like something I built up because the Eagles. The first time I saw them, like, what are they doing? You can't do that. You can't just line up and shove the guy across the line. So.
Well, especially with the forward progress rules. Like, I know referees are pretty quick, but they'll let this play out, and there'll be like a second, third surge. It's like, all right, when are we blowing the whistle? How much extra effort are you allowing on top of the push? When does the play end?
Yeah. Great question. Well, are we going to the chip this year too on the football? Because that's another thing. Is where's the ball?
Ooh, are we getting to the chip?
Hard to. I think they are doing that, but sounds like it's getting closer though. You mentioned 22-10 was the vote. I believe the last time they voted on it wasn't this close. So I think maybe it's like one of those things like it's like a Billy Wagner's Hall of Fame candidacy where you just give it a couple more years and they'll ban it.
It's like sports gambling in California. We keep getting closer and closer and it keeps failing.
They're already, I tell you what, speaking of failing, I'm failing as a parent because I'm watching my kid get duped in by this app that's saying, oh, you're not gambling, you're playing for cards and points.
You're just playing a game.
Bro, it's getting dangerous out there,
That's how they get you.
And it's not even funny.
Which also,
kid's going to be a Gamblers Anonymous,
I will say, it's your responsibility as a parent to tell him to gamble responsibly.
I know.
Just like you would tell your kid to drink responsibly when he turns 21. There are vices out there.
It's a tough deal, man.
It's a dangerous world.
It is.
Life's tough. Grab a helmet.
And meanwhile, he's like, Dad, my kid's going to come home and say, Dad, put Pete Rose in the Hall of Fame. He's wrongly accused. We should all be allowed to wager on our games.
That's it. Rory's like, I'm only betting on my own team, Pops. My buddy was just telling me that we have friends who bet on themselves playing Call of Duty. Like there's like a KD ratio and you can bet over under on your own Call of Duty games. Which to me is like, now we're really jumping the shark on what you can gamble on.
Is that Pete Rose? You're betting on yourself?
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. You're betting on yourself, but like, could you bet against yourself in Call of Duty?
Well, that was the thing on Pete Rose. Did he try harder in games that they bet on? You know, that's the whole integrity thing. Hey, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. So there you go. All right, we teased that we get to the Giants. We got Mike Sando at 9:15, so let's transition over to the Giants and talk about what happened last night because it was a development of... I mean, we've known Hayden Birdsong and Kyle Harrison are these great, bright young arms. We saw them last year. It's not breaking news. There was something about seeing them both in the same game, which we did not get last year because they were both starters, that really emphasized just how much young talent the Giants have in their arms. I mean, you throw in a Randy Rodriguez, who's going to be like one of those kind of core 4 guys who will never truly get the credit that he deserves, because middle relievers never do. But the idea of Harrison and Birdsong in the same game doing what they did was incredibly enticing, and they got the 3-2 win over the Royals. Grant Brisbee wrote a piece about how the Giants have held, 465 times the Giants have limited their opponents to 2 runs or fewer in that ballpark, and they're 418-47 in those games. So that seems to be the number. Brian Saban used to say score 4. That's all they had to do. 3 was the number for him. But this is the Buster Posey. I thought last night was the classic Buster Posey plan for success. Hold them to 2. Hold them to 1. It's going to be cold at night. It doesn't matter whether you're wearing your creams, your Orange Fridays, your Saturday Blacks, or your Tuesday City Connects. It's going to be cold at night, and the ball's not going to fly that much, even if Vinny Pasquantino is up there mashing. And last night was one of those nights, cold night, runs at a premium. Giants scraped it across with a couple of timely hits and had that classic. So to me, I mean, we saw this during 2009 to 2015, 16, that this is the ballpark. They're never going to mash it. You're going to get your home runs on the road. I don't know if they're going to get 30 again this year. We're already 40-plus games in. Who's leading it? Flores and Ramos have 8 each, I think. Yeah, Chapman have 8, too, I think.
I think so.
So, I mean, theoretically, they're at how many games in? They're at 49 games in. It's going to be dicey. But this is the formula. And last night, now today's a day game. Maybe the ball flies a little bit more today. But that's a classic thing. You were out there last night. Did it feel like a classic Giants torture era win?
Yeah, and it's the Giants team that we've been talking about all season long. Even going back to spring training, we talk about the changes in the approach and how there's more focus of hitting with runners in scoring position and doing the little things, the small ball, the base to base, the station to station baseball that we saw have so much success here in San Francisco. Yes, everybody wants an Aaron Judge or a Bryce Harper, a guy who can hit 40, 50 bombs per year. But in this ballpark, unless your name is Barry Bonds, you're not going to have that type of success. But we have seen success with 3 World Series titles with pitching, defense, and timely hitting. And already so far this year, in the first 49 games, Murph, there have been 8 different wins for the San Francisco Giants where they've scored 3 runs or less. And so that tells you right there, they're going to play in close games. They have 10 wins this year in 1-run ball games. They have 13 comeback victories. Like, this is the brand of baseball that you're going to get when you have a rotation that can keep you in the game through the first 5, 6, 7, 8 innings when Logan Webb is pitching. But even with the younger pitchers, if they can only go 5 and dive, you have the best bullpen in baseball this year, the number 1 team ERA. And that, to me, is what's going to bridge the gap and keep you close in these 1-run ball games. And then it just comes down to getting that one hit. And that's what we've seen so far with this Giants team.
So is it your view that Harrison should be back in the rotation at some point? What would it take to get him in the rotation? I don't know. Landon Roop is not exactly like lights out, locked in. Obviously, Webby's Webby. He's your guy. I mean, borderline statue type guy. You got Verlander. Now, Verlander has a little pec issue. Who knows? He said he's good to go in his next start, but it's something to keep an eye on if indeed he has to take a powder for 10, 15 days. Something
exactly.
Like that happens.
We know injuries can open the door, so that's a possibility.
Right. And then you got your guy Carson Whisenhunt down there in spring training. So it's all leading to, if you want to start, and you've been saying this, but maybe as we get a little closer to kind of, do you trade one of your starters for a bat at the trade deadline? And if so, what kind of bat? Like, are you looking at first base?
Yeah, I think
Gerard Encarnacion might be on his way back soon.
Yeah, and that's nice to think about, but to me, you really are missing a power 3 hitter in this lineup. And we're all hoping that one day it can be Bryce Eldridge, whether it is sometime this summer, it might be next season. But if you are competing this year to be a playoff team, to me, you need more of a thump. But that's kind of the case that they're going to find themselves in once we get to the trade deadline. Are you competing for this year or are you competing for next year? Which might sound crazy because we used to kill Farhan Zaidi for asking those same questions. But we also criticize him for not trading Blake Snell last year at the trade deadline to try to get something back and let him walk away when he opted out because he was playing for one season. We're in year 1 of the Buster Posey regime. And that's why, to me, it's all about the next year, 2, 3, 4 years, which I know a lot of fans don't want to hear. But I'm looking down the road, and I'm looking at this rotation of Logan Webb, Hayden Birdsong, Kyle Harrison, Landon Roop, and Carson Whisenhunt. That's 5 homegrown pitchers that could be your starting rotation next season. So to get there next season, that to me would mean you have to move on from one of these veterans. Whether it's Justin Verlander, who I believe has a no-trade clause, so that might be a little bit more difficult to move this summer unless Justin wants to go to a team that has a clearer path to being a contender, or a name that I've thrown out a lot this year, Robbie Ray. Now, Robbie Ray has been great this year. I've never been a big fan of his contract that he got after winning the Cy Young. It was also a contract that was given out by the past regime. So if you're looking to sell high on a product and get something in return and maybe get a bat back, I think Robbie Ray could be one of those guys. But again, it brings up the question. If you truly are competing for a playoff spot, you would want Robbie Ray pitching in a playoff series.
Now, he's 33. His contract does expire next year. So you only have to take on a year and a half of his deal. That's appealing.
Mm-hmm.
So there isn't a huge deal. And you're right. I mean, are you making a run at it? Are you trying to win the World Series? Maybe you want Robbie Ray in August and September. Or are you thinking, man, Carson Whisenhunt can probably do what Robbie Ray's doing? You don't know. He's AAA versus the big leagues, but it is something to think about. And you get a bat in return. We have Zach Manassian on tomorrow. Oh, by the way, we also have Brock Purdy on tomorrow, 7 a.m., making his first post-contract radio hit on our show, don't you know? So tune in tomorrow morning at 7 a.m.-ish. We don't know, depending on when the time he's done doing squats to build up those freaking quads that he has down there in Santa Clara. But anyway, it is intriguing, and it's great. I mean, listen, it's the Buster plan, to be honest, and I don't want to say this too much and everything because, we got to move on at some point, but credit to Farhan. All these guys we're mentioning, Kyle Harrison, Hayden Birdsong, draft picks. Robbie Ray, he traded for, so that was all good. Logan Webb came from the previous regime. Verlander was signed by the Posey-Manassian regime. In terms of the closers, Ryan Walker and Camilo Duvall, they go back to the Bobby Evans era.
Hey, yo, Bobby.
And those are the two guys pitching last night, right? So it's been a little bit of a mashup, but you do have to give the Farhan regime credit for drafting Kyle Harrison, for drafting Hayden Birdsong. These guys look like, we got a ways to go, but man, there's a ton of promise. And right now, look at like the Dodgers. They can't pitch at all. They're having a terrible time pitching. They have a bunch of injuries, and their guys are kind of all on the older side. The Clayton Kershaws, the Blake Snells, Glasnow. These guys are a little bit on the older side. Giants right now are sitting here with some young dudes.
Yeah, and it was probably the biggest key for me going into the season is the depth in the organization level by level when it comes to pitching. And to your point, props to Farhan Zaidi for hitting on some of these pitchers. We'll see how Bryce Eldridge pans out. Really, that's going to be the guy that we judge the Farhan Zaidi regime on, because outside of Bryce Eldridge, there's not a lot of bats in the system, which gets back to my point of maybe flipping one of these veteran pitchers to go out and get a bat, even if it's a guy that can make an instant impact, or just to get a bat in your farm system.
925 says you guys mentioned Camilo Doval's improvement at holding runners.
Oh,
Bro, you want to talk about little things? I used to be, dude, you get a runner on, it was a freaking carnival. Take second, take third. Hell, you might as well even steal home on Camilo Doval.
I mean, this year he's implemented the slide step too, which I understand as a guy that can throw 100 miles per hour. You're thinking the ball's getting there so quick, you don't need to even mess around with the slide step. But guys were taking advantage of him. And when I saw him earlier this year in spring training, just throwing like live ABs, he was struggling to find the strike zone out of the slide step and really looked uncomfortable. He looks more comfortable than ever this year, and he's pitching fantastic, arguably some of the best ball of his career, and that includes the All-Star season.
I don't know whether you give credit to JP Martinez, Bob Melvin, Buster Posey, or Camilo himself for getting it done, but man, oh man, what a stride he's been. People have been talking in the offseason trading that guy.
There's people talking about in the first week of the season DFAing him.
Yeah. I mean, this guy's he's getting back to that dude we thought he was, and he's still young, too.
And he's still getting that light show.
He's a tough at bat when he's on, man. And the play, the other thing I want to mention before we get to Mike Sando is the Pat Bailey throw out of Bobby Witt last night. It was just a great moment in baseball. It changed the game entirely. Instead of Bobby Witt being in scoring position right there, he was out. But my question is, where's the matrix on how much bad offense you can put up with to get great defense? And as you compared it to the F around and 5 out, find out.
Yeah, the more you F around, the more you find out.
So the more you F around, and the more you play Bailey, the more he's going to hit 100. But the more you play Bailey, the more he's going to throw out Bobby Witt, right? You got? Oh, here it is.
The more you around, the more you're going to find out.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I remember didn't we have Buster on? I think we have Buster on next Thursday. Zach Manassian tomorrow. I think we asked Buster at the start of the year, what are you expecting out of Pat Bailey? And he said his number one job, see if you can find that in the system somewhere, Tone. His number one job is to play D.
Yeah.
That's what he said. So I wonder if Buster's like, and you're saying even at the expense of 179, he might say, well, listen, I don't love 179, but I'm still going to run him out there.
Of course not. And Patrick Bailey doesn't love 179. Nobody does. Nobody wants to see anybody in our lineup hitting below the Mendoza line. And to me, that's a big difference between we're talking a catcher below the Mendoza line and a first baseman below the Mendoza line. That's why I'm advocating of going out and getting a bat, because Lamont Wade Jr. simply hasn't performed at first base, and you can't have a first baseman hitting less than 200 on the season. But if you have a Gold Glove catcher, you're going to let him go out there and play Gold Glove defense every single day. What he does for the staff, how he calls games. I mean, he's so valuable. Like, you can get into WAR if you want to, which I'm not a huge fan of, because guys like Christian Koss will have a higher WAR than Wilmer Flores.
You know who has I was going to say, Wilmer Flores has no WAR right now. And somebody put it on the text line, we were talking about home run leaders. Wilmer has 10.
Yeah, and he leads Major League Baseball in RBIs, but RBIs don't matter. It doesn't add up to your WAR. But anyways, I digress. It's like, to me, Patrick Bailey is so valuable, and if you have to pick one position between all 9 positions where you need elite defense, it all starts with the catcher. It starts behind the plate. So, yes, I want to see Patrick Bailey have more success with the bat. One thing I will point out, it does seem like he steps up in big situations. We've seen a couple pinch hit RBIs. We've seen
a bunt down on Saturday night.
We've seen a couple game winners before. I mean, yeah, we all want the Patrick Bailey that we saw on Patrick Bailey bobblehead day, where he went, 3 for 3, 4 for 4 with a couple bombs. Like, he was lighting the world on fire. And even his rookie season, he came up and hit better than what I saw him hit in the minor leagues. Yeah. But it all starts with the defense behind the plate, and that's why Patrick Bailey's going to be in the
Tony,
game.
being the ace that he is, found this. Is this from April or March, Tony? Is there a date on this?
This was in November of last year.
November?
Yeah.
Okay, who's Buster Posey laying out from November?
You know, I can't speak for him, but knowing him a little bit like I do, I know that he wants to be, that two-way player that's obviously – defense is going to be his strong suit, but I do believe, and I think he believes, that there's more in there offensively. And hitting's tough sometimes. When you try to go and get more, it's the opposite effect a lot of times. So he's had a couple of years now where he's kind of tailed off the second half of the year. So I know that they're working hard, he and Burrell and the hitting guys, and on making sure that he's got a sustainable approach that can have him be a little bit more productive in the second half. But ultimately that defense is number one. And for him to lead the staff and to pick up strikes on the edges and control the running game, that's his number one priority. Having said that, I know that he wants more offensively, but the defense is special, and we're lucky to have it.
Yeah, great answer from Buster. Just addressed everything we were talking about right there. One last thing before we get to Mike Sando. Just throw this out there. Lamont Wade, last 14 days, 250 with a 737 OPS. It's better.
Yeah, I can acknowledge that and point out the fact that he is swinging it better, but I'm not letting that stop me from making a move, making a trade at the deadline to bring in a bat that you can put in the middle of this lineup.
All right, let's do this. Let's talk to Mike Sando on the other side about Brock Purdy and the Niners and contracts and quarterbacks, and did they do the right thing? Next on The Sports Leader.
The more you around, the more you're going to find out.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Opa! We have a new contest this week. We are giving away 2 single-day tickets and a $100 food voucher for the San Jose Greek Festival starting on May 30th. We want you to stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win. So stay tuned to this Mike Sando hit. And when you hear the cue to call, the number to dial is 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, you will win. This is all brought to you by the San Jose Greek Festival. Opa! You can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Young Tony, I was unfamiliar with your game. You have ZZ Top in your arsenal, huh? Way to go,
Hell
kid.
yeah, I do.
Somebody told you.
No, I just searched Tush on Spotify and this popped up.
Oh, man, you
Nice,
got to know.
Tony.
No tush push, says the NFL. Stuff we can talk about with Mike Sando, of course, the outstanding NFL columnist for The Athletic and Hall of Fame selector and just all-around good guy. Mike, it's always great to have you on KNBR in San Francisco. You got your boy Brian Murphy and Marcus Boucher, Murph and Marcus. How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, Mike?
Good morning. How you doing?
Well, we're talking a lot about Brock Purdy is how we're doing. All right, so for a guy who covers the league, do your famous quarterback tiers every summer, did the 49ers make the right move here?
Probably. I mean, I think he's their guy, and they know that they can have a top 5 offense with him. They know they can go to the Super Bowl with him. So, I think it's a deal that probably everybody can live with. I think it's way more money than Brock Purdy's made, so, he didn't necessarily have to go way to the top of the market. I think it's, it's kind of par for the course for good starting quarterbacks, in this range. And Purdy's better, has been more productive than, and on the field probably more than Tua has been or Trevor Lawrence. So, you can live with it from that standpoint. I think other teams can live with it too. I don't think people are afraid of Brock Purdy or feel like he's, some amazing dynamic talent. But, it's probably good for everybody. Everyone can live with this.
Mike, last year in your quarterback tiers, Brock Purdy rose up 13 spots and moved into that second tier of quarterbacks. Based on his play from last season, do you think he's going to move up or down in those rankings this offseason?
I think with the team's success, it's probably harder to make a push up. I would think he'd be, probably still in the second tier of quarterbacks. I don't know if he's going to be in the top 10, but his production's been there. I think, for a player like him, it probably takes a while for him to outlive the fact that he was the last pick in the draft. That hangs with people a little bit, maybe unfairly, because his production's been really good. But I think he'll be. I don't think he's going to plummet into the middle of tier 3, but I don't think last year, like to me, to people who watched it more closely, I feel like last year could have arguably helped him. I don't know if that's the national perception in the league that last year helped him. Does that make sense?
No. What do you mean last year helped him? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, last year when it fell off around him, you could make a case that he actually had to do more. Mm-hmm. And you were actually a little bit more impressed with what he was able to do, even though it was a little more hit and miss. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I guess so.
The degree of difficulty got harder last year, and I don't think he was just a mess, right? I don't think he just completely imploded. It got to be a bit much at times, but I felt like you could make a case that last year was a little bit more validating than costly for him. Could you buy that?
Interesting.
Is that hard?
Push back a little bit. There was a couple of games. I keep going back to this game against the Rams when It was week 3, and they had the ball 1st and 10 on the 30-yard line, and he couldn't even get them to field goal range in the minute 50 to go. Now, there was a big drop by Ronnie Bell in that game that people talk about, but there were things that happened last year. Last year, the Seahawks came to Santa Clara and surprisingly beat the Niners. So there were a couple of things that spoke poorly for him.
Yeah, I think he'll slide. I think he'll slide a little, not a ton. I think the league at large is more where you're at probably in terms of, okay, maybe last year showed us some of the limitations. Even though I think for a while, I felt like in the first half of the year, I felt like there was more on him and he was doing more on his own, and it kind of was flattering. I thought it was impressive, but maybe it got to be too much and wasn't sustainable. Does that make sense?
Yeah, for sure. And there were things that you're right. You go through the game logs and there's certain games you're like, oh man, good game. You think about the home game against the Rams when they were still in it. I think in December, I think they were still. And Debo dropped that ball. So there were things that spoke to him. And listen, no McCaffrey. I mean, when you do the tiers, Mike, we're talking to Mike Sando of The Athletic here on the UMA guest line. Like, how much does the supporting cast matter?
Well, that's always a tough one for Purdy because, number one, not super impressive physically, right? I mean, it's all anticipation and knowing the offense, and so he gets dinged by the fact that people do think it's more the coach than in other places, and some of that talent, too. So I do think that makes it harder for people to give him more of the credit and push him up into the top 6-7 quarterbacks in the league, which is where his stats are. Statistically, if you want to make the case, you can say he's a top 5 quarterback. No one really believes that in the league, right? I mean, do you believe it?
No.
Yeah. So, that's where there gets to be a little bit of a gap, but I think you can look and see, hey, Kyle, Purdy's better than Jimmy Garoppolo, but if you look at Garoppolo's stats with the 49ers, Garoppolo is one of the all-time NFL leaders in yards per attempt, right?
He covering Garoppolo. There were some good things.
Like, how does that happen? He's not a top 50 quarterback in the history of the league, but he's a top 10 in yards per attempt, right?
Right.
So, there's some things going on there that are not him, and I think we know that's true for the 49ers now too. But, do you want to try to pinch Purdy to save an extra $8 million a year and have it be a distraction all off season? Probably not worth it, right?
Absolutely. Yeah.
So you pay him more than you'd ideally like to pay him, but that's just the price of paying business, and you got you like him, and you can win with them.
Yeah, Mike, with Brock Purdy now being paid top 10 money, it's a conversation that we've been having all week. Is Brock Purdy a top 10 quarterback? Now, looking at your tier list from last year, he was ranked 12th going into the season, but I'm not going to ask you whether or not he's a top 10 quarterback because you just addressed it in your last answer. But I do want to see where you rank Brock Purdy within his own division. I know we haven't seen Sam Darnold play a snap with the Seattle Seahawks yet, but with Matthew Stafford and Kyler Murray, where would you rank Brock Purdy in his own division?
I think you have to just put him after Stafford. I think Stafford's a different talent and can do more things, and you fear him more. I don't think that Kyler Murray has shown the consistency over a course of a season that Purdy probably has. And, I mean, Sam Darnold, let's face it, he's had a bunch of ups and downs in his career, and he had one good year last year and then a horrific ending to the year. So I don't know how you could put those guys ahead of Purdy, but I would certainly put Stafford ahead of him, and I think the league would do that as well.
Talking to Mike Sando of The Athletic, saying, it makes sense for the Niners. Now, it's interesting. I wanted to follow up on your thoughts about the rest of the league. The rest of the league's not terrified of him. Adam Schefter had a report that there were no trade offers. I don't know if there was anything active. I don't know your thought on that. Like, you think people around the league are, fine, keep Purdy. That's fine by us.
Right, exactly. That's how I feel. I understand why they do the deal, and like I said, don't want to get into a big knockdown drag out to save $8 million because they're a team that spends, and so they can manipulate his cap numbers in the future. This deal isn't going to totally handcuff the 49ers as long as Purdy's decent, as long as he's what he's been. They'll be able to keep extending out your runway if you're willing to spend cash. 49ers have been willing to do that. So this isn't going to be a big hamstringer. Now, for the other teams, no one, when they play the 49ers, is like, oh, my gosh, buckle up. We got Purdy this week. Right? Right?
Yeah, right. It's true. It's
right? They say, okay, or they say, hey, we got to disrupt Purdy because when this guy's on time and on rhythm, he's going to find the open guy.
Yeah.
And they're going to say, hey, we gotta know where McCaffrey is at all times, and this is what Kyle's going to do. And Purdy's a part of it, but he's not the main thing you're worried about, right?
Yeah, it's just, I mean, they would like to maybe see if he could get to that point. You know, he's still 25, right?
Yeah. But you know, the counter to that is, hey, they've had number 1 offense in the league or top 5 offense with them. So, you know, what do you want?
Yeah, well, Mike, that's the question moving forward now. With the new price tag on Brock Purdy, they don't have the luxury of paying all these all-pro players like they did when Brock Purdy was still on his rookie contract. And we saw them trim the fat this offseason, moving on from guys like Deebo Samuel, Hufanga, Dre Greenlaw. The list goes on and on. But they're also they also took care of business here, home in the Bay Area, giving contract extensions to Fred Warner and George Kittle. They bring in Robert Saleh this offseason as a defensive coordinator, and they have the easiest strength of schedule in the entire NFL. So what do you think the national perception is on the 49ers heading into this season?
Well, I mean, the guys they got rid of were not just money. I mean, it was money in relation to projected performance. And so they kept the guys in general that they thought were the most productive. And they had a difficult decision with Dre Greenlaw because of the injury. I think they would have liked to have kept him, but they were afraid of the injury. So he's already has an injury, I believe, with the Broncos. So I thought they made calculated decisions that were not just about, oh my gosh, we're paying Purdy, we can't pay these other guys. You can pay good players, and you can keep adding good players as long as your money is with the guys who are good. And so, because you can keep extending them out. So I don't think that I think they made a strategic decision. I don't think the Purdy deal just completely handcuffs them and they can't do business like they've done in the past. They have to pick the right players and pay them. If you do that, look at Philly. Philly pays a ton of guys and adds Saquon Barkley after they've already paid a ton of guys, because they're paying the right guys. And so that's the gamble. That's the calculus that the 49ers are trying to do this offseason. Make sure you're paying the right guys, because you can't pay for diminishing returns with some of those guys they let go that weren't as good of fits as they used to be.
Yeah, it was interesting. March was like a clearing out, and now spring is like a bounty of return guys. So, hey, last one before I let you go, Mike, it's always great catching up, is the non-Niner question. What did you think of the tush push? Not passing, but getting close to being banned. 22-10, it stays.
I'm glad it stays. I feel like it's totally disingenuous to be saying this is a safety issue by other teams. Give me a break. None of these, there's been no catastrophic injuries. There's no evidence that there's going to be a bunch of injuries off of it. They just don't like the fact that the Eagles are great at it, in my opinion. So I hate the rules changes when they're motivated by a single issue or a single game, or they're not truly purely being adopted for the right reasons, right? We see that all the time. Like, this team got screwed, so now that team, like Detroit wants to change the playoff seeding because it didn't work their way last year. Detroit didn't give a rip about that 2 years ago. If it worked in Detroit's favor 2 years ago, Detroit would be in favor of it the old way, right? There's no principle involved. And so I feel like with the tush push, there's no principle involved for the most part. There's not enough principle involved. People just want to get rid of it because the Eagles are great at it.
I've always been against it because to me, it just doesn't look like a football play. Like it goes kind of antithetical to the idea of matriculating the ball down the field as a ball carrier, not as a tractor.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if we were to see it, that those tactics bleed over into other realms. But I mean, it's a specific play. I just didn't have that big of a problem with it. I don't know. I feel like the teams are. I don't feel like it's pervasive enough. I suppose if every team were doing it all the time and people want to get rid of it, then I'd feel like the opposition is a little bit purer. Does that make sense?
Yeah. And I've asked myself on the air, am I doing this just because it's the Eagles? I've had to kind of look in the mirror, but I've never, just from the jump, it just didn't strike me. To me, it was like, I've been using this slightly racy analogy, the Supreme Court definition of pornography, right? You know it when you see it. Yeah. So it's, like, to me, it doesn't look like a football play. So
okay. I guess I can buy that. I just feel like
I agree with you on the safety thing. I think the safety thing is a grandstand. I do think that.
Yeah, Mike. Well, Mike, how about this? My only gripe with it is that the NFL has rules where on defense you can't use your teammate's body to help leverage you, like blocking a field goal or something like that. So I never get why there were rules for that defensively on special teams, but on offense you can push your teammates.
Right. Yep. I can buy that. I mean, I like the teams that are pushing for ways to within the rules as they're set up to get an advantage. I feel like the Eagles do that throughout their whole operation. This is a classic play for the Eagles to be the team that's out ahead of everyone else.
And they are Super Bowl champs for sure. All right, but last one too is on the playoff seeding. Actually, that's another one. I don't know if you felt. I understand you knocking the Lions because they're the ones saying, "Hey," but I did always agree that a team that wins its division shouldn't be seeded higher than a wild card team with a better record. That's my take.
Yeah, I guess I'm okay. One of the proposals was if the gap was so huge, if the gap was big enough, then go with what's clearly the better team. I've been okay with with rewarding winning the division, even though it's only a 4-team division. I just remember that year that I think Seattle had it. They were 7-9, and they had the famous Beastquake run,
the home game against the Saints. Right.
Defending Super Bowl champion Saints.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You kind of like that?
I'm not diametrically opposed to the way that it is now. I do think if there's a huge gap, if it's a 7-9 versus an 11-6 or something. I mean, maybe there's
a mathematical equation. All right, all fun
maybe
stuff.
There's an equation if it's enough of a gap.
All stuff we can chew on, Mike, and continue our conversations. That's why we do this, right?
Yeah, it's
fun. All right. I always enjoyed checking in with you. Can't wait to read your next piece in The Athletic, and thanks for hopping on.
Yeah, thanks, Mike.
Hey, thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, Mike Sando, always a good chat. So, hey, on the other side, we can react to that, buddy. But also, Dante Whitner joins Kay Adams this morning and has some negative thoughts about the Niners.
Ooh.
Next on The Sports Leader.
to Murph and Marcus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Wait, what is that?
Opa!
Listen to this. Oh my gosh. How many more days of Opas do we have?
For the rest of your life.
Oh boy. 2 single-day tickets to the San Jose Greek Festival and a $100 food voucher. Right now, Marcus, why don't you tell them?
Opa!
Oh, boy.
And I will tell everybody that I will be dropping Opas down in San Jose on May 30th for an unforgettable cultural experience at the San Jose Greek Festival, celebrating 80 incredible years at St. Nicholas Greek Orthodox Church. Get ready for a weekend filled with delicious Greek cuisine, vibrant music, and joyful dancing. I'll be out there drinking some Greek beer, some Greek wine, maybe a little calamari, maybe a little Euros, maybe hanging out with our guy Giannis, who's in town this week. Come on down and recruit Giannis to the Warriors at the San Jose Greek Orthodox Church for the San Jose Greek Festival. Right now, we will take one winner, caller number 10 at 415-896-KNBR, and you will win 2 tickets and one $100 food voucher for the San Jose Greek Festival on May 30th through the entire June 1st weekend. Prize furnished by the San Jose Greek Festival.
Opa!
Opa!
I'm going to ask, what is the Greek saying opa in... It's according to the AI robots that Triple E's working for now. The Greek expression opa,
opa,
is an interjection used to express surprise, enthusiasm, or draw attention.
Opa!
So it's like, hey, oh, that's what it is. It's like the Italians going, oh, okay, I got you.
Opa!
All right.
Brock Purdy signs for $53 million per year, Tony.
Yeah,
Opa!
If you if you stub your toe in the middle of the night, do you yell Opa?
Opa!
Maybe Tim Ryan, like for ball out, ball Opa. All right, or Opa, ball out.
Jake Moody makes a field goal. Opa!
All right, well, listen, it's been kind of a chill morning. We've enjoyed some Giant chat. 12:45 first pitch. Logan Webb today against an opener for the Royals, Lynch, the lefty. We'll see if they can finish this homestand 6-3 and win 2 of the 3 series. Kind of an important game in my book, although things are going pretty well. I mean, they're 29-20. They're 1 out in the West. Let's be honest. They have Thursday off, and they start on a 3-city roadie at the nation's capital. The sort of mediocre Washington Nationals, actually not mediocre, sub-500 Washington Nationals. They have a couple of players, though. They got Mackenzie Gore. They got C.J. Abrams.
James Wood is having a great season so far.
All these guys they got in the Soto trade, too.
Exactly.
But, so we're just kind of puttering along. We're talking about Purdy signing his deal. We talked to Mike Sando. We're having fun.
Opa!
Then I see that Dante Whitner, who's one of our favorites, one of our all-time favorites, goes on Kay Adams. She has her Up and Adams podcast. She gets a lot of good NFL guests. And he had some thoughts about the 49ers. This is from this morning on Kay Adams, Dante Whitner.
I do believe that the 49ers window is closing. So many players are getting what they rightfully deserve, and that's top contracts. But when you do that and you have to pay Brock Purdy, you start to reach for talent in other positions. And one of the position groups that they did not address was the offensive line. Yes, you'll have Trent Williams returning, but the other 4 guys are really in question. And though Christian McCaffrey will be back, if there's nobody that can block and positional block and get it consistently up front, they'll probably struggle running the ball. And then you lost Deebo Samuel. Even though Deebo Samuel didn't have his typical year last year, he was still a major piece to that offense. So it'll be fun to see what they do.
Okay. There it is right away. So, first of all, I did not know that Dante and NBC Sports Bay Area are no longer.
Yeah, sounds like Dante is moving back
Where'd
to the
you
East
hear?
Coast.
Is that news I missed?
These are sources that I'm getting from my guy, John Joe Curley.
Okay, so
exposing my
one
sources.
wonders, does he feel differently about it because he's not covering the team anymore, et cetera? But let's just address what he said. He said the biggest thing, he said, you start to reach for talent, and then he called out the O-line, which has been, in fairness, on our text line and in our discussions, the number one issue, right? And we've talked about how the Niners are defiant about what they believe in the O-line versus how the public perceives their O-line. I guess the only thing I would dispute in his comment is that he said, other than Trent Williams, the 4 guys are all in question. I would say Dom Pooney might have answered the question.
I would agree with you on that take.
Right.
But that's still 2 out of 5.
Yeah, 2 out of 5. So that's 40%. Means the majority are in question. Man, Jake Brendel, he just comes into this line of fire over and over and over again. So then he says they're going to struggle to run the ball. Ooh. I mean, the Niners have always been like, that's like Kyle Shanahan's thing is, man, we can run the freaking rock. We'll take Jordan Mason, we'll run the rock. We'll take Matt Breida, we'll run the rock. We'll take Raheem Mostert, we'll run. He made something out of nothing over and over and over again. Maybe Isaac Guerrero.
Well, that's the thing, Murph. He'll take Colton McKivitz and run the rock. He'll take Ben Barch and run the rock.
Yeah.
I mean, we've seen this formula before with the 49ers where they don't want to draft offensive linemen in the first couple rounds because they would rather invest in playmakers. And even with not investing a lot in the offensive line, yes, we can go all the way back to the days of Mike McGlinchey or making the trade for Trent Williams, but they haven't invested a ton in that offensive line, and they've still been one of the best teams in football when it does come to running the ball. So I would think in Kyle Shanahan's system, that goes back to the days of Mike Shanahan running the ball with the Denver Broncos, that with the way that they block, with the way that they draw up their run schemes, that's why they believe they don't have to invest that much in their offensive line. But when you invest this much in a quarterback, you got to be able to protect him in the pass protection as well.
Well, his comment that Deebo Samuel will be missed in the run game is an interesting one because I think most people were not heartbroken over Deebo's departure. We didn't think he had a great year catching the ball, but he was a blocker. And I don't know if Dante's maybe overrating Dante's ability to run the ball because he did not run the ball well last year. But there is a follow-up on the Kay Adams. This is, again, Dante Whitner on Kay Adams this morning, part 2.
When I look at the individual players that they have to replace, and I've been covering them for so long now, there just comes a point in time, just like we did with our trip with Harbaugh, when we went to 3 consecutive NFC championships, we ran out of juice. Players get handpicked from your squad to go to other teams, and then you're trying to fill them with a free agent or a rookie who really doesn't have much invested. And then when you get to those big games versus those great quarterbacks, they know who to pick on. And that's what usually happens. And then you wear down on defense. You start to lose guys. The run defense starts to suffer. And then you can't get turnovers. And then it turns into the same story where you have to have a rebuilding phase. They've done a really good job of rebuilding without it being noticeable. But I think this is going to be the first year where it's very noticeable, the rebuild for the 49ers.
Okay. These are all reasonable takes. These are like just definitely glass half empty versus glass half full takes. But there's nothing he says that's outrageous here.
No, even his take about the Super Bowl window getting smaller, he's correct because now you don't have a margin for error because you don't have the luxury of Brock Purdy having the cheapest quarterback contract in the entire NFL. I mean, the guy was literally making, $800,000 per year? And so now when you invest more of the cap space into your quarterback, you have to hit on your draft picks.
We've talked about this. Yeah, we talked about this. So basically, it's Dante. If you're a Niner optimist or you're Dante Whitner, it comes down to how they do in the draft. What if they hit on all these picks? Well, then Dante will be, oh, hey, that surprises me. What if they miss on all those picks? Dante will say, see, I told you. Yeah. You can't just pick and rebuild. That's the major question. We go through these emotions and waves because we sit here every day and talk about the Niners, and we went through the high of Robert Saleh getting hired to the low of Dre Greenlaw and all those guys leaving to the high of Brock Purdy and George Kittle and Fred Warner re-signing and a draft that had, everybody loves their draft. So there's like an energy injection when you have a draft. 5 new defensive players. But now it's going to play out, and he's bringing up reasonable things. I told you I wrote a jock blog in March saying the Niners are farther away from a Super Bowl than they were a year ago. Now, then you get guys like Mark Schlereth. I saw him on my Twitter saying the Niners are going to be the surprise team of the NFL. They're going to shock everybody. So because right now there's like a positive momentum narrative because they re-signed all their guys, but Dante's reminding you of all the guys they lost.
Yeah, no doubt. And Mike Sando just brought up a great example about the Philadelphia Eagles, another team that spent money, a lot of it on their quarterback Jalen Hurts, also spent a lot of money on their 2 wide receivers. Then they're able to go and draft guys like Jalen Carter or Cooper DeJean who are able to step up and contribute early on. So you got to hit on your draft picks. But if you're able to do that and you're able to pay the right players instead of overpaying for a guy that might be in the back end of their career, that's why they can bring in guys like Saquon Barkley and now make him the highest paid running back, despite the fact that they're already paying premium money at the quarterback and wide receiver positions.
You know what, to be honest, everything we say for 4 hours a day and everything Dante Whitner says on Kay Adams, all of it can be distilled to this. Is McCaffrey playing on Sunday? That's basically what it comes down to.
That's the key.
Hey, man, I don't know. Is McCaffrey playing? So if he's playing, then I like the Niners' chances.
Well, Murph, whether you're dreaming of a new home or Christian McCaffrey playing, you should check out Redwood Credit Union because the Murph and Marcus Show is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. When you're planning your children's future or growing your business, Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. Learn more at redwoodcu.org, federally insured by the NCUA.
All right, some good spice to end the show from Dante Whitner. Thank you for spicing up the last segment. What did young Tony learn today on the other side? And congrats to Steven in Redwood City, who won the Greek Festival.
Opa!
By the way, did you see the text lines burning up here? 209, I'm with Murph. The Opa must be banished like the wave at Oracle.
Opa!
925 says, please no more Opa, but 916 says,
Opa!
Opa! And then 831 says, hear me out. The 49ers have a last place schedule. That's what he wanted there, guys.
Murph's gonna kill us by the end of the week.
And by the way, 707 says, tuning in as always on our way to see the Giants. My beautiful bride, Brooke, has a birthday today. Please say happy birthday.
Opa!
There it is there. All right, guys, we'll hand it over. My God, 2 more days.
Opa.
2 more days.
Opa.
It's a baby Thursday today. It's a Wednesday.
Opa.
Day game on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Opa!
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, that's Webby's music. Logan Webb, 12:45 today. Should be a gorgeous day out at the yard today. I know somebody's sailing over. Shout out the One Percenters.
Sailing?
Yeah, a guy told me, he goes, yeah, I'm going to the game. He goes, man, my buddy's sailing me over. We're going to go into a slip. You call it where you park your boat, Tony, a slip.
A slip?
And then hop off onto the, what do you call the dock. Jeez, I can speak. Hop onto the dock, tie it up, and go to the ball game?
Well,
a good day, huh?
Tell your buddies or your buddies' buddies to be careful, because there's a killer whale in the bay this morning.
Very
Here
good.
Here comes Logan Webb.
Well, you see Klay Thompson out on the bay there doing his thing. All right, that'll be fun. Tomorrow, Brock Purdy, 7 a.m. Don't forget, his first post-contract radio interview will be with us, the Murph and Marcus Show with John, Joe, and Young Toe. So we look forward to talking to Brock tomorrow, have a nice leisurely conversation with him, and young Tony will be able to tell him what he learned today.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now! Okay!
All right, young Tone. I think we know, yes, it's sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Now, this was a big one. We lost George Wendt, the comedian and actor who played Norm on Cheers at the age of 76, and a lot of people in this country, coast to coast, reacted, man. Now, you guys not from that generation. The show was on from 82 to 93. You were born again when?
1992.
And you were born again when, Tony?
1998.
Yeah, but shout out to the John Joe Curleys, the Adam Copelands, and the people from my generation who had Nick at Night, where they would air Cheers alongside Happy Days and Full House and The Cosby Show and all those other shows.
So Stan Tim, who listens all the time, says that he was really, really grateful for the tribute we played in the Cooler Contest. He said, my sense is that it was lost on the young pups. But Tony's saying, no, this is what he learned today, right?
This is what I learned today. And I actually asked Curly, I'm curious to get your take. Was this bigger than Seinfeld?
Ooh. Oh, boy, that's a great question. I'm going to say Seinfeld edged it out. Yeah, Seinfeld edged it out.
Because I knew about Seinfeld. My dad was always watching Seinfeld when I was getting home.
Yeah, Seinfeld edges out. Seinfeld was Seinfeld hit on something that had never been done before. You know, the show about nothing. And it was number one longer yeah. But that doesn't diminish what Cheers meant to us all.
Exactly.
On
Just
a
the
Thursday
significance.
night, Cosby Show, Family Ties, Cheers, Hill Street Blues. Yeah, throw in Night Court, whatever. But this was just stuff that defined American culture for a good long stretch. And probably the most homey and friendly thing on Cheers was Norm's repeated entries and hilarious one-liners when he walked in. So you heard them all for the first time.
We played them all,
Did you have a favorite or two?
My favorite is one Marcus and I might be using later on this afternoon, walking into a bar asking for your second beer, not for your... What are you going to do when you're going to kill some time for your second beer?
Afternoon, everybody.
What can I do for you, Norm?
Well, I am going to need something to kill time before my second beer. How about a first one?
You got it.
All right, pretty good. Can I go with it? Everybody wants milk bone. Everybody's texting in about the milk bone. You got it, buddy? I think it's up at the top of the sheet here. The one we didn't include was the one where he said, they said, Norm, what are you up to? And he says, my ideal weight if I was 11 feet tall. All right.
I like that. And young Tony said he might use that line later on today. I might use the one about, hey, isn't it a little early to start drinking a beer? Yeah, I'll put a cornflake in it.
Why don't you drop a cornflake in it? Yeah, that's a good one. I actually hadn't heard that one, believe it or not. Yeah, it was the first one on the Cooler of Content sheet, young Tone. It's a dog eat dog
We
world.
played like 30 of them. I do apologize.
Oh, well, I thought you had the Cooler Content cut sheet there. That's all right, buddy.
Curly labels these like super weird, man. Like there's not
now
very
we're taking
clear.
shots at Curly. I like it. I like it. We're lashing out. Well, just play. It was at the top. It's the most famous one. How's life, Norm? It's or how's it going, Norm? It's a dog eat dog world, and I'm wearing milk bone underwear. Oh!
Afternoon, everybody.
Hey, what's happening, Norm?
It's a dog eat dog world, Sammy, and I'm wearing milk bone underwear.
You know what you say? Opa.
Opa.
All right. Good job, boys. All right. Brock Purdy tomorrow at 7 a.m. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Engine light on. We can fix that. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
What's shaking, Norm?
All 4 cheeks and a couple of chins, Coach. Well, science is seeking a cure for thirst. I happen to be the guinea pig.
Where's Vera?
She's gonna put on a little more makeup. That first coat didn't really take. You know?
That's the end of the game.
4 hours, 3 faces, 2 Gregs, and 1 place to be.
Excellent.
Greg Papa.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
And Greg Silver.
Let me tell you something. There is no such thing as being calm. I am fired up to be here.
This is Papa and Silver.
Ramos at first, 1 out. 1-0 Royals. The pitch. Ramos runs, and Adames hits a high drive. Right center field and deep. Isbell chasing, and he will not get there. It bounces and stays in play. Ramos coming around third. He's going to score. Adames to third, and he's in there. Sliding with a triple. The 0-1. He swings and hits a base hit into left field. A low liner. Pass Garcia. Adames scores. Schmidt drives in the go-ahead run. It's 2-1 Giants here in the bottom of the 4th. 1-0. The pitch. Witt runs. Taken for a strike. Here's the throw. The tag. He is out at second. Adames with a great tag. Bailey with a great throw. I'm sure the Royals are looking at it, but they're not going to challenge. Wow. What a huge, huge play that is.
2 down, nobody on. Now the pitch. Bouncer to third. Slowly hit. Charged by Schmidt, and he throws him out at first. And that's it. The Giants hang on to win a 1-run game, beating the Royals 3-2.
Big plays and a big bounce back for the San Francisco Giants. 3-2. They play a day game today that will decide the series against the Kansas City Royals. It's 2 teams that seem to really value their pitching. 2 teams that have to be opportunistic offensively. And last night, the Giants did that just a little bit better than the Kansas City Royals. All the talk about Willy Adames. Well, guess what? He hits an RBI triple. Casey Schmidt filling in not just as a DH, not as a first baseman, but for Matt Chapman at third base. Gets an RBI single. The Giants get the lead for good. Jung-Hoo Lee getting on the base, knocking in some more. And then the defense in the 8th inning. We're talking about the bullpen. We're talking about Patrick Bailey throwing out Bobby Witt Jr. trying to steal second base. Lots to get into, and we got a short show today. Also a little NFL talk. Brock Purdy is signed, sealed, delivered. The tush push is not going to be banned. That lives on. So very lots to get into, bottom line. And Papa is once again celebrating in the puffer vest. We're taking you all the way up to Giants pregame, 11:45. Good morning, my friend.
Yeah, it gets a little hot to put on the puffer all the time, but today I think I can get to the first segment. Whenever they win a game, we'll stick out our chest and do it in puffer style. We don't need the rally cap. They were down 1-0 in the game, but no big deal. They came back, so that's not a multiple run comeback. We wish we were at 58 Social. We miss our girls, Barbara and Mary Jane. Happy birthday to Vasu. We're thinking of Kelly Zuckerman, our angel, who we lost at the end of the football season. We'll have a full Memorial Day list. I still cannot, on the air, bring myself to honor the passing of Whale. It's just too personal, but we'll get there. And I know Debbie and the family, the children are listening, and we'll do that on Tuesday. But in any event, I wish we were there. We got this big move going to Daly City for the last couple of weeks, but we'll be there June the 5th back on the patio at 58 Social when the Padres come to town. By the way, they've lost 4 in a row, and they've only scored 3 runs during the losing streak. Dodgers got a interesting comeback win in the 10th yesterday, but the Giants, 29-20. And it starts with the decision to pull Jordan Hicks out of the starting rotation and to put Hayden Birdsong in. And there was a start last week when we were supposed to be at the patio and weren't on May the 14th that Hicks did not have a good outing against Arizona. And that was the opening. We are going to talk to Shay Hay a little bit later on from the San Francisco Standard. And he wrote about, did Hayden Birdsong blow his chance to take that starting spot? He didn't pitch great that day, but they lengthened him out, which I thought was really key, where he could get up. They got him up to a good amount of pitches in that outing where he could push it a little bit and go. He went deep into the game yesterday. Did not have great command. I mean, obviously blowing away Bobby Witt. What did we say when the show ended yesterday? Get out Bobby Witt Jr., second batter of the game, and he goes at him with 98. It's easy gas. He said he was a little antsy when he woke up thinking, I got to pitch today. Well, if you're a starting pitcher, Birdie, you're going to have that feeling every 5 days. That's a good feeling with the stuff you have. So overall, he used his curveball more, just pitched really well. But like, Kyle Harrison, and we'll get into what's going on with Kyle, and we'll find out about Justin Verlander maybe when Bo Mel talks today right around John Shea coming up, because there's no progress so far on the pec injury with Verlander. Who would they start over the weekend? But with both Hayden Birdsong and Kyle Harrison, we saw it last year, just too many non-competitive pitches right out of their hands. You can just see that's either a spike or it's, up here, it's way too high. It's an easy take for the hitter. With Birdsong, he's able to clean that up pretty quickly, and I think Kyle's rectified that as well. Overall, it was a great outing for Hayden Birdsong. The worst pitch he made maybe of the game, and he spiked a few, was the pickoff attempt at first base.
Right.
And he said, I'm not going to do that anymore with what I have behind the plate and Patrick Bailey. And then he compounds it by spiking one in the dirt for a wild pitch, and now, without the benefit of a base hit, a sac fly, they bring in a run. But he pitched great. I mean, the bottom line, Greg, the bottom line is the bottom line. And we look at all these underlying stats, and it's does the baseball team win when you start that day? And Robbie Ray was on a heater until the other day. In the previous 8 starts for Jordan Hicks, the team lost 6 of them. They were 2-6. You just can't have losses in one spot stacking up. So hopefully Hayden Birdsong will be able to rectify that. But he was really good. Willie Adames is starting to look like Willie Adames. Now they fed Lorenzen fed his swing where they up. Rising fastball up and away. He's missed that pitch here and there, but he was able to really get on top of that one and drive it out. Luckily, it did not bounce over the wall, and Ramos scored. And later in the game, he hit the ball so hard that Bobby Witt had to rush it and bobble it, didn't make a play. So you're seeing more good swings out of Willie Adames. But we talked about, score 4 runs, and they win the game. Well, they won with 3. Last night because, and then Casey Schmidt had a big base hit, nice defensive play on Bobby Witt. You got to get Bobby Witt Jr. out. But the sequence of the game, and you just heard it at the end, right before the final out of the game, Camilo Duvall comes in, does well. Bobby Witt's just incredibly fast. He's the fastest runner in all of baseball. I don't think that was misplayed. We've seen Logan Webb get late to cover a ball. Obviously, Garrett Cole in the World Series cost the Yankees a chance going back to L.A., and that mistake. Duvall got off the mound fast. There was a good feed. It's just Bobby Witt is the fastest runner in baseball. He runs 30.3 feet a second. And Mike Kruk had the number as a right-handed hitter. He topped the ball to beat it out going down the line. If he's a left-handed hitter, he'd be like Ichiro. He just beat the ball on the ground. But as a right-handed hitter, he's still getting down there in 4 seconds, but he's traveling better than 30 feet a second. It's 90 feet to get down the line. And then, you got Patrick Bailey with the best pop time in all of baseball at 1.86. And that was the story of the game. If Bobby Witt Jr. is safe on that play, Camilo Duvall has to pitch out of a situation with a runner in scoring position. The Adames tag, Greg, was really interesting. The way he caught it, and you don't see too many just slap right on the helmet. And Kite made a great call being a middle infielder. Often when you hit a helmet, the ball will pop out of the glove and roll away. Adames was able to hold on to it. So a lot of guys contributed last night. And now we'll see if they can get the series. And if they win today, a day game, we got a short show. They will be 10 games over 500.
They'll be 10 games over 500. They'll have taken the series against the Kansas City Royals. It's going to be Logan Webb. And they got an opener with Lynch on the mound. He's only pitched, I think, 2 innings is the highest outing he's gone. But interesting enough, he is a lefty who they are deciding to start. And that has been one of the stories of the first part of the season through 49 games. Giants struggling to hit lefties, so no surprise that if you are going to go with a bullpen game, you're going to start with a lefty on the mound there.
Yeah, and we saw him the other night. He hasn't started since last June. He came out of the bullpen, after the other lefty, Bubic, I guess it is, the Croatian sensation, pitch. So we saw him. He's got pretty good stuff. The Giants got runners on against him. He's not over, but he's only going to be in for a short time. So I don't know if they're going to, how many lefties they have in the bullpen. One piece of good news, just looking ahead of the road trip, and it's going to start Washington over the weekend and then Detroit. Tarek Skubal pitched last night. They beat the Cardinals. Arenado took him out the yard. He had the first balk of his career, and he kind of wigged out, but that guy is elite. The Giants are going to miss him. The Tigers do not have a day off between now and Memorial Day. So he stays on rotation, pitching on Tuesday last night. He'll pitch Sunday before we ever see him. And Robbie Ray will probably pitch as well. So we're not going to have the Robbie Ray, Tarek Skubal, screwball changeup showdown in Detroit. It'll be off by 1 day. Probably good for both guys. So that guy's a Cy Young award-winning left-hander, so you do want to avoid him at all costs the way it's going. But I think as we talk to John Shea, the interesting thing is when Bob Melvin meets the media this morning, what's the update on Justin Verlander? Is Justin Verlander, and I saw him, waving runners around. He looks okay. I'm not sure which side of the chest the pec injury is on. But if he is unable to make his start over the weekend, Saturday in Washington with the extra day, what would the Giants do? Would they put Kyle Harrison into the rotation?
Would you call up Carson Whisenhunt?
You could call up Carson Whisenhunt. Kyle had some very interesting quotes to John Shea. Shea, hey, when they moved Birdie out to the bullpen, Birdie just said, I'll be out there. But what he told John Shea and the other writers, referring to Kyle Harrison, I know what I am at the end of the day. I know I'm a starter. I'm going to go out there and pitch whatever they want me to do right now. That's the way we're looking at it. But it's pretty clear he wants to go back into the starting rotation. So how would he take it? They want to keep that second lefty in the bullpen. If they bring Whisenhunt up, who's not even on the 40-man, and give him that start on Saturday. But first things first, we'll check in with Shea Hay and find out exactly what's wrong with Justin Verlander. Quite possibly he would make that start. But if he doesn't and they have to put him on the IL, how will the Giants handle that?
John Shea is going to be joining us at 10:50, as he does with us every Wednesday. Pregame starts at 11:45. We miss you all out on the patio. Of course, Barbara, Mary, and Jane. We'll be back out there in June 5th, as you noted. And happy
no
birthday.
Offense, Barbara. Mainly Mary Jane. We love our Mary Jane.
Hey, Barbara was on the air with us last time. We gave her the mic, popped it on. She was fantastic. So
damn, we missed 420 this year. It was damn on Easter. How do you get higher than that?
I don't know. And happy birthday, Vasu, as you noted as well. So 808 KNBR, the number if you want to chime in. Who deserves the most credit for last night's win? Because there are a lot of different plays that you can point to, a lot of different guys who stepped up big. And we'll continue this conversation on the other side. Pop and Silver on the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, you saw it last night. Hayden Birdsong gets his first start of the 2025 season. It ends up being a Giants 3-2 victory. He went the complete 5, and now the Giants, with Logan Webb on the mound, have a chance to take the series. 415-808-5627. As always, to call or text in or sound off in the YouTube chat. The only place in the Bay Area to sound off instantly. Hey everyone, Greg Silver here. Did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard aren't based in the Bay Area, some not even in California? Well, that's not the case with Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm. They've been based here in the Bay Area for more than 25 years. This is award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys who are fighting for you right here where you live. So if you've had issues being discriminated at work, sexually harassed, wrongfully terminated, your rights matter. And you can go to dolanlawfirm.com to learn more about your rights and how they can best be protected. Over the past year, Chris and his team also unfortunately saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. And remember, with motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children, they're all around us. Let's please be careful and work together in making the Bay Area a safer place. But if something happens and you need the assistance, feel confident that you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year. The Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion. That's right, $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. You pay nothing up front, no hourly rates, and the best part of it all, they don't get paid until you get paid. They live here, they work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Greg, Papa, and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
1-0, the pitch. Witt runs. Taken for a strike. Here's the throw. The tag. He is out at second. Adames with a great tag. Bailey with a great throw. I'm sure the Royals are looking at it, but they're not going to challenge. Wow. What a huge play that is.
Yeah, that was a momentum stifler for Kansas City right there. Lots of interesting storylines to get into from last night. Kyle Harrison went the 7th. He went into the 8th. Then Camilo Doval ended up coming in. He has the strikeout. And then on the same exact pitch, Patrick Bailey throws out the fastest man in baseball in the 100th percentile of straight line sprint speed. That is Bobby Witt Jr., and that was a big moment in that game. Pop and Silver hanging out with you. Phones are open. 415-808-5627 to sound off as always. And Giants lineup actually just dropped. So we're going to have Elliot Ramos leading off. He'll be in left field. Matt Chapman back in the lineup. He'll be hitting in the 2-hole today. Jung-Hoo Lee will be third. Wilmer Flores will be at the cleanup spot and your designated hitter. Willie Adames will be fifth. Mike Yastrzemski will be sixth. Tyler Fitzgerald will be starting at second. Patrick Bailey at eighth. And then Lamont Wade Jr. at the 9 spot starting at first base today.
So it's, first of all, Chapman's back in the lineup after taking a rare night off, and I thought Casey Schmidt played really well. And when the Giants do activate Encarnacion on Memorial Day, assuming hopefully he'll be able to do that, I don't think you can trade Casey Schmidt, but there's not a spot for him on the roster. I mean, unless they do something with Lamont Wade Jr., and I don't know if I see them doing that just because of left-handed bat, but the one thing about the Buster Posey Giants, the best players play, and that's the end of it. I mean, the best 13 pitchers are here, and we'll figure out which 5 are starting and which 8 are in the Elite 8 in the bullpen, and so I don't know what they're going to do there. But Casey Schmidt's a major league player. You could trade him and get something back, but I think they need him. Their weakness is where he's making a nice transformation. We've seen a lot of guys. Steve Garvey came up as a third baseman or in the minors, then he wound up going over to first base. It's not unusual to make that transformation. The guy can play anywhere. He can play short, second, first. Good player. Anyway, Chapman's back in the lineup, and then it's Lee, Flores, Adames. Yes, as you mentioned, when you make a lineup, and Patrick Bailey is back in the lineup today, day game after a night game. They are off tomorrow. They did give them game 1 of the series off, though, against the Royals.
Yeah.
When Bubic pitched. So that's interesting how they did that. But anyway, with the starter, Lynch, the lefty for the Royals, he's only going to be out there an inning or two. I don't know what part of the lineup. So Bob Melvin, what he's done is stack all of the right-handers at the top of the lineup. So you're almost treating it like, you're facing a lefty and he's going to be in there. You want him. So Lynch, the lefty, has to work to Ramos, Chapman. Jung-Hoo Lee does hit left on left very well, then Flores and Adames. So what's the point where the Royals make the change and go to the bullpen? And what arm is coming in behind? Do they have a bulk guy that's going to come in and pitch most of the game? We'll ask Shay Hay what he's hearing. Yaz can hit left on left, though. And then you got Tyler Fitzgerald. Bailey's a switch. Lamont Wade Jr. Here's the interesting thing is Lamont Wade Jr. is in the lineup, but he is batting 9th. I'm not sure that's ever happened before. He was a leadoff hitter, middle of the order hitter. He has been hitting down. I'd have to look at it and see. Has he ever hit 9th for the San Francisco Giants, which is interesting because your theory would be, I think what Bob Melvin is looking at, where is Lynch going to leave the game? And if they do go to a right-hander, ideally they make the switch after he faces Adames, but they know what they're doing over there as well.
Right.
But you'd have all these lefty hitters. The only righty would be Tyler Fitzgerald. You'd have Yaz, Fitzgerald, Bailey a switch, then Lamont Wade Jr. So we're getting back into the openers, and we learned a lot how to set up the pitching staff for it. Farhan did it a lot. He liked it. A lot of teams do it. I don't know if the Giants have faced a opener all year, and they certainly have not used an opener all year. So as you look at the lineup, this is kind of a complicated one to craft because Lynch is going to start the game, but he's probably going to face maybe 5 or 6 hitters, depending on how he goes. Then he's out of the game.
Yeah, so Daniel Lynch IV, he's got a 3-0 record, has not pitched more than 2 innings at a time. So by that logic, you would think that by the time it gets to Lamont Wade at the bottom of the order, they're going to be throwing in a different arm. As you said, with the Royals, they're going to know what they're doing and strategize around it too. Giants have struggled against lefties all year, and Lamont Wade Jr. has struggled a lot as well. I also wanted to play this clip going back to the sound that we opened with. The pickoff play, or the throwing out, caught stealing Bobby Witt. This was Hayden Birdsong after the game, and our KNBR digital team did a great job to get this sound. So Birdsong went the 5 complete innings. He didn't have an earned run, although it kind of was his run, if we're being honest about it. The reason that he got from first to second was the pickoff attempt that was an errant throw, and then the wild pitch to get into third, ultimately a sac fly. So as far as I'm concerned, that was Birdsong's run.
That's not the way they score baseball for 150 years. What your theory is, an error was committed, but the error was committed by the pitcher.
Yes.
But there's still an error committed, and that's why the run is unearned.
No, I get why it's unearned, and I understand that's how it's always been scored. My point is that I still saw it as Hayden Birdsong's responsibility for why it was 1-0 at the time. Anyway, Birdsong having a little bit of fun with it after the game, talking about how he's just done trying to throw pickoffs if he knows that Patrick Bailey's back there.
Can't even talk about it. It's what he does. I'm dumb for picking off, honestly. I have no reason to pick off when he's back there. There's no reason, because he's just going to throw somebody out most likely.
So how about Patrick Bailey also with, and this is what's got to drive fans crazy right now, 0 for 4 last night, immensely struggled at the plate all year, whether it's hitting righty, hitting lefty. One thing he does do pretty well is actually bunt the ball, and he's come up clutch a couple of times with some of the bunts. We saw it in the A's series over the weekend. But then you also get a taste of what he does defensively with making plays like that, and you think, well, you kind of have to have him in the lineup at a certain point, no matter how bad he's hitting, if it's still 2 out of every 3 days. On top of that, it's not like Sam Huff, your other option, is giving you astronomically better numbers at the plate right now.
No, but Bailey, it's interesting to me that he's in day game after night game, but the Royals are a team that's going to run a lot. That's just the way they're built. He not only threw out Bobby Witt, who's the fastest runner in all of baseballs, he also earlier in the game when Birdsong was in the game threw out Garcia. So, there's no question. Everybody knows the pop time, the quick release. He plays the catching position like a middle infielder. I remember we had him on last year after he picked off Perdomo of the Arizona Diamondbacks. A couple years ago, I think it was his first year he came up. He picked him off first base to end the game, the back pick. And you're seeing more and more of that, these disengagements, as they're called. I love Mike Kruk. When have we ever used the word disengagement in our whole lives, except I'm going to give you the ring back and it's off. Great line by Mike, about 1,000 more from him. He is a genius. But throwovers, they're called throwovers, but they limit it to 2. And then it's a balk. So we thought there's going to be a lot more back picks there. And Bailey did. I think he threw out Perdomo from his knees to end the game. But he reminds me so much. Terry Steinbach of the Oakland A's was a lot like him. But the great late Thurman Munson was kind of built like Steiny and built like Patrick Bailey. Not a big, huge catcher behind the plate, but more like a middle infielder and drop down to the side. It's more quick release. And then he's not the hardest thrower in the game. He's not Pudge Rodriguez, but he makes up for it with the pop time, the quick release, the footwork. And then Adames made a nice play to get that tag down, even though it was on the helmet. And for Birdsong to say, I'm never going to throw over again the rest of my career, watch him pick off C.J. Abrams in Washington over the weekend. You don't tell the opponents what you're thinking unless you know what you're thinking, and you don't want them to know what you're thinking, and you're going to pick them off. So, it was a bad one. The pickoff was the same time the runner was coming back to Lamont. Mm-hmm. So you get into that heavy traffic, like what the hell are you going to do there? It's almost an impossible situation. The throw was not good. It was way better than Pasquantino's throw later in the game. First of all, that's just a lack of alertness. With Wilmer Flores, the runner, at first base, you take the out at first base, tag the bag, clear yourself way inside. He was so thrown off by the angle down the line that he choked the ball and missed Bobby Witt and threw it to left field. That was one of the big plays in the game, and that's just not thinking the situation ahead of time. If the ball's hit to me as a first baseman, Wilmer is so slow, I'm going to go to the bag at first and get the batter out. Now, it's a tag play at second base, but we're going to time Wilmer Flores, not with a Patrick Bailey pop time, but with an hourglass. I'll have plenty. I could probably catch him from behind and tackle him before he gets to second base. So that was one of the big plays. And I thought Kansas City's played some sloppy baseball here and there along the line last night. Birdsong did make the one error, but the Royals had a couple of errors last night. So that was also a huge play in the game.
Yeah, also some great defensive plays in that game between the plays in left field that Ramos made. You had the Bobby Witt full extension catching the line out. Who was it? Biggio making the catch against the wall, which was, I'm glad he was okay.
His glasses? Yeah. Wow.
Because for a moment I was getting bad flashbacks to Jung-Hoo Lee, and obviously a very different kind of play, but just anytime you see an outfielder crash into the wall like that, and then You had the Victor Robles play earlier in the season in Seattle when he made a hell of a play, and he's still out because of it. So
terrible.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's always kind of a scary sight when you see outfielders fully sell out like that. But yeah, you got some pretty incredible defensive plays as well. And I was joking too. I was out sitting along the third baseline, meeting up with one of my old college roommates. So shout out to Dylan and his father Will. Great to catch up with you guys last night. But I was there for watching the ninth inning, and there was the broken bat play for the first out when Adames had to field it and then throw it out at first. And I was like, that's got to be the most stressful routine play of Willie Adames' life. It's like Casey Schmidt's kind of over there, and he's like, hey, I'll cover the wood that's splintering all over, and you just grab the ball and throw him out.
Well, that was reminiscent of when Roger Clemens faced Mike Piazza and broke his bat, and the ball and the bat came back to the Rocket, and I thought the Rocket was going to spear Mike Piazza. There was a little history there. But the Ramos play, I guess I'm just kind of bewildered by him. Every single catch he makes like that, I replay like 10 times, trying to see what kind of jump he got. And sometimes he is built like a fullback. He runs like a halfback once he gets going and get moving, but he's always in a delay. Now, some great outfielders I have seen, Devon White didn't move at all the first step. He just waited and then caught the ball. Jung-Hoo Lee gets great first steps. I don't know. That is a skill. I know as a broadcaster, it is hard sometimes to gauge how the ball has been hit and where it's going to go, but we have the luxury of laying back and waiting. Kuiper's the best that's ever done it. He seemingly never misses one, but it's hard. Bill King, late in his life, the lighting at Oakland, it's hard to see sometimes. But as an outfielder and Ramos in the corner, he just gets such poor jumps on balls. There's like one beat. Devon White would give you one beat, and then after that, he was gone. And he was so smooth, and he'd always catch the high backhand, and we made it look effortless. But you don't want to go the wrong direction. You don't want to come in when it's over your head. But I got a little Eric Burns phobia with Elliot Ramos, because Burns would make the most incredible catches ever. He had one in Cincinnati where he dove across the entire outfield. It's because he took 2 steps the wrong damn way. He went left, the ball went right. But they put it on SportsCenter forever. The one where he crashed into the wall at Oakland, almost died when he smacked into the wall. Again, he went the wrong way on the first step. Ramos doesn't go the wrong way. He just doesn't get a very good jump, and I'm being kind for him. So every time he has to jump to make a catch, I think, did he just get no jump on that ball and all? And that's why he had to go airborne to catch the ball, because he jumps for balls in the outfield more than any outfielder that we've seen in a while. I mean, think about it. Who jumps and dives across the outfield, lands so hard? He is, today he's, middle of the order hitter. Some days he's leading off. Where is he? Leading off today against the lefty, middle of the order yesterday. You got to stay healthy, brother. So you can't keep diving for balls and injuring fingers and wrists and shoulders and taking yourself out. So, it's exciting when he does it. But sometimes I think, did he really need to dive? What kind of jump did he get?
Yeah, let's limit the dives that you have to have. Although when you make the plays, we'll certainly take them. So let's go ahead and take a little time out. We'll get ready for John Shea to join us at 10:50. Talk about this bullpen. Talk about Hayden Birdsong. Really just get into all the Giants postgame sound. It's Papa and Silver here on the Sports Leader.
Declare your retirement independence today with a call to O'Donnell Financial Group. Having the proper investment strategy in place may allow you the freedom to do what you want and when you want, potentially for the rest of your life. You've worked hard, you've saved hard, and the folks at O'Donnell Financial Group are here to help you avoid common mistakes in retirement. Having the right investment strategy for the future could make all the difference. Reduce what you owe to the government and keep hundreds of thousands more in your pocket, especially for those who have saved a lot. So don't wait. Declare your retirement independence and call O'Donnell Financial Group today, 866-496-2300, and learn what it means to truly achieve retirement independence. Again, 866-496-2300. Learn more online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. That's 866-496-2300 or odfigroup.com to learn more. O'Donnell Financial Group. Let us help you retire confidently.
Back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Thanks for joining us. Happy Wednesday. Papa and Silver with you. Just about another hour or so. 11:45 is going to be Giants pregame. First pitch at 12:45. Split the first two against the Royals. We shall see who takes the series. It's going to be an opener for Kansas City. Daniel Lynch, the lefty on the mound, and Logan Webb will be going for the Giants. Webb at home this year, by the way, has been sensational. But as we kind of get back into the discussion from the previous segment, first of all, 530 on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. Also bringing up Aaron Rowan, broken nose running into the wall. That's another outfielder's incident. That's
I'm not sure that was a bad jump, though, for Aaron Rowan. He's just nuts. And he did that. That got him. Philadelphia loved him for that. What did the Giants give him after that? 5 years, $60 million, I think. And he was a decent Giant, but he wasn't quite. When looking back on it, $12 million a year.
Walter just goes in my ear. Whatever it was, too much.
Yeah, I know. I think it was 5 years, $60 million. But Rowan played with his hair on fire. That was actually a great catch, like the one that Gavin Biggio made last night. It's just we're talking about Ramos getting bad jumps and has to jump, but the Rowan one was memorable without a doubt. But that was as a Philly. He made some great plays though as a Giant. As I do recall, he made a not quite similar play a couple of years after he became a Giant, where he did smack into the wall. And that is we talk about Jung-Hoo Lee. That's one thing about he's not afraid. He is not afraid to go to the wall. And not a lot of outfielders, or there have been some outfielders, Angel Pagan. He got near the wall, he got squeamish. And it's hard. You ask a guy to run smack into the wall, and they are padded, but when you're going that fast, and then you go to Wrigley early in the year before the Ivy, some of these barriers are pretty hard to deal with. But Aaron Rowan's that was fearless. And because of that, he's one of the most popular figures in Philadelphia sports history. You smack into a wall. I think he broke his nose. They will love you forever in Philly.
Philadelphia fans having a good morning, by the way. 22-10, the vote on the tush push ban. It needed 24 to pass. The tush push is here to stay. And, of course, everyone trolling Packers fans all over Twitter because 22-10 was the same score as that wild card weekend playoff game for the Eagles over Green Bay. We'll get into that and all the football stuff after we talk to John Shea. But as we kind of set the table here for John Shea, wanted to play this one from Kruk when he was on with Murph and Marcus this morning because there's been a lot of talk about the young arms. And you got Carson Wisenhunt out there. And there's two other Carsons down in the AAA system as well. But Kyle Harrison is coming out of the bullpen. Hayden Birdsong was starting the year in the bullpen. Landon Roop is another young guy, won the starting spot. Also Randy Rodriguez, Ryan Walker, Camilo Doval. A lot of young arms. Here's Kruk on the Giants' youth in the rotation and the bullpen. Compares them to a little Lincecum, Bumgarner, Vogelsong, and Kane. Here's what he had to say.
Yeah, young arms. Birdsong, 23. Rodriguez, 25. Harrison, 23. Doval, 27. Walker, 29. I mean, these are all products that came out of the Giants organization. I think that's as important as anything because when you're down in the minor leagues and you're teaching culture, you start developing an attitude for these young players about putting on the orange and black. By the time they get to the big league level, they feel the responsibility. And for these guys to come into the environment that they're in with as much confidence and swagger and presence, that's the thing. All these guys are out there. And if you're in the batter's box, you're going to feel every one of them. I mean, this is the same feeling we had when you saw the wave of arms come out of the Giants minor league system with Lincecum and Bumgarner and Vogelsong and Kane. And it was just one after another. And it just gave the organization a feeling of strength. And everybody in that clubhouse picked up on it then. Now, I hope they have a semblance of the success that those guys had. But it's a possibility given what you see every night with these guys.
So it's the end of the quote that I really like to grasp. It's the possibility of a success. Because we're not saying that Randy Rodriguez is going to be the next iteration of the core four and that you got Ryan Walker / Camilo Doval as your Sergio Romo, Brian Wilson, and that Kyle Harrison, Hayden Birdsong, Logan Webb. I'm not going there. The point is, last night, with the way that the Giants won that game, that very much was a Buster Ball type of win and the type of wins that the Giants will have to have in this ballpark if they want to get out of this grueling National League come postseason contention time.
And it is Buster Ball without question. And I'm sure he's helping to nurture it because he's the one who was behind the plate and caught Lincecum and Kane. And I remember going into that 2010 playoff series and thinking of what Randy Johnson and Kurt Schilling did for Bob Melvin as a bench coach years ago in Arizona, essentially won the World Series with two arms. I thought, can the Giants win the World Series with Tim Lincecum and Matt Cain? I mean, Lincecum won the Babe Ruth Award that year. He was the best overall player in the entirety of the playoffs, kind of like the NHL's Conn Smythe. They don't hand out. He didn't win any of the individual. He didn't win the World Series MVP or the National League Championship Series MVP. Renteria and sorry, Doc, Cody Ross won those. And then Matt Cain, that whole playoff run had a 0.00 ERA. Madison Bumgarner pitched a huge game. He wasn't even, I think, 20 years old. He wasn't old enough to get a drink. It was right after his birthday to win Game 4 in Arlington. Jonathan Sanchez was there. Then obviously, Ryan Vogelsong came in, and it was Vogelstrong. And then, they won behind Madison Bumgarner. Timmy went out to the bullpen. We've had this discussion before last year when Farhan said best starting rotation in baseball. And you had Blake Snell here, and Robbie Ray was starting to pitch. But if you want to talk just young guys, and, Justin Verlander, and he does remind me a lot of Peyton Manning at the end of his career in Denver. And Peyton got benched for a while. Brock Osweiler took over that team. Peyton came back and won the Super Bowl at Levi's in Super Bowl 50. So we'll see.
Venture to say, Von Miller, TJ Ward, a lot of those guys won the Super Bowl too.
Yeah, he had 2.5 sacks. I was there for the game, but Peyton, you don't just win the game with a pass rush. The quarterback has to make plays, and he won it with his mind and ran it on third downs and everything. But he was marginalized. They had to, put him in the pistol anyway. So Justin Verlander's at the end. Robbie Ray's still really good. But if you want to have just a discussion about young arms, and where do you put Logan Webb? He's kind of in between. He's not as young as the young guys, but he's still young enough where he's going to be around here, you hope, for another 10 years or so or more. But you're talking Hayden Birdsong. You're talking Kyle Harrison. You're talking a right-hander and a lefty. We're going to talk about Brock Purdy in an hour and 1 minute after we got off the air yesterday. The Niners made it official, and he's going to have a press conference tomorrow at 1:30, or actually today at 1:30.
Today, right? Yeah, we'll get into it tomorrow because we got the short show.
It is because we're off the air at 11:45. That'll be on Murph and Marcus tomorrow at 7. But Brock was picked 262 in the NFL draft. Hayden Birdsong was picked 196. Now that's not like the NFL draft, but it's not the NBA draft, certainly. But you can find guys later. But Birdsong wasn't a high pick. We know Kyle well from De La. They gave him money to not go to UCLA, and he wound up as a third-round pick. These are all Farhan Zaidi's guys, by the way. But it doesn't just stop there. Carson Wisenhunt is ready. His last 4 starts have been dominant. He just won the PCL Pitcher of the Week. He is lined up to pitch on Verlander's day. He pitched on Monday, so he could easily go into the starting rotation Saturday and start against Washington. They could go with Kyle Harrison as well. Kyle didn't throw that many last night. They probably have to stretch him out a little more to get into it. So anyway, just those young arms. Then you got a whole, AAA. Just look at the roster down at AAA Sacramento. And then you look at the young arms you have here. And you mentioned Randy Rodriguez. Whoa. That guy, initially he was getting a lot of praise for not being charged with the run, and he gave up some inherited runners, which really is what you look at first and foremost for a guy who comes in mid-inning. He comes in as a true fireman with runners on base. It's a hard job, but you got to get the outs immediately and not cash in the previous pitcher's runs. After he got by that, I'm almost thinking to call him K-Rod. And that was Francisco Rodriguez, and we had Rex Hudler on. We all remember what happened in 2002 with that guy, how they snuck him on the roster. He wasn't on the roster come September the 1st. How the hell they put him on the roster September the 15th was behind us. We went down there with the A's, and who is this guy? You cannot touch K-Rod. Francisco Rodriguez leading to Percival, and of course then what happened to the Giants in the World Series. But Randy Rodriguez, and the way he torques that front leg and pulls back and blow hard, what's his strikeout to walk ratio? 30 punchies and 2 walks on the year? Are you kidding me? He does spike an occasional, but my God, his stuff, there's no doubt he's closer material. Camilo Duvall, this is a Buster Posey team with frontline starting pitching that is young. Are they too young? We'll see, but you got some veteran guys to lead the way there, certainly the top 3 guys. And then, when do you mix Harrison back in? But they won the World Series, what we call the Core 4, plus George. It's an Elite 8 now. You've got 8 arms coming out of that bullpen. It's the best bullpen in baseball. And we thought the Dodgers would have the best bullpen. 3 of their top guys are all on the IL right now. And the Padres have a great bullpen. The thing that's hard to compare this era, because there's so many, every team has a Randy Rodriguez. They have like 5 of them. It's hard to differentiate. We are seeing stuff that the Giants can bring on the mound that you just never saw. Lincecum threw hard, but not like these guys. I'd have to go back and see what Timmy threw. Bumgarner was more command. Matt Cain, the high fastball. But now, the stuff these guys have with the drive line and everything they do, it's unbelievable, but there's no doubt. This is a Buster Posey baseball team. The defense has been really good, and it is built on frontline starting pitching and a closed, lockdown, shut-down bullpen and timely hitting there, here, and there. They're winning games, 3-2, 1-0, whatever they have to do. So in a lot of respects, it's a Posey team. But we have to wait a little while to compare him to those guys. But as far as pure stuff, compare Hayden Birdsong's stuff to Tim Lincecum. And Lincecum had great stuff. Birdie's got great stuff. Now, is Birdie has the stage presence to get up there and do it, but nobody rocked that mound like Lincecum. Go back and watch his first ever playoff start in 2010, Game 1 against the Atlanta Braves and Derek Lowe. He had 13 strikeouts, 1 walk in that game, and the Giants won 1-0. And after that game, I was thinking what I thought before. Can they win the World Series behind Lincecum and Kane? And I thought, hell, they may just win it behind the Freak.
Yeah, so Randy Rodriguez right now, he's got the 13.06 strikeout to 9-inning ratio, which is pretty damn high among qualified relievers. Camilo Doval, I put this one in my notes, and we're going to have award-winning Diamond Notes coming for you later as part of our pregame, but I'll share it with you all now. So he entered last night as having the second longest active scoreless streak in the Major League Baseball. Pitched 2/3 of an inning. He now has 17 scoreless innings in a row.
Jinx! No, I'm with you. That's your job. You just go out and pitch. 18 innings, 17 innings, 4 hits. He has 18 strikeouts and 5 walks, and the opponents are hitting 4 for 52 off Duvall over his last 18 outings. So the point is, Ryan Walker's the closer, but how many guys do they have in that bullpen that have closer stuff? Eric Miller's got closer stuff. Camilo Doval obviously was an all-star closer.
Randy Rodriguez has closer
Randy
stuff.
Rodriguez, without a doubt. Jordan Hicks was a very good closer back in the bullpen. If you ask Kyle Harrison,
I was going to say, could Kyle Harrison do it?
You want to go left on left to end the game? Kyle Harrison could end the game. So they've got a lot of guys, a lot of arms down there.
All right, well, speaking of all these young arms, John Shea of the SF Standard wrote a nice piece about Hayden Birdsong and his start last night, so we'll get into that on the other side. Had to give him a little extra time because media availability just finishing up. Got to let Shea Hay do his thing, but he'll join us next as he does every Wednesday, only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, are you maxed out on credit cards, struggling with high interest debt? You can pay it all off in days with Loan Pronto's Rapid Equity Line. Hey, it's Greg Papa. Get cash out now without touching your low-rate first mortgage. No appraisals, no waiting, no BS. The Rapid Equity Loan Program at Loan Pronto is amazing. One Loan Pronto client just got $300,000 approved in under 24 hours. They paid off debt, renovated their kitchen, and cut their monthly expenses by $1,800. Wow, that is a huge turnaround. Loan Pronto, they give you instant approvals, low rates, no hard credit pull up front. Listen, your home equity is yours, so use it. You can get cash out of it to consolidate your debt down to one easy low monthly payment. Call Loan Pronto now for a free instant appraisal for your home and see how much cash you can get today. Loan Pronto is A+ rated by the BBB, Better Business Bureau, and have nearly 2,500 5-star Google reviews. Their service is off the charts. So call now to start the conversation. 415-808-5721. LoanPronto.com. 415-808-5721. Get debt relief now at LoanPronto.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Good to be with you, Papa and Silver, getting you ready for Giants pregame, but we got to do that by talking to John Shea of the San Francisco Standard. We do it every Wednesday. It's the best way to get you ready for a day game, and unfortunately, we're not out on the patio, but we will get to watch the orange and black. First pitch going to be at 12:45, and John Shea is down there right now catching up, doing his job so we can all read him in the SF Standard, as I was doing about 5 minutes ago and last night. I can't get enough. What can I say? John Shea on the UMA guest line. Thanks for joining us. What's happening, my friend?
You guys are the best. Thanks. All good. How you guys?
Shea, hey!
Yeah, no, we're doing well. We're excited to see if Logan Webb can do his thing on the mound. He's been sensational at home. Not quite as much in day games, but a couple of his iffy day game starts were in Cincinnati and then San Diego. So anyway, that's all coming your way with Diamond Notes. I guess I want to start by getting the sense of last night was a lot of interesting storylines potentially under if you peel off a couple of layers. And these young arms, Hayden Birdsong got his first start of 2025. I think that was by and large a big success with him going the 5 innings, the 80 pitches. We also saw Kyle Harrison go a little bit longer than an inning, eventually replaced by Duvall. Now, starting off, do you have a sense of what's going on with Justin Verlander and the pec, and if he's going to be good to go come Saturday? And if not, what's the contingency plan here? Would you start a Kyle Harrison? Do you think they're thinking more Carson Whisenhunt, who's been getting more starter reps, and he's been on fire in AAA?
Well, Justin Verlander, as we speak, just steps out on the field. He's going to throw a little side session, and a lot will be determined by how he feels after that and during that. But you know what? This is mid-May, and he's 42, so I wouldn't be surprised at all if they just tell him after this or the next couple of days, you know what? Why don't you go on the injured list, miss a couple of starts, and then come back strong? And that wouldn't be a surprise because, hey, he's Justin Verlander. You got to, it's $15 million. He's not the number one guy or even the number two guy, but he's still an asset, and you still got to take care of him. I'm sure he would like to pitch through it, but much more I think will be determined in the next 24 hours when he wakes up tomorrow and how he feels. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they shut him down here. But the next question is who replaces him, and those are the obvious two. They're not big on openers here, as you noticed. We haven't seen one. In fact, before yesterday, we only saw 5 starters all year. So the Giants and the Angels were the only two teams. I think the Dodgers have used 13 starters, including openers. That's the way they do business. Buster Posey and Bob Melvin, they're not big on openers. But, in terms of just these 1 or 2 starts, if Justin Verlander is shelved, it would be really easy to put Harrison in there. I spoke with him after the game last night on the side. And he was saying the exact same thing Birdsong has been saying. I am a starter. I view myself as a starter. I pitch like a starter. I prepare myself like a starter. Yesterday, for the first time, Birdsong, woke up knowing he was a starter instead of, well, maybe I'll be out there for a couple innings today. Maybe I'll be out there for a couple innings tomorrow. So every 5th day he's penciled in, and good for him. He's earned it. He's pitched well out of the pen. He had a really good spring. He got his feet wet last year, so he's a staple. Harrison will join him. I mean, these dudes are 23. So, and Whisenhunt is young as well, and Logan Webb isn't going anywhere, and Robbie Ray is pitching very well. So they look pretty good in the rotation, even though the rotation is being outpitched by the bullpen, which happens to have the lowest ERA in the majors and has been looking good on a nightly basis, really. So it really doesn't matter if a starter goes 5 or 6 innings because the next 4 or 5 innings anyway are going to be sucked up by a bullpen that just doesn't give up a whole lot of runs. So a lot of fascinating things going around it. And by the way, with Harrison yesterday, it was kind of cute. This kid's 23. He says, yeah, I go all the way back to the Giants winning their first world championship here. It's like all the way back, and not that far ago. But for him, it is. And he said, I asked him about pitching and defense, which is what Buster Posey has preached since his first press conference, pitching and defense, pitching and defense. And he said, yeah, that matters here. And, I'm all in on that. And he is the one who volunteered. That's how the Giants won in 10, 12, and 14, pitching and defense. So, I get it now. I understand it now.
And tell him the story about how Tim Lincecum moved out to the bullpen in 12 and won. I know you can do anything. That's why I'm going to put you on the spot here. If you want to jump in and just do play-by-play of Justin Verlander, is he on the mound, the bullpen mound? Is he out on flat ground? Is he throwing right now, Shay?
So he came out to talk to a couple guys. He went back in, but I did hear he will definitely throw before the game. I think they're setting it up right now, but there's no action quite yet. I'll let you know.
All right. Well, save me a tech. It's important if it's off a mound or if it's off a flat ground and what's he doing long tossing. So let's just and I agree with you at this stage of his career. And, he said, he can pitch around that it's not going to further injury, but his velocity was down to 90. It was not good against the A's, and he was missing up and away to righties over and over and again. He walked 5. So you need better than that, and you don't want to hurt the guy. So if they do put him on the IL and he misses a couple of starts, Carson Whisenhunt's not even on the 40-man roster. They don't even have a 40-man roster. They got 38. But would they bring him up, put him on the 40, bring him up and start him Saturday in Washington for the reason being they want to keep Kyle and the second lefty in the bullpen? And how would Kyle Harrison take that? The quote that you had from him, and later on he went out there and said, I'll pitch wherever they want me to, but he started by saying, I know what I am at the end of the day. Mm-hmm. I know I'm a starter. So, and he didn't pitch that much last night. He wasn't up and down. He was recently a starter. He could plug in. But Whisenhunt's on fire. If they do make the call to bring up Whisenhunt, how do you think Kyle takes that?
Well, first of all, you're right about the 38, and there's some flexibility. And maybe that's not what we had under the previous regime. In the previous regime, I think there would be 40 guys on the 40-man roster right now. But, yeah, there's 38. So, I don't know. I think he's the mentality of I'm young, and I saw what Birdsong did for 7 weeks working out of the bullpen, and that's how he earned the stripes. That's how he got back in the rotation. So those guys are pretty tight. They came up together. They pitched on teams. They know each other very well. In spring training, they were locker buddies. So I think he's kind of learned from Birdsong. He's not going to create waves or stir it up by saying rotation or bust. But he has the same mindset Birdsong had. I am a starter. I'm walking to the park every day preparing as if I am a starter, because you never know. He could be reinserted at any point, and he's pitched well enough to do that. Now the question is, will that velocity be sustainable over 5, 6, 7 innings? He lost velocity last year. He had the shoulder. In spring training, he had no velocity. Now he's amped it back up to high 90s, and that's what he was doing last night, 96, 96, 96. So he's where he wants to be, but the question is, can he do it over 5 or 6 innings like Birdsong did last night? And that's kind of a big if. So maybe they use him in more of these 2-inning situations, because Jordan Hicks is in the bullpen now as a 1-inning guy, and without Birdsong, maybe they could use somebody to go 2 or 3 innings, and he could be their man for now.
John, you took me right to my next question, actually, because it's so fascinating to think about Kyle Harrison, his possible fit in the bullpen, and maybe even in the starting rotation at some point. But I did want to ask you about Jordan Hicks. We got his first look of the 2025 season coming out of the bullpen a couple of nights ago. What do you see as his best fit moving back there? Because we brought up the concerns with his first inning struggles, and I know it's a different mindset to be a reliever and prepare to be as such than on a day in which you're starting. But, would he be a potential multi-inning guy or someone that could possibly piggyback a starter if a starter goes short? Or do you see him more as going back to being a high-leverage, short-inning kind of player that can give you maybe, 1 inning, 1 1/3?
Yeah, I think in a perfect world, he'll be a 1-inning guy like he was in St. Louis and a little bit in Toronto because of the high velo. He even said to Evan Webeck of the San Jose Mercury yesterday that, A, I didn't hate the move to the bullpen. And B, I've been trying to amp up the velo now that I am a reliever again. It's not about pacing yourself for 5 innings or 6 innings or more. It's about letting loose right away, every pitch. And you might throw 10 pitches, you might throw 20, but you're not going to be throwing 60 or 70 anymore. So he's kind of focused on getting that velo back up to shoot. Not Mason Miller, 104, but certainly what he was throwing, and he touched 100. And maybe they need that hard-throwing guy in the bullpen because, a lot of bullpens come in, got a few guys throwing high 90s. And, the Giants will more or less finesse you with a couple of guys, but they'll come after you with some high 90s velo sometimes. But with him, if he's back on where he's just throwing strikes and not pitching around guys and, hit my best pitch, and he's got that sinker. He hasn't gotten as many ground balls this year, and that was kind of his strength in the past. Ground ball pitcher, right? You saw a lot of line drives and deep fly balls against him this year. So I think he needs to go back to getting that sinker low and the velo high.
Well, he was saying I was using the 4-seam fastball more the other night, so I think he wants to get back up. Maybe, he threw as hard as Mason Miller did when he came out of the bullpen for the Cardinals. He threw 103, 104. So,
yeah.
The 4-seam fastball is the one that's going to go faster and stay up in the zone. The 2-seamer is the sinker. So how's this going to work today? You were talking about the opener, how the Giants don't use it anymore. They're going to have to face an opener today as Daniel Lynch will make the start for Kansas City, a lefty. How long do you think he's going to be in? Have you heard from the Royals side who's going to be their bulk guy? And it's interesting the way Bomel has stacked the lineup. He's got a lot of the righties, with the exception of Jung-Hoo Lee, for the first, 5 in the order, or right-handed hitters. And then he's got lefties at the bottom, including Lamont Wade Jr., all the way down at the bottom. When you think they may go to the bullpen, would they follow the lefty with a righty? How is Kansas City going to work this game pitching-wise, Shea?
Yeah, well, if I were them, I would get every left-hander from the bullpen and every left-handed position player and every left-handed concessionaire and put them out there on the mound and just say throw left-handed, because this team just doesn't hit left-handers. I mean, it's ridiculous how well they hit right-handers but not left-handed starters. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how they're going to work it. They're going to use a bunch of relievers, but they see how this team hits lefties, so they have 3 left-handed relievers on this roster, and the Giants forever had 1, and now with Harrison 2. So and they're going on the road and 3-city trip, and they're going to have to turn this around and figure out how to hit guys who are thrown from the left side. I mean, it's no new thing for a lefty who's been thrown his whole life to right-handed lineups from little league to high school to college to the pros. They've been getting guys out who bat right-handed forever. But the Giants are really stunned, I think. They were really prepared to do so much better this year with all their right-handed strength. But for whatever reason, they're just not scoring runs against lefties. And that's going to have to change because, you can't keep sustaining the way they're playing. Let's wait for a right-hander to win a game because it's just not real to keep up with the Padres and Dodgers that way.
John, I'll let you go in just a bit because I know Bob Melvin's going to be speaking to the media shortly in the dugout. But kind of just on the note of the hitting struggles and, the lefties, it's one of the strangest things. It's been one of our favorite topics to bring up over and over here on the airwaves as we do this 4 hours a day. But how much should the hitting concerns be at the forefront of the Giants' mind, given that they're about to go on the road? Last night was kind of your typical Oracle Park, cold, not a hitter's ballpark sort of win. Think about going out to Washington, then Detroit, then Miami. And I just don't see how, it's this bottom of the lineup and the way it struggled can really be sustainable when you don't play every game in those kind of conditions.
It's a great point, and it's kind of worrisome, isn't it? When you look at these batting averages, Chapman not hitting great, but he gets on base with the walks, and the shortstop Adames is coming around. But there are a lot of guys who just not hitting enough. And it's not like they have the depth of guys to turn it around either. Even Wilmer doesn't hit for average. Funny with Wilmer, most of the season he's got like a 0 WAR, that values the overall game. But, he was leading the majors in RBIs and all this clutch hitting. So it tells you, I guess all you need to know about WAR. It's not necessarily the all-encompassing stat if it doesn't judge Wilmer Flores as a clutch hitter, a guy who could hit 72 mile per hour for a 2-run single. But yeah, again, it's like all these teams are built based on pitching and defense, and that was Buster's goal coming in. Adames has been looking better on defense, much better than he was in the first month. But they're going to have to hit sometime. I mean, even those teams in 10, 12, and 14, they figured it out. And, remember Sabian's old line? All we need is 4 runs. All we need is 4 runs.
We quote him all the time.
That's true now. That's true now. And they got 3 last night, and they pulled it out. But that's not sustainable, I don't think, especially on the road. That's not going to happen in Washington and Miami and Detroit.
It was 4 score and 7 wins ago. We quote it all the time. And last night they won with just 3. So this the Sabi Sabes address. So when we talk to you next Wednesday, are you going to be at Comerica? I'm thinking the veteran writer. Which one of these cities is he going to skip? Washington, Detroit, Miami, long trip, holiday weekend, Memorial Day. I'm guessing you're going to meet the team in Detroit or not go at all.
Well, I think you know me as a veteran writer. I'm not going to go at all, but I'm going to write some heavy hitting pieces back home here.
You going to Sacramento? Are you going up there?
No, I don't ever want to go to Sacramento again. I mean, it's just ridiculous the way it's set up there, and for players and media, and come on, it's just. I've been up there twice, and the poor visiting players that go in this visiting MLB locker room. The quarters are so. Justin Turner opening day, someone said, "Man, you got a small stall here." I said, "Yeah, a bigger stall in the bathroom." And and Aaron Judge, I think, hit his head on the ceiling a couple of times. But it's like, it's unfortunate. The whole thing is unfortunate. I mean, they should be in Oakland this year, and because they're in Sacramento, I think John Fisher probably did the absolute minimum in terms of space and dollars to accommodate the union checking off on whatever. But I spoke with Severino, their ace pitcher, and he doesn't like pitching at home because his whole routine in 10 years in New York was going into the clubhouse between innings. And there is no clubhouse off the dugout. You have to go way out in left field. And, it's not making excuses for a guy who's making 75 over 3, or whatever he's making. It's 67, I guess. But
yeah, 67.
It is the fact that, hey, these guys are all about routine-based. And the way they're successful is following that routine. And in Sacramento, you can't have that routine. And, maybe it's the reason they've been so bad at home and so good on the road. At least, they've lost 7 in a row or whatever, mostly on the road. But, yeah, it's unfortunate. I mean, I'll go back up there. But it's the Giants play 3 over 4th of July weekend. And that's going to be a fun ride home after the Sunday game. But, the whole thing's a bummer. You wish that none of this happened. But the A's, to their credit, and the front office and the management, the manager, all try to make the best of it because they're there for 81 games. It's the visiting players where you really get the truth told. And, how do you guys think of it? Because you're only in for 3. So it'll be interesting how it plays out. The field is still green, and it was 95 when the Yankees were in town on that Saturday, Sunday. It'll be 95 next month or the following month. And 2 teams are playing there back-to-back every week. Only Mondays are off. So we'll see how that field holds up. But, Tyler Fitzgerald told me last year in August it was just brown. It wasn't even green anymore. So we'll see. It's a major league facility now, supposedly, so we'll see how that plays.
John, we always appreciate you coming by with us. It's a great marker of our week. When we talk to Shay on a Wednesdays, it means we could start looking ahead to the home stretch of a Thursday and Friday. So I'll probably see you out there. I think I'm going to go out there when we wrap up the show and pregame and everything. So great to talk to you on the air, and I'll talk to you in person soon.
Okay, guys. Talk to you then.
Shay, hey!
John Shea of the San Francisco Standard, and yeah, definitely one of my must-reads. In fact, got an email right when we started the show that his birdsong column had dropped, so that was distracting me. Instead of listening to Walter commands, I was just doing that. But speaking of Walter Commands, I will tell you all that our time with John Shea is brought to you by Surfside. Before first pitch, grab a pack of Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka. Surfside, a proud partner of Giants baseball. All right, coming up in a bit, let's do a little football segment before we get ready for pregame. The tush push is here to stay. 10 teams voted to not ban the tush push. Were the 49ers on that list or not? We'll tell you on the other side. Papa and Silver, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, you saw it last night. Hayden Birdsong gets his first start of the 2025 season. It ends up being a Giants 3-2 victory. He went the complete 5, and now the Giants, with Logan Webb on the mound, have a chance to take the series. 415-808-5627. As always, to call or text in or sound off in the YouTube chat. The only place in the Bay Area to sound off instantly.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. You know, when it comes to pizza, there's one place that I always will recommend among any others, above any others, and it's Tony's Pizza Napolitana in the North Beach. Tony Gemignani and his team have been ranked #1 in the world, and once you taste it, you will see why. You will taste why. From Neapolitan to New York, Detroit, Sicilian, and Grandma-style pizzas, every slice is crafted with the finest ingredients and baked to perfection. But Tony's is more than just pizza. Their fresh pastas are out of this world, and I encourage you to try their spicy bucatini, one of my all-time favorites. And while you're in the North Beach, don't miss Capo's for deep dish pizza lovers and Toscano Brothers Bakery for their luscious breads. Plus, Tony has Slice House locations throughout the Bay Area, including at Chase Center and at Levi Stadium.
Copper and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's up, faithful? It's Brock Purdy. We just got the deal done. I'm excited for the next 6 years with you guys. Thanks for always having my back and being there for me from day one. So here's to the next 6 years, and let's go win now together. Go Niners.
Signed, sealed, delivered, or maybe the delivery has to come when the 49ers take the field here in the fall of 2025. Regardless, Brock Purdy inks the extension, his message to the faithful right there. Pop and Silver hanging out for another 20 minutes or so, and then we'll get ready for Giants pregame. I'll tell you that we are brought to you by Redwood Credit Union. Whether you're dreaming of a new home, planning your children's future, or growing your business, Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. Learn more at redwoodcu.org. Federally insured by NCUA, so the tush push stays alive. I don't know if I need to see Brock Purdy with all that money being handed out to him doing a bunch of tush pushes over and over. I think I'd rather see him do more of his AI computer processing abilities, scrambling outside the pocket a little bit more, and most importantly, hitting some 49er receivers, some old, some new, and possibly emerging, while he is set to be the guy for the next few years.
And he is a very good quarterback sneaker. He was not initially when he took over. Jimmy was so good at it, the best of all time before Jalen Hurts and all this stuff came into being. Was Tom Brady. But Brock has gotten better and better. We call it the Purdy plunge when they go in behind, or the Purdy, what did Tim call it when he dove from the pylon? I think that may have where he hurt his shoulder, actually, at one point when he dove for the front pylon. In any event, so congratulations to Brock. An hour and 1 minute after we got off the air yesterday, they announced the deal officially, and he was signed and he's sealed, and he will be delivered in the press conference today at 1:30. Unfortunately, we'll be off the air. We'll be there, and then we'll report on it all tomorrow. Brock's going to be on Murph and Marcus tomorrow at 7 o'clock. So the league spring meetings are wrapping up in Minneapolis, and the vote for the brotherly shove, the tush push, came down, and it was rejected. This was a proposal made by the Green Bay Packers. Mark Murphy, their outgoing president, head policy. Carmen's son will replace him in a short time. Former NFL safety, good player, Brian Gutekunst, their GM, and of course, cramming up your cram hole, Matt LaFleur, wrote it. And those guys spoke for a lot of people in the league, and we'll get to the tally and who voted for and who didn't vote for it. It was close. Initially, when it was written, I didn't like the way it was written because it dealt specifically with a quarterback under center and all. It's where this play bothered me was way before Jalen Hurts and Nick Sirianni were in Philadelphia. It was Marshawn Lynch in Seattle, where Marshawn was tough to tackle. And if the first or second guy didn't get him, they would just have offensive linemen come in behind and push Marshawn Lynch. I saw him in Seattle push him in the end zone in the game against the Raiders. They did it a lot of times for first downs. It's what they were taught because they changed the rules. It was not always this way. 2 decades ago in the NFL, you could not aid an offensive player. You could not, whether it was the quarterback under center and he had 2 guys behind it, an 8-man line in front, you couldn't push them forward. It was not allowed. But they changed that rule. We'll have to get Mike Pereira on to get the genesis of why they changed that rule 2 decades ago. But so the Packers' proposal on Monday brought in the language, which I think was great. It was not just the tush push, the brotherly shove. It prohibited pushing, pulling, lifting, or encircling any runner by any offensive player, not specific to quarterback assists. That's the way it used to be. So give me the details on the vote. Who went forward? What was it, 22-10?
It was 22-10. It needed 24 to pass. So still more teams voted to ban it than not, but it had to be the 75% mark. The teams that voted against the ban are the Eagles, of course, the Ravens, the Browns, the Lions, the Jaguars, the Dolphins, the Patriots, Saints, Jets, and Titans. So the 49ers did ultimately vote for the ban.
Which is not surprising. I've had a lot of conversation with John Lynch about the play, off the air, on the air. He kind of gets his blood going a little bit about the play and how he would handle that play if he was a player. You know, he was, what was it, Red 47 or when he was playing in Captain America. And we saw John throughout his career. And, Sluggo Seam calling out the Raiders' plays. He was a smart player, but he was a savage player, a vicious tackler. It's just, to me, it's not a good football play. It's not anything to do with how they use it. I just don't like pushing any offensive player forward. And I remember where it started in Seattle. I saw a clip, yesterday of Adrian Peterson in Minnesota getting picked up and pulled in the end zone or pushed into the end zone. So we'll see where this goes if they're able to address this again. We got to get into the Olympics allowing players to play flag football.
Yeah.
Which I think is going to be, so interesting on every level. And we see it. I don't think I've missed a Pro Bowl my entire life. Maybe the one year we flew during the Pro Bowl to go to the Super Bowl in Vegas. But even what's the Pro Bowl now, and they do the drone drop on catch and punch years ago, but they have gone to a flag football game, which is wildly entertaining. So how are they going to be able to make sure guys don't get hurt playing that? So we'll get into the rule changes. The other one that they did vote for, they are going to allow onside kicks now in the NFL, where last year with the dynamic kickoff, it was just in the fourth quarter you had to announce it. Here's the one thing I'm unclear on.
Do you still have to declare?
Well, here's the thing, because now the onside kick will be from the 34 instead of the 35.
Okay.
So if you see the kickoff be 1 yard back, isn't the other team going to know it's coming? So you're declaring by where you're placing the ball. So I'm not clear on that, but the onside kick is back, not from the 35, on the 34. I assume it has to go 10 yards. And by that, deductive reasoning, if you're placing it a yard back, I think the other team's going to know what you're doing.
Yeah, okay, and also it doesn't help that every 5 yards is marked by a big white line, so when you have it off center there, you'll be like, what's going on here? I got to say, the surprise onside kick was one of my favorite parts of football. I wish they never ruined the onside kick. Then you weren't allowed to run up. That was the whole thing, and then you had to declare it, and I'm just like, it's already so hard to recover an onside kick to begin with. The risk is already so paramount if you do a surprise onside kick and it doesn't pay off. That's something I just wish they would go back to the old way.
Yeah, I mean, the New Orleans Saints may have never won a Super Bowl if they didn't have that rule back then. The start of the second half, and Sean Payton flipped that whole game against Peyton Manning. The reason they do it is health and safety, and that is a viciously brutal. Think about what's happening there. You're rolling a football on the ground, 10 yards out, sometimes not even 10 yards, and you got guys, battering together and with their heads leading forward. So you would think, I haven't seen, overall kickoffs, you get a lot of injuries more than any other play. But I would think the onside kick part of it, a little too savage. Well, they brought it back. They wanted to eliminate it quite clearly. You can only do it in the fourth quarter. You gotta say you're going to do it. The percentages when they know it's coming versus when they don't know it's coming. I mean, you can't recover one when they know. It's so hard.
Yeah, I mean, it'd have to be some epic blunder by the receiving team, though.
By a kickoff guy. We've seen some guys be able to, pop it in the air. A couple of teams recovered 2 or 3 of them. Remember the old XFL? The way the XFL did not do when they went out for the opening coin toss. They didn't have an opening coin toss. They had 2 guys start. 10 yards from the middle of the field. They put a football down in the middle, and 2 guys came battering rams like they were recovering a live fumble. Now, that was savagery at the all-time. He hate me in that league. So it's just as simple. It should be a part of the game. It's been a part of the game forever. But for health and safety, that is a violent play.
So lots of football we can get into tomorrow. We're going to wrap up the show in just a bit. We're going to have Brock Purdy speaking today at 1:30, so we'll be diving into that for sure. Vic Tafur of The Athletic, who is now a long time on the Raiders beat, now back on the 49ers beat, is going to be joining us tomorrow. And I know you obviously go way back with him because of the Raiders. I go way back with him from his days and connections to Cal. So looking forward to reconnecting with Vic and welcoming him back to the Bay after he was here, and then the Raiders moved to Las Vegas, and now he's back. It's going to be great. So lots of football, lots of rules talk we can unpack too, and it's going to be a fun Thursday because the
Brock
Giants
Purdy,
are off.
1:30 today is going to be introduced. You think Brock's going to put a suit on for today?
I hope he does. I hope he does.
I don't think I've ever seen him in a suit. At the Super Bowl, did he wear a suit? He must have.
He's got it. I mean, come on, all those corn endorsements and the Toyota endorsements, that's got to be enough to give him a suit.
Nah, I know he's got the money to do it, but he's never been in the suit for any of those ads. I don't know if I've ever seen him in a suit.
Yeah, by the way, Brock Purdy joining Murph and Marcus tomorrow at 7 a.m. So set your clocks, or if you're already going to be up because it's a Thursday and you got to get to work, tune into KNBR. Wake up with Murph, Marcus, and Purdy. We'll wrap up the show on the other side. Get you ready for Game 3, Giants-Royals. Pop and Silver, only here on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on? Greg Silver here. Did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard aren't based in the Bay Area, some not even in this state? Well, Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm are based right here in the Bay Area. They have been for more than a quarter of a century. This is award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys who are fighting for you right here locally where you live. So if you've had issues with being discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, you can protect your rights because they matter, and you can go to dolanlawfirm.com to learn more about your rights. Unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. And remember, with motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children, Waymos, you name it, they're all around us. I mean, even Walter's a hazard to me sometimes in the studio. Please be careful, and let's work together in making the Bay Area a safer place. Feel confident that you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year because the Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion. That's right, $1 billion with a B in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. You pay nothing up front, no hourly rates, no upfront fees, and they don't get paid until you get paid. They live here, they work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
KNBR, the sports leader.
All right, just getting ready to wrap things up in a few moments. We'll take you to Giants pregame, Game 3 against the Royals. Logan Webb on the mound against Daniel Lynch IV. Royals going with an opener, and it is, to no surprise, a lefty after all that. This segment of Poppin' Silver is brought to you by Redwood Credit Union. Whether you're dreaming of a new home, planning your children's future, or growing your business, Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. Learn more at redwoodcu.org, federally insured by NCUA. So we went over the lineup a little bit earlier. Matt Chapman is going to be back in. He is hitting at the 2-hole. Elliot Ramos, of course, leading off. And the interesting part of it all, Lamont Wade Jr. in the lineup, batting all the way at the bottom at ninth. A little Bob Melvin strategy with the lefty starts, seeing where they go after Lynch and how long he stays in this game.
Yeah, he was a starter last year. He last started in June, but he hasn't started in a while. And whether he can get through the lineup one time, that'd be stretching it. So does he go 1 inning and 2 innings? So the way Bob has done it against the lefty is stack the righties at the top of the order like he was facing a left-handed starter for the game. For the first 5 are righties, the one exception being Jung-Hoo Lee, who does hit left on left well. And then will Lynch be out of the game when you get to the Yastrzemski portion of the order? You got one other righty, and then you got the switch hitter Bailey, who is catching the day game after the night game. And then, interestingly, Lamont Wade Jr. is batting number 9 today. I got to look it up and see if he's ever hit 9 as a Giant, but that is to play to, when the Royals would make the change. Then the real question is, who's going to be their bulk guy? Lynch will start. Do they have somebody in the bullpen? John Shea was saying, pitch every lefty you got out of the bullpen. They only got a couple actually out of the bullpen left since Lynch is starting. Sisk and Zerpa are both lefties they can turn to out of the bullpen. So Shea did follow up on his promise. He did a nice play-by-play of Justin Verlander.
He's too good. He's too good to us.
He's so good, Shea. Of course, I introduced him to Willie Mays, so his whole career is because of my association with him. So today is Wednesday. JV last pitched on Sunday. So today would probably be a bullpen day. We'd get up on the pen and get ready. Now, he's got an extra day, so maybe that would be, tomorrow on the off day. I don't remember, Friday's late. So he did not throw on the bullpen mound today. He threw on flat ground. No decision has been made. Shea reports they're going to be talking pregame on his next step, and either it's pitch Saturday or put him on the injured list. But basically, all Justin Verlander did today would be play catch. He didn't get up on the mound at all, which you would think after a Sunday start, getting ready for a Saturday start, Wednesday may be the day that he gets up on the mound. I'm just guessing. He did not do that. It was flat ground. He just played catch.
Okay, so that's something we'll be monitoring as we get to tomorrow when the Giants have an off day and get ready for their series in Washington, in which Justin Verlander theoretically could make the start on Saturday. By the way, Bob Melvin speaking pregame. Also, Gerard Encarnacion is headed to Arizona today to continue his rehab. He is eligible to come off the IL on May 26th, as we knew, and the earliest he could return is for the Miami series. This is what Bob Melvin said pregame.
All right, that's good to see. And it's for the Miami series.
Yes.
So Encarnacion cannot come back Memorial Day in Detroit when he's eligible to come off the IL, he said?
Yeah, the earliest he could return is for the Miami series, so it wouldn't be Detroit.
Oh, so he is eligible as far as the 60-day IL to come back on the 26th. So they're saying he's going to need another week or so of BP down at AAA Sacramento. So that'll buy Lamont Wade Jr. time, and certainly the others. What are they going to do? Casey Schmidt also would maintain that spot on the roster. What do they do when they do activate Gerard? And what do they do if they do put Justin Verlander on the IL? We've been talking about it. Would it be Carson Whisenhunt? Would it be Kyle Harrison? Then you'd be short a lefty in the bullpen. You'd have to make a corresponding move anyway. Would you bring up Whisenhunt and pitch him out of the bullpen? Probably unlikely, although there are feelings there, and Kyle did make it known that he wants to be a starting pitcher because they, frankly, make more money. Diamond notes one thing to keep note of. Mark Canha against Logan.
Oh, you know
Webb.
I did. I know.
You have it written down?
I started learning from you with the little pitching matchups. I go to my Papa's matchups, and Mark Canha and Jonathan India both have had some success against Webb.
India's not in the lineup today, and he came into this series with a bit of a hamstring. I love Jonathan India. When he was a Red, I always wanted the Giants to get him. He's so athletic, but he's not been running well. We did see him the first game of the series, but Jonathan India is 4 for 10 with a double and a home run against Logan Webb. But you don't have to worry about him. He is not in the starting lineup. Mark Canha, who we know well, briefly a Giant last year, longtime Oakland A for Bo Mel, 5 for 11, Greg. I know you got it. 2 home runs and 3 walks against Logan Webb.
Yeah, there it is right there. So India did take note of in case he does end up coming off the bench or anything. Mark Canha was not in the starting lineup. He came in and pinch hit yesterday. Kyle Harrison got the nice little strikeout off of him. So we'll be keeping an eye on that one because Logan Webb's already got his hands full with Bobby Witt Jr., of course, Monday's hero, Vinny Pasquantino. And now you got to worry about a guy in Mark Canha, his former teammate for a bit last year, that's found some success against him.
Oh, big time. And he is in the lineup today. Mark Canha is sitting right behind Salvi Perez after Pasquantino. Bobby Witt Jr. is going to play at number 2. The interesting thing, you look right away, what does Logan Webb do against Bobby Witt Jr.? He is 0 for 3 against Logan Webb, and Webby has punched him out all 3 times. Wow. Can anybody else in baseball say that?
I don't know about that, and Logan Webb going to look to continue that streak. So that's pretty much going to wrap up our show. We'll get you ready for Giants pregame in a moment. Papa, good catching up. Good little short show, and tomorrow, lots of Giants to get into, but also got to talk some football with these off-season rules. Brock Purdy going to have his presser today. We're going to be busy.
Is Brock going to show up with like a hat on, a Toyota? No, he'll probably wear a 49er golf shirt. Don't you think? Will Brock Purdy go suit and tie today now that he's the $265 million man?
Well, we'll find out, but Giants pregame starts now.
Well, it's a beautiful Wednesday afternoon at Oracle Park in San Francisco. Giants and the Kansas City Royals as the Giants wrap up not just the series, but also this homestand. Headed for a long road trip after this one, trying to win the series, and their ace is on the mound. Logan Webb gets the ball today. Going to be a bullpen game for Kansas City. I'm Dave Fleming along with John Miller. We've got a full pregame show to come. It's the Giants and the Royals. Baseball on the radio.
Hey, everybody, it is May 21st in Giants history. We're going to go back to the year 2006. Not a banner year in Giants history, but the emergence of a young right-hander who would play a gigantic role in franchise history. His name, Matt Cain. Just a young kid in 2006, and he's taken on the Oakland A's at the Coliseum. Always a charged-up interleague game. Back when the A's were in Oakland, I hate to say. Joe Blanton going for the A's, and this young kid, number 18, Matt Cain, going for the Giants. And the Giants get on the board early. First inning RBI ground out from Ray Durham. That's pretty cool. Fast forward to the top of the fourth. And, it's kind of funny that Cain's career was marked by a lack of run support. The Giants actually gave him some runs in this game. Mark Sweeney, you guys remember him? Good clubhouse presence. He had a 2 RBI double. And later in the inning, Randy Wynn, who's now, of course, working in the Giants organization with Buster Posey and is also our Giants Community Fund president. Randy Wynn, he knocks in an RBI, scores Sweeney. It's 4-0 Giants, and the rest is turned over to 21-year-old Matt Cain, who really was at the forefront of this Giants movement that would become Lincecum and Bumgarner and Posey and Sandoval and Wilson and Romo. So here's Matt Cain pitching on this day, May 21, 2006.
Now he winds and he throws to Chavez, swinging a bouncing ball, slowly hit to Durham. Durham has it. He will take his time, throw to first, and that's the ball game. And Matt Cain gets a complete game shutout, and the Giants win this one by a final of 6-0.
Complete game shutout. Wow. Kids, ask your parents about that, right? His first career shutout, of course, he's 21 years old. He would get 6 in his career and 15 complete games. That was on May 21, 2006 in Oakland. Hey, also on this date in Giants history, in 2015, Madison Bumgarner took Clayton Kershaw deep in San Francisco. That was awesome. Still remember the sound of that. And the Giants completed the 3-game sweep of the Dodgers. Those were glory days, May 21st, 2015. And this has been Brian Murphy with this date in Giants history.
All right, Greg Silver back here for Giants pregame. We take it out to the booth, which means we welcome in our good friend Dave Fleming, who will be on the call here in about 50 minutes or so, getting ready for Game 3, Giants-Royals. They split the first 2. And Dave, as I say hello and welcome you in, I mean, for all the things that the Giants have had that we can point to that are great, for all the things that we do to criticize them because we talk nonstop on the radio about everything, bottom line is they got a chance to go for win number 30 today and be 10 over 500.
Yeah, 30-20 is a really, really good start of a season. In the last 10 years, they've only done that 2 times, and those were the 2 times in the last 10 years that they made the playoffs, 2016, 2021. So it's usually a good sign if you're in this position like the Giants are. So let's see if they can do it. I mean, it's certainly set up beautifully. The thing that I love about this week is Logan Webb. But for whatever reason, part of it is he's the ace. He's going to start on opening day. You got the opening road trip where he started 2 times first week away from home. But Logan's been road heavy coming into this homestand, and he's so good at home typically. I think the Giants love to have him pitching in this park, and so it's kind of nice when you can have Webb twice on the mound in a homestand, and that's what we get today.
Yeah, Logan Webb 3-0 at Oracle this year with an 0.64 ERA through 28 and a third innings. So you hit the nail right on the head there, Flem. But let's go back to last night for a moment with Hayden Birdsong getting his first start of the season. I mean, this is seeming like he'll be a staple in the rotation moving forward. He obviously made the team to start the year because Buster Posey wanted to set the tone that you can earn your spots and be rewarded if you perform at spring training. And even though he didn't get that 5th starter spot, he ends up starting in the bullpen. The bottom line is this: Birdsong continues to show over and over that he is ready for the moment no matter what the situation is.
Yeah, he this is not a criticism, but he also shows the things that he still has to work on. This guy, it's yet because he came up so fast last year. He's still a 23-year-old kid with not much minor league experience at all. I mean, he shot through the minor leagues for a guy who was a reliever at Eastern Illinois and was hardly scouted. I mean, this is a very quick rise to prominence for Hayden Birdsong, so it's natural that he still has stuff he can get better at. And we saw last night, as good as he was, he's still spraying the fastball around. If he tightens that up, I mean, it's a cliche to say the sky's the limit, but this guy's got a very high ceiling already, knows how to compete, has learned how to compete at this level, has done 2 different roles. Last night, his first start of the year. I mean, you're this age, you've only pitched out of the bullpen this season, and you go 5 without allowing an earned run, give 80 pitches to your team. I mean, that's being a good teammate and coming up big. So I'm super excited for his future, and the thing that maybe makes me most excited about it is you still very easily see the stuff he can improve on. This is not the best version of himself, and that gives you a lot of hope for a really, really long and great Giants career.
There's no question about it. I mean, he was able to complete 5 innings knowing that 80 pitches last night, what he threw was about his ceiling, and then they let the bullpen, which has been so good for your orange and black to start the year, do the rest. So when you make $182 million over 7 years and sign a new contract, you're going to be talked about a lot. And Willy Adames, of course, has been a big focal point. Didn't have the start to the season that he wanted. He typically has been a slow starter in April, but he's picked it up a little bit with the bat here in May. It's not perfect, but last night, that triple he hit really changed the momentum of the game, and Willie's starting to get it going a little bit here, even in a pitcher's ballpark.
Yeah, last 8 games, and so that's the homestand essentially. Mostly night games, and when you play night games here, your offensive numbers are going to be suppressed. But even with that, he's got 5 extra base hits and 6 runs scored and 4 runs batted in, including that triple last night. So that's good production, and maybe it is taking a little longer than usual for him to get it turned around, but the Giants sure need him, and I have a lot of faith that he's going to get it going. He's still a young, athletic, talented guy, but it has been a rocky beginning to his Giants career in terms of that production. The great thing about him is that no matter what, he's just got such a spirit and an attitude, and he's a tone setter for that team, and he's a leader in a lot of different ways. And look, when you're getting paid the money that he's getting paid, are you getting paid for that? Well, mostly you're getting paid to produce on the field, and that's what the Giants need from him. But, part of that is that they really believe this guy can weather the ups and downs of a big league season and be a leader no matter what, and he certainly has been that so far.
Hey, no question about it. Well, we'll continue this pregame segment with Dave Fleming on the other side after these messages. Back here getting you ready for Giants Royals. First pitch at 12:45. Dave Fleming joining us from out in the booth. And Dave, we're going to talk about it. The Giants are struggling versus lefties today. They're going to see Daniel Lynch IV, the starter for Kansas City. Typically a reliever. Did get some starts last year, but has not started since June. So Kansas City really testing one of the Giants' weaknesses here early today.
Yeah, I think it's probably by design that they have him as the starter for what's going to be a bullpen game. I mean, I guess we don't know for sure, but it seems like it's just going to be like a classic bullpen game. Kansas City, like the Giants, they have tomorrow off, so it kind of gives their manager freedom to use just about everybody out of the pen. We'll see if Lynch goes 1 or 2. I mean, I think you're seeing the Giants make a couple little tweaks to their lineup. Matt Chapman in that number 2 spot, maybe, accounting for that. It's hard to explain. I mean, if you'd asked me before this year, before last year, the Giants are equipped to be one of the best teams against lefties. They're right-handed heavy. They've got guys who have track records of hitting lefties hard in their careers, and for whatever reason, it's not happening. And their batting average against fastballs from left-handed pitchers is it's the lowest in the game of any team, and it's really hard to explain. I mean, I just keep thinking and telling myself, that's going to change. That's going to change. Too many good right-handed hitters. That's going to change. But, we haven't seen a lot of evidence of that yet. And so maybe today's a day where it's a bullpen look and you're mixing and matching. And I don't know, maybe that frees them up a little bit to just have their more normal at-bats. But they have to get it solved because as well as I do, at this level, teams are brutal and they attack your weaknesses, and teams are going to start to stack left-handers and rearrange their schedule and use off days to line up lefties against the Giants. If it continues to be this kind of weakness, the Giants are going to see more and more of them.
There's no question about it. I mean, a Papa and Silver spring training special was this roster is designed to just rake some lefties. It's been the complete opposite of that. And then to your point there, Dave, I mean, yeah, it's a small-ish sample size, but now we're getting to the point as we're approaching Memorial Day that this is when teams start to really narrow in on weaknesses, and if the Giants can't get this solved, then they might have to pay for it, or they got to do the alternative of just figuring it out. Matt Chapman going to be hitting in the 2-hole today, got his first day off last night. I mean, what are you seeing from Chapman with some of these ups and downs? I think he continues to be that Gold Glove caliber defender, but he's had a couple of defensive slip-ups, and the batting has been somewhat up and down. He finally gets a little bit of a day off, and now he's going to be back in at third base today.
Yeah, look, I think he has made a few errors, but he more than makes up for that with all the spectacular stuff he does. The defensive metrics are, again, top line. He's been the best defensive third baseman in the game for a long time now. That's the great thing about Matt is that no matter if he's hitting or not, he's helping you win games, period. He's an excellent base runner. He's one of the best defenders in the game. So that gives you like a floor. Talk about floor and ceiling. It gives you, if you're going to help the team win no matter what. He's always been a streaky hitter. Right now, he's in one of those down streaks. When he gets hot, he can carry you. We saw that a bunch of times last year, and I do expect that's going to come around again. I think you kind of have to accept that with Matt. For whatever reason, he just has always been a hot and cold hitter, and look, the Giants are finding ways to win games without him hot. When he gets hot, you can win a lot of games.
And if there's one thing that's been hot in this series, it has been the pitching. So Logan Webb's going to be on the mound, probably a bullpen game with Daniel Lynch starting for the Royals. Dave, always good to catch up with you. Have a fantastic call, and we'll be listening.
Thank you, Greg. It's a beautiful day. If anybody's just driving around and you have a free couple hours, come on down. It is spectacular here.
63 degrees and sunny. We'll tell you all about it next on our award-winning Diamond Notes here on the Sports Leader. Back here with your award-winning Diamond Notes, getting you ready for Giants-Royals first pitch at 12:45. Let's go over the starting pitchers, sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. For the Giants, of course, it's going to be the ace of the staff, Logan Webb, 5-3 record, 2.42 ERA. Now, his last time out, he earned his 5th win against the A's, allowed just 1 run, struck out 4, induced a career-high 17 groundouts. He's 3-0 with a 0.64 ERA at home, just 2 earned runs over 28 1/3 innings and 26 strikeouts. He has pitched at least 6 innings and allowed 1 run or fewer in all 4 of his home starts. The last Giants pitcher to do that to start a season was our very own Mike Kruk back in 1985. In the month of May, Logan Webb has pitched 22 innings with a 1.64 ERA, and he had his longest outing of the season on Friday when he went a complete 8 innings in the Giants' 9-1 win over the Athletics. For the Royals, it's going to be Daniel Lynch IV. He's got a 3-0 record, a 1.29 ERA, 10 strikeouts. The 28-year-old lefty out of the University of Virginia in his 5th year, all with Kansas City. Made 51 starts over his first 3 seasons, but has not started all year. In 20 appearances, Lynch has allowed just 3 earned runs through 21 innings and earned 1 save on the year as well. Let's talk about some keys to the game, sponsored exclusively by Stevens Creek Lincoln. Experience luxury on your terms at Stevens Creek Lincoln. Buckle up and drive safely. 4 letters for you, RISP. Making it count at the plate with runners in scoring position. Now, the Giants were only 2 for 10 last night, but the 2 was enough to earn a win in another low-scoring battle. And with Logan Webb on the mound today, it might only take 1 or 2 situational at-bats to make a difference and decide this series. Hitting the Lumber, sponsored by Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit us today at goldenstatelumber.com. Well, Willie Adames had a big RBI triple last night in the 4th inning to get the Giants even, and they wouldn't trail again. And the man who gave them the lead, Casey Schmidt, welcome back to the lineup. Casey's RBI single sent home Willie Adames following that triple and got the Giants a much-needed boost of offense from the man who just came off the IL. Who's Hot? Sponsored by Valley Heating, Cooling, Electrical, and Solar, locally and family owned for 63 years. I mean, we've been saying it all year, but the Giants bullpen deserves a tip of the cap after last night. Randy Rodriguez hasn't allowed a run in 19 of his 20 appearances. Kyle Harrison came in and got a pair of big strikeouts in the 7th last night. Camilo Doval enters today with a 17-inning scoreless streak, the longest active streak in Major League Baseball. And Ryan Walker got the save, his 9th of the year, with a 1-2-3 inning and went scoreless. We'll continue with the rest of your award-winning Diamond Notes on the other side after these messages. Hey, Greg Silver here, back with your award-winning Diamond Notes, getting you ready on your Giants pregame. 12:45 first pitch. Let's go over our X Factor for today, sponsored by Casino Matrix. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in 1-800-GAMBLER. Well, the first two games of this series have been awfully low scoring, and Papa and I, we mentioned it and he teased it. Logan Webb with a couple of key matchups. Now, Jonathan India being one of them, he is not initially in the starting lineup, but he is 4 for 10 career against Logan Webb with a home run and OPS of 1255. The other one who is in the starting lineup is briefly a Giant last year. Mark Canha came off the bench last night. He is 5 for 11 versus Logan Webb and has hit a pair of home runs for 4 RBIs in just 11 at-bats. Webb has already got his hands full with Bobby Witt Jr. and Monday's hero Vinny Pasquantino, but I'm keeping an eye on these potential matchups with maybe India and, of course, Mark Canha to start as well. As for the Giants weather report, it is brought to you by Surfside. Before first pitch, grab a pack of Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka. Surfside, a proud partner of Giants baseball. Well, Dave Fleming teased it. It's a beautiful day out there. It is a marvelous day in the BAY. 63 degrees, sunny, light gusts of wind at 5 miles per hour, and the Giants have typically done well in day games at Oracle Park, so get down there if you're in the area and check it out. And finally, the out-of-town scoreboard. Let's go places with the Toyota out-of-town scoreboard. Well, a couple of games already underway so far. You got the bottom of the ninth. Guardians and Twins tied. Twins have been awfully hot lately. The Rays lead the Astros in Tampa Bay in the top of the eighth by a score of 5-4. The Brewers over the Orioles 2-1 in the top of the eighth. And then a look around the NL West. You've got the San Diego Padres taking on the Blue Jays on the road today, and then an NL West showdown between the D-backs and the Dodgers. That one went into extra innings last night. The Dodgers ended up winning it 4-3 in high drama. So that's going to do it here for your award-winning Diamond Notes. Around the Park is next, and enjoy the game right here on KNBR, the Sports Leader.